Music Industry Mastery Introduction to the Music Industry written by Valentin Vishnyakov published by Infinia Publishing. Introduction. Music is more than a sequence of melodies or a portfolio of studio recordings. It is a living, ever-evolving domain where creativity, collaboration, commerce, and cultural dialogues continuously intersect. Musicians champion self-expression while navigating the strategic realities of reaching listeners in a crowded market. Labels, managers, and producers orchestrate behind-the-scenes alchemy, hoping to transform a spark of talent into a cultural phenomenon. Fans, meanwhile, embrace not just the songs but the stories behind them, seeking authenticity, personal connection, and a sense of belonging that transcends language or borders. When all these elements align, the music industry becomes a tapestry of artistry and enterprise, rooted in human emotion yet shaped by the changing demands of technology and society. This book brings forth a multi-layered exploration of that landscape, building an expansive viewpoint across many interconnected topics. From investigating the earliest stages of industry fundamentals, where creative vision meets strategic planning, to examining how artists transform local potential into global resonance, these chapters provide a guided journey through the vast terrain of modern music making. Each chapter moves beyond theory, illustrating how real-world challenges blend with personal artistry. Readers will encounter the nuts and bolts of A&R scouting, collaborations that redefine creative horizons, the interplay of social media platforms, and the ways music infiltrates and reshapes pop culture. At the same time, the text never loses sight of the essential magic that makes music so enthralling, its power to speak directly to hearts, bridging differences in language, style, or geography. Across these pages, a shared theme emerges: the industry thrives on connections, between artists and fans, creators and collaborators, or local traditions and global frontiers. While technology provides new tools and analytics for distribution or viral traction, it is ultimately the emotive spark, nurtured by community and genuine engagement, that drives lasting impact. Armed with a holistic understanding, encompassing production choices, brand building, revenue optimization, global touring logistics, and much more, participants in this field can make informed decisions. This knowledge fosters artistry that resonates, business strategies that empower growth, and a creative ethos that remains loyal to the underlying passion fueling it all. For newcomers, the lessons offer a cohesive entry point, clarifying how music travels from an inspired idea to a chart-climbing single or a culturally influential album. Experienced professionals may also find fresh angles, insights on harnessing new social platforms, forging deeper cross-genre alliances, or refining global expansion tactics. And for enthusiasts who simply wish to peer behind the scenes of favorite artists' creative arcs, these discussions uncover the complexities shaping each stage of a music career. Wherever one stands, the overarching goal is to illuminate a path that respects the timeless spirit of musical expression while effectively navigating the modern frameworks that carry it to listeners worldwide. Throughout the chapters, expect to encounter a blend of pragmatic guidance and reflection on deeper themes. Strategies for networking or marketing appear alongside reminders to safeguard authenticity. Summaries of distribution methods mingle with anecdotes of how grassroots fandom can spark global awareness. Technical procedures around contracts or licensing share space with the intangible synergy that arises when artists share a collaborative spark. By weaving these multiple dimensions together, the book aspires to paint a genuine portrait of a field that is both art and business, fueled by personal passion yet sustained by collective endeavor. Whether seeking a major breakthrough, cultivating a solid niche, or merely expanding one's appreciation of the industry's intricacies, let this series serve as a roadmap. Absorb each concept in the context of your unique ambitions, glean from the successes and pitfalls recounted, and above all, remember that the strongest driving force in music remains an artist's devotion to heartfelt communication. Charts and contract clauses will always matter, but they endure in service of a deeper cause, forging emotional ties that unify audiences around the globe. In short, embrace these lessons not just as guidelines for success but as keys to melding personal creativity with the universal resonance that makes music so indispensable to human life. Lesson 1: Overview of the music industry. In the first part of this exploration, it is important to understand why the music industry is often regarded as a constantly evolving ecosystem full of creativity, business strategy, and cultural impact. It draws countless individuals who are passionate about making music, promoting new sounds, or finding innovative ways to bring artists closer to fans. Yet, it can be challenging for newcomers to navigate the landscape. This lesson aims to present a broad overview that covers how music reaches people's ears, who the key players are, and how the entire network maintains its relevance in a rapidly shifting world. As an educator who loves seeing students embrace knowledge, I find it vital to start this journey with a clear, comprehensive introduction, giving a window into each corner of this multifaceted environment. There is a need to highlight the foundations and modern developments, demonstrating that music is not just an art form but also a thriving commercial field. From the artist's initial spark of creativity to the way songs are delivered across digital platforms, every layer of this domain becomes increasingly exciting when viewed through the lens of history, culture, and emerging technology. Understanding where the industry has been, how it functions, and where it may be headed helps students see the importance of this lesson. The value does not lie only in memorizing terminologies or listing prominent record companies. Instead, the deeper advantage is found in developing a broad mindset that sees beyond just a collection of songs and the charts they inhabit. By painting a picture of how the music industry has adapted to new forms of media, cultural shifts, and technological discoveries, we set the stage for all subsequent discussions. Students aspiring to become artists, managers, producers, or even curious enthusiasts need this foundational perspective to anchor their understanding and inspire their next steps. The thrill of discovering what happens behind the scenes is a powerful motivator to keep learning. Students often approach the music industry with certain preconceptions shaped by media portrayals or personal experiences. Some might imagine it as glamorous and carefree, full of star-studded events and easily won fame. Others might focus on the cutthroat competition or the legal complexities that often make headlines. This lesson hopes to offer a balanced viewpoint, showing that all these elements intertwine and shape each other in fascinating ways. The final goal is to spark a new appreciation for how music moves from an idea in someone's mind to a performance in front of thousands, and how every note, lyric, or marketing plan is part of something bigger. It is our hope that these discussions provide motivation to keep studying how artists, industry experts, and listeners work together in this ever-evolving tapestry. The breadth of roles and services, from creative production to global distribution, demonstrates the countless paths a professional might take in pursuing a career. For that reason, these next pages of exploration aim to clarify the overarching structure, illustrating that any enthusiastic learner could carve out their niche. Perhaps a person's passion lies in songwriting, concert promotion, or understanding legal frameworks that define licensing agreements. By seeing how each function operates within the larger context, students can make informed decisions about their place in the industry's present and future. Most importantly, this lesson serves as the baseline that orients everyone, regardless of their specific interests, to the broad, interconnected framework of today's music business. Music is more than a commodity or a series of melodies. It is a universal language that speaks to human experience across geographical and cultural barriers. Thus, being involved in this industry involves not only chasing commercial success but also stewarding a form of art that resonates with millions of hearts worldwide. By keeping that dual nature in mind, where art meets commerce, we begin to grasp just how intricately woven this field is. Now we take a deeper look at specific angles of this overview, moving step by step through different areas that collectively define the music industry as we know it. The next segment will examine the fundamentals and define what we mean by the term music industry. It will explore how songs come to life, find their audiences, and become part of a broader cultural dialogue. These considerations will help anchor the rest of the lesson in real-world examples and connect theoretical insights to tangible practices. With an open mind and a learner's curiosity, we can now move further into this grand introduction that paves the way for in-depth lessons to follow. An exploration of how the music industry is defined. It is often said that the music industry is not just about singers, musicians, or even radio stations. It encompasses every activity involved in the creation, performance, recording, promotion, and distribution of music. This wide net extends to songwriters, sound engineers, promoters, music publishers, digital streaming providers, retail outlets, both physical and online, and countless others who align their efforts to bring music from studio to listener. By recognizing each collaborator's contribution, we come to see how the industry is truly a vast network of interconnected professionals. There is an interwoven cycle that starts with the concept of a piece of music. Songwriters and composers try to capture an idea or emotion in melodic form. From there, an artist or band records the track with the help of producers and audio engineers, shaping the raw composition into a polished product. Once the recording is complete, managers and label executives focus on marketing and promotional activities that help the public discover the music. Distribution companies or digital platforms then ensure listeners can access the music, whether through streaming services, downloads, or physical copies. This intricate web demands coordination, contractual agreements, and a thorough understanding of financial, legal, and cultural factors that can influence how music is discovered, monetized, and even perceived. The modern music landscape has expanded to include a rich ecosystem of creators and entrepreneurs who do not necessarily fit the traditional image of industry professionals. The rise of direct-to-fan marketing, social media, and independent distribution has empowered a new generation of musicians to launch their careers with fewer intermediaries. Although major players and established systems remain significant, they operate alongside a flourishing independent scene where artists can build audiences without enormous marketing budgets. Understanding this multiplicity of pathways clarifies that the term music industry is less a single monolith and more a diverse set of possibilities shaped by technology, artistic vision, and market demands. It is crucial to acknowledge that the music industry does not operate in isolation. It often intersects with other fields, such as film, television, gaming, and advertising, which rely heavily on music to enhance their products or services. Collaborations between sectors expand a song's audience and revenue potential, reinforcing the notion that the industry thrives when it remains flexible and open to new trends. This includes an ongoing push to innovate in terms of how music is presented live, such as immersive concert experiences or new ways of merging music with virtual or augmented reality technologies. By remaining open to these cross-industry relationships, professionals in music can adapt their strategies and stay ahead of emerging consumer expectations. In understanding how the industry is defined, it is also worth noting that competition and collaboration often go hand in hand. Businesses try to secure top talent or exclusive deals, and artists aim for attention in an overcrowded market. Yet partnerships like co-writing, co-producing, and collaborative marketing can amplify reach and reputation. This balance between rivalry and alliance exemplifies the industry's dynamic nature. Even in the earliest days of an artist's career, forging connections, building brand identity, and understanding the fluid definition of the music industry are instrumental to growth and sustainability. A global stage with local roots. Any discussion about the music industry must also consider its global reach and local significance. Music has the power to transcend geographic boundaries, and international exposure can significantly amplify an artist's success. Yet, many musicians nurture local fan bases as they develop their distinct sound and personal brand. These regional supporters often serve as a testing ground for new songs and performances, providing vital feedback that can guide an artist's broader strategies. Local communities can also be tightly knit, with venues, radio stations, and print media or bloggers championing new talent. This interplay between local identity and global aspiration shapes how musicians see themselves and plan their pathways. Globalization means that a piece of music recorded in one corner of the world can resonate with people thousands of miles away, sometimes within mere hours of its release. This can be attributed to the digital platforms that have drastically reduced barriers to international exposure. Listeners are no longer dependent on local outlets to discover new tunes, and artists are no longer confined to a single region for building their careers. Nevertheless, local culture remains influential, as trends, language, and musical traditions shape the style and context of the music. This blend of local flair and global ambition positions the music industry as an ever-shifting network, where a viral hit can come from any country and in any language, changing the notion of what is mainstream. International collaborations have become increasingly common. Artists from different cultures may join forces, blending genres and languages into a track that appeals to a wide audience. These cross-cultural ventures open new markets, help participants learn from one another, and expand the sonic palette of popular music. In some cases, multinational record labels facilitate these collaborations to harness global audiences, while in other instances, artists themselves initiate cross-border partnerships through social media connections. Either way, these examples underscore just how permeable boundaries have become in today's music world. With such a broad global stage available, there is a growing emphasis on discovering underserved markets or niche genres that have the potential to gain mainstream notice. Corporate entities and independent labels alike keep an eye on demographic shifts, digital consumption patterns, and cultural movements that might indicate where the next wave of popularity will originate. This forward-looking approach can be rewarding but also fraught with risk. Tastes evolve quickly, and what seems like a trend one moment might vanish the next. Thus, a balanced understanding of local intricacies and international dynamics provides a more stable foundation for success in the unpredictable realm of music. Beyond geographical considerations, cultural sensitivity remains essential when trying to reach audiences in different parts of the world. Language barriers, religious beliefs, social norms, and historical contexts can affect how a track is received. An industry professional who appreciates these nuances can help an artist tailor their approach or marketing message for diverse audiences, ensuring that the music resonates without causing unintended offense. This interplay of localization and globalization encapsulates a central aspect of the music industry's modern character. It is simultaneously rooted in personal identity and open to cross-border collaborations and dialogues. A brief look at the core stakeholders. To further grasp the industry's framework, one must consider the range of individuals and organizations that bring music to market. Artists are often the public face, the ones receiving applause or critiques. However, behind them stand numerous professionals, including producers, who shape the sound and direction of recordings. Managers handle day-to-day tasks, from scheduling to strategic planning, so that artists can maintain focus on their creative pursuits. Label executives oversee budgets, marketing strategies, and broader business objectives, ensuring that a cohesive plan guides the music's release. Publicists and marketing specialists shape messaging and connect artists with media opportunities. Venues, promoters, and booking agents add another layer of complexity, facilitating live events that allow fans to engage with music in real time. Live performances offer a crucial revenue source, build loyal fan bases, and provide memorable experiences that can propel an artist's career. On the business and legal side, entertainment lawyers ensure that contracts, royalties, and intellectual property rights are handled appropriately. They negotiate deals, protect artists' interests, and help navigate a regulatory environment that can vary from country to country. The presence of digital service providers and technology firms has grown exponentially with the rise of streaming services and online distribution. These entities contribute to the data-driven aspect of the industry, providing metrics on listener behavior, demographics, and engagement patterns. This information in turn guides marketing campaigns and informs artists about which regions might hold untapped potential. As technology continues to evolve, new types of stakeholders emerge, such as social media influencers who can shift listener attention through endorsements or collaborations, or virtual reality platforms offering novel ways to experience live concerts. Outside of these more direct roles, music journalists, bloggers, and cultural critics also wield influence by shaping public perceptions. They can champion emerging artists or critique established acts, potentially boosting or harming careers. Grassroots support from community radio stations or independent online reviewers can sometimes vault a little-known musician into the spotlight. The interplay of all these stakeholders underlines the point that the music industry is fueled by relationships that rely on trust, shared goals, and fair compensation. If any of these relationships suffer, the artist's success and the stability of the industry at large can be compromised. When viewed holistically, it becomes evident that no single stakeholder operates in a vacuum. Everyone from the person pressing record in the studio to the analytics team interpreting streaming data has a role in ensuring that the right music reaches the right ears at the right time. This orchestration of many moving parts can be as intricate and fragile as a symphony. Each decision, from production choices to marketing angles, is influenced by creative visions, financial imperatives, and cultural shifts. Revenue and the commercial aspect. One of the cornerstones of understanding the music industry lies in seeing how money flows. While it is true that music begins as an art form, sustainability often requires a clear strategy for earning revenue. Some revenue comes from physical or digital music sales, though physical formats have declined over the years in favor of streaming and downloads. Live performance, merchandising, and licensing to film, television, commercials, or video games have become critical sources of income. These avenues are shaped by evolving consumer habits, such as a growing preference for on-demand streaming or immersive live events. Many young creatives are surprised to learn about the complexities behind royalty collection. This involves mechanical royalties for physical or digital reproductions, performance royalties for when songs are broadcast publicly, and synchronization fees for incorporating music into visual media. Overseeing these areas often requires a well-structured support team or a trustworthy music publisher that can manage the administrative side. Negotiating favorable contracts and diligently tracking usage are essential to maximizing earnings and sustaining a career in music. If these elements are ignored, even successful artists can miss out on compensation they rightfully deserve. Brand partnerships have added another dimension to the commercial aspect of the industry. Musicians collaborate with brands that align with their image or message, resulting in sponsored concerts, music videos, or co-branded merchandise. Such deals can bring significant funding, yet they also invite questions about authenticity if the artist's music and the brand's values do not seamlessly match. When done well, these arrangements are a win-win scenario, offering the brand visibility through the artist's audience while giving the artist additional resources to produce new projects and expand promotional reach. In the streaming age, monetization has shifted dramatically. A single viral song on a major platform can generate significant income, but payouts per stream tend to be fractional, and artists may need millions of streams to see substantial earnings. This model prompts debates about fairness and sustainability, as many smaller acts struggle to make streaming financially viable. Some respond by distributing independently, crowdfunding albums, or offering exclusive fan communities that provide direct support. Understanding these revenue channels is vital for any professional who hopes to thrive long-term in the music sector, highlighting that creativity must often be paired with business acumen. Revenue is not just about what one earns but also about how those earnings are split. Contracts between artists, producers, labels, and publishers spell out the percentages for each entity. These percentages can vary widely depending on the negotiation power of each party, and they affect everything from the ability to reinvest in future projects to the resources available for marketing. Observing these revenue flows can clarify why certain genres or regions receive more commercial attention, or how an artist's management team decides on touring and promotional schedules. The more we recognize how money underpins the system, the clearer the motivations and strategies become. Technological influence and innovation. The music industry's identity is deeply tied to technology, which has consistently changed how audiences discover and consume music. The invention of the phonograph led to the mass production of records, radio broadcasting brought music into homes, and the Internet revolution has made music instantly accessible from any connected device. Each innovation has sparked new ways to market, new legal hurdles, and new cultural trends that shape public taste. Artists and professionals need to remain adaptable, often learning new tools or platforms that can provide them with an edge in a crowded marketplace. Streaming services have become one of the most prominent catalysts of change. Companies that offer on-demand listening have redefined the concept of album releases, shifting attention towards curated playlists and the potential for immediate global exposure. This phenomenon has both empowered independent musicians, who can release music without traditional gatekeepers, and challenged established labels to refine their strategies. Algorithms tailor recommendations for individual users, which opens the door for more nuanced marketing. Nonetheless, there is ongoing debate regarding the fairness of streaming payouts and how they compare to income from earlier eras. This friction propels continuous experimentation with subscription models, exclusive releases, and unique fan engagement strategies. Another pivotal area of innovation involves live performance technology. Beyond basic amplification and lighting, many musicians now incorporate advanced visuals, interactive elements, and elaborate stage design to create unforgettable spectacles. The blending of music, art, and technology can result in a holistic experience that drives fan loyalty and cements an artist's brand. Some artists explore augmented reality or virtual reality to extend their performances beyond physical venues, allowing audiences to tune in from anywhere in the world. This genre of live entertainment merges artistry and tech-savvy approaches, indicating that those who grasp both realms can significantly impact the industry's next evolution. Technology also plays a critical role in the realm of data analytics. Understanding audience demographics, listening habits, and engagement metrics allows artists and labels to refine their release schedules, choose touring locations strategically, and tailor merchandise offerings. When used ethically and creatively, this data helps guide decisions that benefit both the artist and the audience. However, relying too heavily on data can lead to a risk-averse approach, where artistic experimentation is sidelined in favor of predictable formulas. Balancing the freedom to innovate and the need for commercial viability remains a central tension in today's music industry. From automation in music composition software to blockchain-driven innovations in royalty distribution, the horizon is constantly expanding. Each new piece of tech can be seen as both an opportunity and a challenge, offering fresh ways to connect with fans but also introducing new learning curves and increased competition. The key takeaway is that music professionals who remain adaptable, curious, and responsive to technological shifts stand the greatest chance of long-term success, particularly as the pace of change continues to accelerate. The cultural and social dimensions. The music industry is not just about generating sales or streaming numbers, it is deeply embedded in cultural and social contexts. Songs have the power to shape collective identities, reflect historical moments, and express shared emotions. Throughout history, entire musical genres have emerged from social movements, influencing fashion, language, and political discourse. In this sense, the industry often finds itself navigating broader societal issues, whether they concern equality, censorship, or representation in media. Recognizing how these external factors influence consumer tastes and artistic expression helps professionals foresee trends and position themselves thoughtfully. Music can serve as a platform for activism or a channel for marginalized voices to be heard. Some artists become spokespersons for social or political causes, using their reach to challenge norms or inspire change. These expressions can attract dedicated fan followings, but they may also spark controversy or alienate certain listener groups. Record labels and promoters sometimes weigh these outcomes when deciding which artists to sign or how to market them. The interplay between commercial objectives and artistic freedom can be delicate, but history shows that taking a stand can often lead to profound cultural impact and enduring respect from audiences. Different cultures have distinct music traditions that contribute to a rich global tapestry of sounds. Pop music has achieved wide appeal, but local styles still thrive and occasionally break into the global consciousness. Exploring these cultural aspects enriches our understanding of how the music industry connects with listeners around the world. Opportunities for artists to collaborate across cultures are abundant and can lead to fresh sounds that challenge expectations. These fusions not only entertain but also expand the horizons of audiences, showcasing how music can bridge divides and stimulate curiosity about unfamiliar languages or customs. Social media platforms have added another dimension to the cultural aspect of the music industry. They allow audiences to directly engage with artists, share content, and even participate in challenges or viral campaigns that revolve around songs. This level of interactivity can accelerate trends and create global phenomena out of what initially seemed like niche ideas. Companies often invest in influencer campaigns or user-generated content strategies to harness these communal behaviors. While this can be incredibly effective, it also means that public opinion can shift rapidly, and managing a musician's online presence has become a key skill for modern industry professionals. In navigating these cultural and social dimensions, artists and music executives often need to maintain authenticity while appealing to diverse audiences. Achieving widespread success without losing a sense of identity is a balancing act that demands constant reflection and adaptation. Understanding the cultural roots of music, and the social forces that shape its reception, offers a more rounded perspective that can inform branding, marketing, and creative choices. Challenges and continuous adaptation. No overview of the music industry would be complete without acknowledging the obstacles that come with the territory. One of the most persistent challenges is piracy and unauthorized distribution, which undermine artists' revenue streams and disincentivize investment in new talent. Although legal streaming platforms have reduced the impact of illicit file sharing, piracy still exists. These ongoing threats require persistent legal and technological countermeasures. The more the industry finds fair ways to monetize music, the better it can support professional opportunities for people at every level. Another challenge revolves around the oversaturation of the market. With the internet lowering barriers to entry, countless new songs and albums are released daily. Standing out requires strategic branding and marketing, which can be daunting for independent musicians with limited budgets. Even large record labels grapple with how to efficiently allocate resources among their signed acts, sometimes leading to internal competition for promotional support. The proliferation of music has benefits, an expanded variety of styles and voices, but it also demands that artists and professionals cultivate resilience and ingenuity in order to capture and sustain audience interest. The shifting regulatory environment presents further complexity. Different territories have distinct rules governing digital rights, performance royalties, and licensing agreements. Navigating these legal differences can be especially daunting when coordinating global releases. Moreover, changes in policy can emerge suddenly, requiring quick responses from businesses. Anyone planning to build a long-term career must remain aware of new legislative developments and adjust accordingly to avoid legal pitfalls or missed opportunities. Talent development is another area that can pose difficulties. Discovering and nurturing promising new artists can be time-consuming and expensive, particularly when success is never guaranteed. Traditional record deals can provide financial support for new acts, but they often come with contractual obligations that some artists find restrictive. Independent routes offer greater creative control but place much of the financial and administrative burden on the musician. As a result, balancing these two extremes remains a perennial issue, with each approach offering distinct benefits and drawbacks. Amidst these hurdles, the music industry has consistently demonstrated an ability to adapt. From shifting from analog to digital, to embracing streaming, to finding new ways to integrate with social media and immersive technologies, it has managed to remain relevant and profitable. This adaptability is perhaps the best lesson for those hoping to enter the field. It affirms that challenges can act as catalysts for ingenuity, prompting novel solutions that reimagine the future of how music is made, shared, and cherished by global audiences. The broader educational journey for new students just starting to delve into these topics, the most important takeaway is that the music industry is enormous, interconnected, and full of paths that can lead to fulfilling careers. From a broad vantage point, we can see that each role, from the quiet technician in the studio to the boisterous performer on stage, is part of a bigger puzzle. By learning about these interconnected pieces, students can begin to see where their own skills and passions might fit. The subsequent lessons in this course will dive into more specific areas, exploring the music business's historical evolution, the nature of record deals, distribution methods, revenue streams, and emerging trends. Each of these facets is tied back to this overarching framework. Having a solid overview first will help put new knowledge into context, preventing it from feeling fragmented or inaccessible. The ultimate goal is to provide a roadmap that clarifies how everything is linked and to inspire students to keep pursuing deeper insights. Confidence building is also a crucial part of the educational experience. Many people find the music industry intimidating, as though success depends on either luck or exclusive connections. While networking and timing do matter, knowledge and persistence can be equally powerful. Learning how the system works, identifying trends, and staying flexible in the face of new technologies can level the playing field. It allows newcomers to approach potential mentors or collaborators with a clearer sense of their value and aspirations. As we move forward, students will encounter real-life case studies, interviews with professionals, and analyses of significant milestones in music business history. These details will help illustrate the tangible outcomes of decisions made by artists, labels, or producers. It will become evident that the most celebrated success stories are often built on years of careful planning, experimentation, and collaboration. These lessons also shed light on the importance of staying updated, as no single model remains static for long in an industry known for its rapid transformations. In closing, this initial perspective lays the foundation for everything to come. Students should keep these broad concepts in mind: technology's influence, global reach, stakeholder collaborations, cultural relevance, and revenue dynamics, as they journey through the following lessons. Each topic will illuminate another piece of the puzzle. By the end of the course, the aim is for every learner to feel not only knowledgeable but also empowered to find or create their own path in this vibrant and ever-evolving world of music. Reflections and future directions. Concluding our overview of the music industry, it is clear that this field is as vibrant as it is multifaceted. The spirit of invention and collaboration drives each new development, ensuring that music remains at the heart of cultural expression. Artists bring forth new sounds and ideas, producers refine the creative spark, and business professionals find ways to share the results with the widest possible audience. Labels, managers, and distributors handle the commercial aspects that keep the system sustainable, while technologies continue to expand what is possible in terms of production, marketing, and fan engagement. This cyclical process of innovation is what keeps the industry relevant, whether the listener is tuning in on a vintage record player or streaming a playlist on the latest mobile app. Looking forward, it seems evident that the line separating indie and mainstream will continue to blur. Artists once dismissed as too niche might discover overnight success through viral exposure, and large companies can harness digital platforms more efficiently than ever to propel new acts or established stars onto the international stage. The potential for cross-genre and cross-cultural collaboration grows each day, and we should expect musical styles to continue melding in unexpected ways. This fluidity will challenge our understanding of categories like pop, hip-hop, or electronic, as they merge into complex hybrids shaped by evolving tastes and creative freedoms. Another significant factor will be the ongoing balance between artistic freedom and commercial pressures. Some artists may embrace the challenge of orchestrating social media strategies, brand partnerships, and carefully timed releases. Others may prefer to focus on the pure art form, seeking alternative ways to sustain themselves outside the mainstream cycle. The beauty of the industry is that both approaches can coexist, and there is an audience for everything from experimental soundscapes to classic pop anthems. Fans, too, are playing an increasingly interactive role, championing their favorite musicians through crowdfunding, fan clubs, or viral campaigns, effectively becoming part of the promotional machinery. Observers also anticipate further integration of emerging technologies like artificial intelligence for composing or personalizing music experiences. This development raises questions about the definition of creativity when algorithms can generate melodies or chord progressions that rival human compositions. Regardless of how these technologies evolve, the human element, emotional resonance, personal storytelling, and genuine connection, will remain indispensable. Music touches people's lives in ways that data alone cannot replicate, ensuring that the human touch remains vital even in the midst of cutting-edge innovation. As you complete this first lesson, remember that this expansive overview merely scratches the surface of what makes the music industry both exhilarating and intricate. The hope is that the excitement of discovery fuels your motivation to dig deeper into each topic, ask probing questions, and develop your own viewpoints on the best paths forward. With this initial perspective in hand, we can now proceed to the next lessons, which will further dissect the structures and stories that define the music business. May this opening exploration inspire you to remain curious, critical, and creative as you embark on the rest of the course. Lesson 2: History of the Music Business. Ancient foundations of musical exchange. In the earliest periods of human civilization, the rhythm of daily life was accompanied by melodies and chants that were shared among communities. While there was no formal marketplace for these songs, traveling performers and local gatherings spread tunes between villages and towns, creating a cultural tapestry that extended beyond regional boundaries. These early performances relied on memory, passing down knowledge through oral traditions and reflecting the values, celebrations, and spiritual beliefs of the times. It was not a commercialized process in the way we understand business today, yet an exchange took shape through favors, gifts, or prestige granted to particularly skilled performers. Though records of these transactions are sparse, anthropological studies indicate that music was already serving communal and ceremonial functions, laying the groundwork for future trade in musical works. As groups began to settle and form structured societies, music became embedded in festivals, religious rituals, and governmental celebrations. Musicians could be sought after to perform for important ceremonies, occasionally earning them privileges and elevated status. These benefits were less about currency-based payment and more about what music represented in a social context. Performing for royal or noble courts meant sustenance, protection, and honor for the traveling minstrels or ensemble leaders. Because of this, an early form of music patronage appeared, with leaders understanding that supporting the arts was a way to display power, sophistication, and cultural influence. Thus, even in these primordial times, the seeds of a business-like structure were planted. Though music itself was integral to everyday life, the rudimentary concept of a marketplace for musical expression depended heavily on interpersonal connections and communal bartering. Performers would gather to share songs, sometimes receiving food, clothing, or lodging in exchange. Cultural exchange happened through the merging of regional tunes, evolving into new melodic forms that distinguished one area from another. Even though these transactions did not revolve around coins, they show that a form of value system did exist, reflecting an understanding that musical talent held a tangible worth in social and communal contexts. These foundational practices laid an intangible but important basis for how music would later be traded as a commodity. Certain archaeological findings hint that musicians would occasionally journey between distant regions, carrying tunes with them, thus enabling musical ideas to migrate. Over time, distinctive scales, harmonic patterns, and rhythmic structures influenced each other, blending into new musical styles that incorporated various cultural elements. While there was no official currency-based music economy, resourceful artists capitalized on the curiosity and hospitality of those who cherished exotic or unfamiliar tunes. In essence, the practice of exchanging music for goods or shelter foreshadowed more formal agreements that would come in later eras, reflecting a universal demand for melody in entertainment. In these ancient societies, the sense of ownership over melodies was often vague, given that compositions were passed orally and adapted freely. Composers were not always acknowledged in a strict sense, and the notion of property rights in music did not hold the same weight it would in future centuries. That said, certain revered performers or composers could develop local fame that translated into communal respect, providing them with a modest, yet significant, societal advantage. Together, these elements define a rudimentary but critical stage of music trade, where the lines between cultural expression and economic benefit began to blur. The era of court patronage and the early church's influence as societies became more stratified, a clearer patron-client structure emerged, especially in regions ruled by monarchies or influenced heavily by religious institutions. Musicians who demonstrated impressive skill might be invited to stay under the protection of a ruler's court, serving as part of an elite cultural circle. Under this arrangement, musicians and composers were offered stability, often receiving compensation in land, money, or sustained housing. This era marked a turning point, as the notion of supporting music for both prestige and personal enjoyment became a recognized part of court life. Religious institutions also played a pivotal role by commissioning sacred music to accompany rituals and ceremonies. The Church became one of the largest patrons of composers, particularly in Europe during the Middle Ages. Monasteries, cathedrals, and other religious sites required chorales, hymns, and liturgical compositions to enrich worship services. These commissions helped foster a system where music had a specified function, and composers were rewarded for their services. While not a commercial marketplace in the modern sense, these patterns created a reliable flow of support and contributed to the development of written notation, which allowed for broader dissemination of composed works. Beyond courts and religious centers, musicians also found an audience in growing urban centers, where local festivals and guild events opened avenues for paid performances. Town squares often served as public stages, encouraging the idea that skilled musicians deserved compensation for their art. Traveling minstrels or troubadours capitalized on this, showcasing new compositions and sometimes instigating friendly competition among performers. As more cities were established with thriving trade routes, the exchange of musical trends grew increasingly lively, creating a subtle push toward a more structured network of musical commerce. During this period, musical guilds began to form in certain regions, offering a framework for musicians to learn from each other, share resources, and protect their livelihoods. Similar to craft guilds for blacksmiths or carpenters, these musician guilds set loose parameters for training, fair pricing, and professional standards. Although exact regulations varied widely from place to place, the existence of these entities is another early indicator that the music profession was becoming formalized. The idea of a guild suggested that music, like other crafts, required specialized training, further reinforcing its professional legitimacy. The court and religious patronage systems, alongside emerging civic opportunities, laid vital groundwork for future commercial developments. Musicians, composers, and their patrons helped shape a precedent that music had an appreciable value, deserving financial or material support. The documents and manuscripts preserved from this era also reflect the growing importance of music literacy, further foreshadowing the importance of publishing and ownership rights. As we move into the Renaissance, these underpinnings helped guide a shift toward even more structured approaches to compensating composers and performers. Renaissance transformations and the birth of publishing. The Renaissance saw a remarkable flourishing of arts, culture, and humanistic ideals. Music was no exception, with composers experimenting more boldly with harmony and complexity. This surge of creativity coincided with technological breakthroughs in printing, leading to the birth of printed sheet music. For the first time, compositions could be reproduced relatively quickly in multiple copies, which allowed a broader range of people to study, perform, and purchase the same works. This marked a pivotal step toward what we might now consider a real music marketplace. Wealthy families and city-states supported composers, confident that the arts enhanced their social standing and promoted civic pride. The widespread distribution of printed music fed a growing market among amateur musicians and small ensembles. Although these print runs were small by modern standards, their effect was transformative. It extended the lifespan of works, allowing certain pieces to gain notoriety in regions far from where they were originally composed. Some printers specialized in music, forming the earliest for-profit businesses centered around publishing and selling sheet music. Early music publishers realized that controlling the rights to print specific compositions could be quite lucrative, spurring a rudimentary system of licensing. Composers sometimes sought exclusive deals with printers, hoping to profit from the sale of their works. Yet the legal framework for intellectual property was underdeveloped, and controversies over unauthorized reprints occasionally arose. The seeds of copyright disputes were thus planted, foreshadowing future debates that would arise in the centuries to come. In many cases, composers had limited power to enforce their rights, relying heavily on the goodwill or business ethics of publishers. These changes broadened the audience for music. Not only nobility or clergy, but also educated middle-class enthusiasts could purchase sheet music to be performed at home on new instruments such as the harpsichord. In an age that valued artistic expression, hosting musical gatherings became a point of social prestige, propelling demand for new compositions. This scenario created momentum for a more professionalized approach to music production and distribution. Composers who excelled at writing widely appealing pieces often earned commissions and achieved a level of renown that brought with it invitations from various patrons. While patronage remained a dominant force, the inception of music publishing introduced the notion that music could be sold as a discrete product. It laid the groundwork for more advanced commercial systems, sowing the seeds of competition among publishers and encouraging composers to cultivate distinct styles or niches. The Renaissance environment, with its merger of cultural renewal and technological advancement, sparked the earliest components of a truly market-driven music business. These roots would expand significantly in the Baroque and Classical eras, leading to even more professionalization and entrepreneurial ventures. Rise of concert halls and public performances. Moving into the Baroque and Classical eras, Europe saw the construction of grand concert halls that began to welcome paying audiences. Although private court performances continued, the evolution toward public concerts reshaped how music was funded and appreciated. Distinguished composers and performers could now command ticket sales, thereby achieving financial independence from court or religious patrons. This liberation paved the way for famous figures to cultivate reputations that spanned cities, even countries, with notable examples including composers whose public concerts drew substantial crowds. These performances were not solely about music but also about social engagement. Aristocrats and commoners mingled in these grand halls, drawn together by a shared appreciation for new compositions and virtuosic displays of technical skill. Organizers realized that a well-advertised concert featuring popular musicians could become a profitable venture, encouraging more frequent events. This cycle stimulated the formation of early impresarios who oversaw ticketing, venue booking, and publicity. Though not as systematized as modern promoters, these individuals laid the groundwork for concert promotion as a specialized field. As audiences grew, new economic models emerged. Subscriptions to concert series provided a reliable source of revenue, and donors seeking to associate their names with cultural prestige supported orchestral societies or sponsored specific recitals. This blend of public funding and private investment greatly expanded musical opportunities. Skilled musicians could tour various cities, capitalizing on their reputations to earn additional income. Touring soon became a recognizable pathway for a composer or performer to broaden their fan base, create relationships with influential patrons, and secure more frequent commissions. It also heightened demand for printed concert programs and new sheet music arrangements designed for the public's enjoyment. These developments were especially prominent in cultural hubs like Vienna, London, and Paris. Prestigious venues gained reputations for attracting the best talent, and successful appearances in these locales could catapult an artist to international fame. The concept of a star performer started to take hold, where individuals were celebrated not just for the composition but also for their charismatic stage presence and virtuosic abilities. Eager audiences paid premium prices to witness these talents firsthand, thereby creating a localized market for music that prized novelty, star power, and exclusivity. The broadening appeal of public concerts solidified the idea that music was a commodity with independent commercial value. No longer solely reliant on aristocratic or ecclesiastical patronage, musicians could design their careers around public appreciation, ticket sales, and royalties from published compositions. While this model is distant from the complexities of today's global music industry, it contains many of the fundamental principles: star-driven marketing, audience engagement, diversified income sources, and the essential role of publicity. These foundations would continue to expand with the Industrial Revolution and the eventual arrival of recording technology. Industrial Revolution and the sheet music boom. The Industrial Revolution in the 19th century accelerated changes in music consumption. Manufacturing innovations led to cheaper printing, which allowed for larger, more efficient production of sheet music. Middle-class households, particularly in Europe and North America, often included a piano, making domestic music making a widespread pastime. Owning and playing popular tunes became a marker of social refinement, and publishers capitalized on this trend by aggressively marketing sheet music for the latest hits, ballads, or classical compositions adapted for amateurs. This era witnessed a surge in profitable publishing houses that specialized in music. Popular songs from operettas or vaudeville acts frequently translated into best-selling sheet music, sparking fierce competition among publishers for exclusive rights to the next big tune. Composers could sign deals that ensured a steady flow of income, though contracts were often skewed in favor of the publishers. The idea of generating substantial profits from a single piece of music became more established, highlighting the increasingly important role of intellectual property in the business of music. Along with publishing, improvements in transportation facilitated touring on a broader scale. Trains and steamships allowed musicians to reach distant regions more quickly, taking their music to fresh audiences. Business-minded entrepreneurs recognized the potential in organizing large-scale tours, complete with scheduled stops in multiple cities. This infrastructure supported ambitious endeavors like opera companies traveling internationally or ensemble orchestras performing for diverse cultural audiences. In many ways, the Industrial Revolution introduced the blueprint for global music distribution, even though the primary product remained live performance and sheet music rather than recorded audio. This period also saw the expansion of musical education. Conservatories and private lessons became more accessible, fueling demand for printed scores and instructional materials. The synergy between teaching, performing, and publishing created a self-reinforcing cycle. As more people learned to play instruments, the market for new sheet music grew, motivating publishers to invest further in promoting composers and compositions. Despite the continued importance of patronage in certain circles, the music business was evolving into an increasingly consumer-driven industry. Still, the Industrial Revolution brought challenges. Pirated editions of popular scores flooded the market, undercutting legitimate publishers. Though copyright laws were improving in some countries, enforcement was rarely robust, allowing unscrupulous printers to profit from unauthorized reproductions. Composers and legitimate publishers lobbied for better regulations, albeit with mixed success. Even so, the overall commercial momentum of this era was unmistakable, and it set the stage for the single greatest disruptor yet to come, recorded music technology, which would completely transform how audiences engaged with and purchased music. Invention of recording technology and emergence of record labels. The late 19th and early 20th centuries introduced groundbreaking inventions such as the phonograph and gramophone, which allowed for the capture and playback of sound. Thomas Edison's phonograph prototype first demonstrated that sound waves could be recorded on a wax cylinder. Over time, innovators refined these technologies to use discs and eventually mass-produce them, ushering in a brand new facet of the music business, recorded music as a physical product that could be sold, stored, and replayed indefinitely. Early record companies emerged to handle the production and distribution of these discs. At first, the repertoire was limited and often featured classical pieces or popular vaudeville acts. Record labels scrambled to sign talented singers and musicians whose performances could be captured on disc, effectively granting them a monopoly on sought-after recordings. These early labels recognized that ownership of masters, the original recordings, was essential to controlling royalties and licensing. The concept of intellectual property took on greater significance, and record contracts began to formalize how artists were paid for their performances. While the sound quality of early records was modest, consumers were thrilled by the opportunity to bring music into their homes without needing to play an instrument. Demand soared, leading to rapid improvements in recording techniques and record pressing processes. Marketers used bright labels, illustrated album covers, and celebrity endorsements to entice buyers. The star system, previously tied mainly to live performance, grew exponentially. If a singer recorded a best-selling disc, they became a household name, often spurring additional products such as sheet music adaptations or cameo appearances in early films. This technology did not come without resistance. Some traditionalists feared that recorded music would devalue live performance, seeing it as an inferior product that stripped away the immediacy and intimacy of concerts. Despite skepticism, the convenience and novelty of recorded music won over many fans, cementing the phonograph as a disruptive innovation in the music marketplace. In a sense, this tension between new technology and traditional forms of music consumption has repeated through history whenever a new medium or platform emerges. In parallel, radio broadcasting was on the horizon, further expanding audiences for recorded music. Early radio stations sought content to fill airwaves, turning to record labels for material. While it initially offered free promotion for record companies and artists, the question of royalty payments soon appeared, igniting debates that shaped the legal and financial frameworks of broadcasting rights. These early interactions between radio and record labels laid the groundwork for how technology and media would remain intertwined with the commercial side of the music business for decades to follow. Golden Age of Radio and major label dominance. By the 1920s and 1930s, radio had become a dominant cultural force, broadcasting music and entertainment programs to households around the globe. This development dramatically broadened the reach of performers and opened new promotional pathways for record companies. Major labels, sensing the potential in radio's extensive audience, formed strategic partnerships and invested heavily in marketing their artists through popular programs. Radio hosts, backed by sponsors, showcased rising stars and top hits, often driving album sales and turning songs into national phenomena. During this era, a few record labels rose to dominance, in part by leveraging exclusive recording contracts that locked top talent into multi-year deals. These major labels controlled distribution networks, had formidable marketing budgets, and established relationships with radio stations, newspapers, and magazines. They created a structured talent pipeline where new artists were scouted, groomed, and promoted, sometimes at the expense of creative freedom. In exchange, artists gained resources for recording, access to prestigious venues, and the chance to tap into a well-oiled promotional machine. While independent labels existed, they struggled for mainstream recognition, lacking the capital and media connections possessed by the majors. Songwriters and publishers also found new opportunities for revenue in the radio era. Popular tunes that caught the attention of listeners would prompt immediate demand for sheet music, record purchases, and later, concert appearances. Radio play became a decisive factor in shaping musical tastes, and the star system thrived on this fresh medium. Many stations featured live studio sessions, bridging the gap between the concert hall and the living room, and further elevating the status of radio-friendly artists. Despite these advantages, artists often found themselves in complex, restrictive contracts that favored the labels financially. Many did not fully understand the long-term implications of royalty rates and ownership of masters. With scarce alternatives for large-scale distribution, most emerging performers accepted these terms, valuing the exposure and potential for national fame. This dynamic set the stage for eventual conflicts over artist rights and fair compensation, issues that continue to reverberate in the industry. This golden age of radio intersected with the Great Depression and World War II, shaping how people consumed entertainment. Music served as both an escape and a unifying force, and radio provided free access, significantly lifting morale in tough times. As a consequence, the power held by major labels and radio networks grew, weaving music more deeply into the fabric of daily life. This confluence of commerce, culture, and technology built the momentum for what would happen next, the post-war explosion of new genres like rock and roll, which introduced even more dramatic changes to the music business landscape. Rock and roll revolution and the youth market. The decades following World War II saw sweeping social and cultural shifts, with young people carving out a distinct identity. Emerging technologies like portable radios and improved record players fueled an ever-growing appetite for new music styles. The rise of rock and roll in the 1950s epitomized this transformation, reflecting a blend of African American rhythm and blues influences with country elements, resulting in an energetic sound that resonated strongly with teenagers. This marked one of the first times a youth-driven market reshaped the entire music business. Major labels initially hesitated to embrace rock and roll, seeing it as a passing fad or something too volatile to integrate into their established catalogs. Independent labels, however, recognized its potential, signing artists who would pioneer the genre. In time, massive commercial success was undeniable, prompting the big labels to pivot their strategies to include rock acts, ensuring they did not miss out on this lucrative trend. Radio stations realigned their programming, giving prime slots to rock and roll hits, and fueling excitement that translated into record sales, concert tours, and a rebellious cultural identity. Artists became vehicles for marketing and mass appeal, reflecting changing norms in fashion, attitudes, and social issues. The youth market, armed with disposable income and a hunger for self-expression, eagerly purchased singles and LPs. Consequently, the music business saw an uptick in overall sales, enabling both majors and independents to flourish if they were agile enough to keep pace with consumer demands. New subgenres emerged, each with its own audience, from surf rock to early soul. This diversification broadened the commercial scope of the industry, forcing labels to adapt or risk losing out on new listening demographics. The newly formed synergy between record labels, radio, and a vibrant youth culture highlighted a more integrated approach to music promotion. Television also entered the mix, featuring shows that showcased rock and roll performances, catapulting certain artists to stardom almost overnight. Live concerts reached new levels of spectacle, with large venues filling to capacity. Thanks to the economic boom of the post-war years, disposable income and consumer confidence soared, further driving sales of records and concert tickets. A new era had dawned, one where the tastes of teenagers could dominate and direct market forces. Despite the commercial explosion, this period was not free from challenges. Artists continued to wrestle with contract limitations, and the music itself ignited moral panics in some quarters. Debates swirled around whether the emerging sounds were corrupting youth or undermining traditional values. But the cultural genie was out of the bottle. Rock and roll paved the way for the British invasion, Motown, and other movements that would shape the latter half of the 20th century. It also reinforced the importance of the youth market, an insight that continues to drive modern marketing strategies. The digital age, CDs, Napster, and beyond with the arrival of the compact disc, CD, in the early 1980s, the music business experienced another transformation. This new format promised higher fidelity sound and durability compared to vinyl records or cassettes. Major labels saw the potential for a profitable shift, as consumers repurchased albums they already owned in older formats. Retailers expanded their music sections to accommodate the booming demand for CDs, pushing sales revenue to extraordinary heights during the late 80s and 90s. The era was marked by lavish marketing campaigns, multi-platinum album sales, and massive global tours funded by robust label budgets. However, this prosperity was soon disrupted by the emergence of digital file-sharing networks in the late 1990s, most famously Napster. Music could be converted into MP3 files and exchanged freely among users worldwide. This dramatic leap in technology triggered a crisis within the industry, as labels saw their revenue threatened by rampant piracy. Lawsuits were filed, and a wave of legal and technological measures attempted to rein in unauthorized sharing. Yet the genie was once again out of the bottle. Music digitization had become a reality, rewriting the rules of distribution and consumption. In response, legitimate digital platforms began to emerge, offering paid downloads in an effort to convince consumers that legal purchasing was both morally and technically feasible. The launch of iTunes in 2003 and the subsequent popularity of the iPod aligned with an era of convenient, on-the-go music. Listeners could purchase individual tracks rather than entire albums, further altering how labels packaged and marketed their products. Even though digital sales began to rise, they did not fully offset the decline in physical media profits, forcing the industry to adapt in new ways. The 2000s also saw a proliferation of online marketing channels. Artists and labels used social media to connect with fans directly, bypassing some traditional gatekeepers. This shift democratized aspects of the business, allowing independent artists who understood online promotion to gain followings. Crowdfunding platforms allowed fans to finance new projects, and user-generated content on platforms like YouTube gave fresh exposure to both established musicians and newcomers. While these changes empowered creators, they also introduced complexities around monetization, intellectual property rights, and a general expectation that music might be available for free or at very low cost. The digital revolution forced the industry to rethink fundamental concepts like album sales, promotional strategies, and the role of record labels. Revenue streams diversified, with increased emphasis on touring, merchandise, licensing, and brand partnerships. Labels that could embrace these new realities found ways to survive, while others could not keep pace and were absorbed by competitors or disappeared altogether. Though turbulent, this era introduced new norms that set the stage for the next major leap in music consumption: streaming platforms. Streaming and contemporary reflection streaming services emerged in the late 2000s and early 2010s, fundamentally redefining how music is accessed. Companies like Spotify, Apple Music, and later newcomers offered vast catalogs of songs on demand, accessible from virtually anywhere with an internet connection. The convenience and affordability appealed to consumers, leading to a cultural shift where music ownership became less important than immediate access. For many listeners, building a personal library of digital or physical albums gave way to curated playlists and algorithm-driven recommendations. This shift posed both opportunities and challenges for artists and labels. On the one hand, streaming opened a global audience, allowing even niche genres to find fans in distant regions. On the other, per-stream payouts are typically modest, requiring millions of streams to generate substantial income. This new business model ushered in intense discussions about fairness, transparency, and the long-term viability for both emerging and mid-level artists. Major labels adapted by negotiating licensing agreements, often securing favorable deals for their highest-profile acts, whereas independent artists relied on aggregator services to get their tracks placed on streaming platforms. Simultaneously, the social media era continued to evolve. Platforms such as Instagram, TikTok, and Twitch allowed artists to share behind-the-scenes content, live-stream performances, and even collaborate with influencers outside the traditional music press circuit. Viral dance challenges could catapult a song to the top of the streaming charts, introducing new ways to measure success beyond album sales or even radio play. Analytics tools provided real-time data on listener demographics and location, enabling more targeted promotional efforts. Live performance, merchandising, and direct fan interactions became vital revenue streams, balancing out the relatively low financial returns from streaming. The nature of record deals has also evolved. Some artists now sign 360 deals, which give labels a percentage of all artist revenue, including touring, merchandise, and endorsements. Others release music independently, building grassroots fan communities. Large labels remain powerful due to their marketing muscle and industry connections, but the path to recognition no longer hinges exclusively on their approval. This diversity in approach highlights an industry that has come a long way from the era of exclusive court patronage, forging a labyrinth of opportunities and obstacles for creative individuals. With each decade, the music business has illustrated remarkable resilience, bending and flexing in response to fresh inventions and shifting cultural norms. A clear lesson emerges from this history: adaptation is key. Whether confronting the introduction of recorded discs, the rise of radio, the growth of rock and roll, the shift to digital downloads, or the streaming revolution, each major disruption has reshaped the roles, revenue flows, and creative possibilities for everyone involved. The story of the music business is, at its core, an ongoing testament to human creativity and enterprise, with new chapters constantly unfolding. Looking ahead to future innovations examining the long sweep of history, it becomes evident that every innovation, from printed sheet music to streaming, has sparked a recalibration in how music is produced, distributed, and consumed. With the continuous development of artificial intelligence, virtual reality concerts, and other immersive experiences, the next chapter promises to be equally transformative. Artists may find fresh ways to interact with fans through interactive albums, virtual meet and greets, or real-time collaborative songwriting. Record companies might adopt novel revenue models that bundle subscription content, merchandise, and exclusive experiences. At the same time, debates around artist compensation, intellectual property, and gatekeeping will likely persist. If history is any indicator, new technology rarely eliminates these tensions, rather, it reframes them in the context of modern possibilities and ethical considerations. Governments and industry bodies will continue to negotiate regulations that balance the interests of creators, platforms, and consumers. Grassroots movements or independent coalitions may push for more equitable royalties, greater transparency, or new ways to define and distribute ownership rights. The ongoing rise of globalization suggests that cross-cultural influences will continue to expand. Genre blending, multilingual collaborations, and overseas marketing strategies are already part of the mainstream. Emerging markets, fueled by expanding internet access and mobile device usage, could birth tomorrow's superstars, shifting the traditional centers of music power. This global flow of ideas and sounds can yield rich creative exchanges while also requiring industry professionals to remain culturally attuned and adaptable. As younger generations become increasingly digital savvy, their approach to music discovery and engagement evolves. Short-form video content can highlight snippets of songs, driving streams or downloads. Virtual influencers and artificial intelligence-generated artists may offer novelty and shape new fan dynamics. Skeptics might worry about losing the soul of music in such highly mechanized or artificial scenarios, yet history has shown that authenticity finds a way to flourish. True emotional resonance endures as a crucial factor in a song's success, even in technologically driven landscapes. The story of the music business is far from finished. Each chapter builds on the layers of what came before, revealing a cumulative narrative of shifting patronage models, innovative technologies, and expanding audience participation. This rich tapestry has shaped the modern marketplace in which new ideas are constantly tested. By appreciating the lessons of history, students and aspiring professionals gain a deeper perspective of the industry's cyclical nature and strengthen their ability to anticipate future shifts. The past reminds us that while change is inevitable, adaptability and a clear sense of purpose can guide one's path in an ever-evolving music world. Lesson 3: Roles in the industry. Artists, producers, labels. Music draws people in with its melodies, emotions, and ability to form connections among diverse listeners, yet its creation and promotion involve a vast network of players. While artists, producers, and labels stand at the forefront, numerous other professionals also contribute to making the industry run smoothly. Understanding the distinct roles and responsibilities of each contributor lays an essential foundation for anyone seeking to pursue a career in music or deepen their appreciation of the processes behind the art form. This lesson focuses on three central pillars: artists, producers, and labels, examining how each interacts with the others. The purpose is to illuminate the underlying relationships, align expectations, and showcase the synergy needed for crafting songs, building brands, and, ultimately, sharing music with the world. By studying these roles in detail, aspiring professionals can envision clearer pathways and develop strategies for their individual journeys in the industry. The multifaceted identity of the modern artists live at the heart of the music industry by virtue of being the creative engine for original sounds, performances, and personas. Their ideas form the foundation of what eventually transforms into a polished song or concert performance. Yet artists often hold multiple identities that expand their responsibilities and influence. Some write their own songs, while others collaborate with professional songwriters or prefer to bring existing compositions to life through their distinct vocal style or instrumental expertise. In addition to purely musical tasks, artists frequently manage social media, engage with fans, and coordinate media appearances in order to establish and maintain visibility in a competitive field. These responsibilities extend beyond the stage, as the modern audience often craves authenticity in direct interaction through digital platforms. Artists draw upon personal experiences or shared cultural moments to compose works that resonate with audiences. They balance public image with genuine self-expression, a tension that requires constant reflection. Decisions about style, genre, and visual presentation can impact how fans and industry insiders perceive them. Some performers prefer an intimate approach, writing and producing music that reflects personal narratives, whereas others focus on large-scale productions, adopting grand personas that fit arena tours or major music festivals. This range of approaches demonstrates the flexibility and scope of what being an artist can entail. While some artists crave full creative control, the practicalities of the industry often require collaboration and compromise. Producers, managers, and labels usually provide input on the structure of a song, the length of an album, or the marketing strategy for a new release. The artist's willingness to incorporate external advice may shape how a project evolves. Maintaining an open mind while preserving core artistic values is crucial to achieving outcomes that satisfy both the creator's vision and commercial expectations. The interplay between creativity and pragmatic business decisions defines much of an artist's day-to-day life. Beyond the creative elements, an artist's role involves cultivating relationships with fans and media outlets. Interviews, live chats, and video updates become vital channels for maintaining visibility and stoking interest in upcoming releases or tours. Establishing a consistent presence across multiple platforms can forge loyalty, as supporters feel personally connected to an artist's journey. This sense of direct engagement can generate momentum in album sales, event ticket purchases, and streaming numbers. In a cluttered market, fans often gravitate to artists who not only deliver quality music but also provide a narrative or persona they can relate to. The reality of the modern artist's workload underscores that success requires more than just talent. Sustaining a musical career hinges on strategic planning, collaborative thinking, and resilience. Artists must adapt to shifts in audience preference, new technological platforms, and the evolving nature of music consumption. They also need to identify beneficial professional partnerships, seeking individuals who share their creative vision without stifling it. Recognizing this complexity helps one appreciate that an artist is not merely a voice on a track or a face on an album cover. They are entrepreneurs, storytellers, and community builders, always balancing their craft with the demands of an ever-changing industry. Creative collaboration between artist and producers work closely with artists to shape the overall sound and direction of a recording. While an artist may supply the raw material, be it a melody, chord progression, or set of lyrics, the producer's expertise helps refine that material into a final product that resonates with listeners. Producers often bring valuable technical skills, such as engineering know-how or proficiency with music software, which allow them to suggest arrangement tweaks, adjust tempos, or experiment with layering effects. Yet their role extends well beyond simple technical tasks. They also serve as creative advisors, encouraging artists to explore new directions or refine weaker elements to heighten a track's impact. In some cases, producers may have a prominent creative presence in their own right, and it is not uncommon to encounter producers who are recognized as influential figures shaping trends in music. Their ability to see the bigger picture of how multiple tracks fit together on an album, or how a single might chart, can guide an artist who might be overwhelmed by choices. This guidance provides an invaluable outside perspective, helping an artist realize the potential hidden within a nascent idea. Producers might recommend instrumentation that brings a fresh dimension to the composition, suggest structural changes that highlight the chorus, or recommend a particular vocal approach to suit the track's message. A beneficial partnership between artist and producer also requires interpersonal chemistry. Creative synergy depends on open communication, mutual respect, and a shared vision for the outcome. Each party must trust that the other has the same goal, to create music that stands out artistically and resonates commercially. Occasionally, creative conflicts arise when an artist envisions a raw or unpolished aesthetic while a producer aims for a more mainstream polish. The best solutions often involve compromise, where both the producer's instinct for market-friendly tunes and the artist's desire for authenticity shape the final piece in a way that satisfies everyone. While the producer's guidance can be profound, the line between supporting the artist and overshadowing them can be delicate. Producers with strong creative identities sometimes shape a project so fully that the artist's unique voice risks being diluted or lost. Artists must stay clear on their own identity and communicate it effectively, ensuring that the production choices made do not betray their core artistic purpose. Conversely, a producer might have valuable insights that challenge an artist's initial assumptions. Striking the right balance ensures that the synergy elevates the music rather than diluting its essence. Producers also manage logistical matters, such as budgeting for studio time, hiring session musicians, and coordinating schedules. This project management function can be as crucial as the creative guidance they offer. By handling these tasks, the producer lifts a burden from the artist, who can then focus more on performance and songwriting. The relationship can become a partnership of equals, each offering distinct but complementary skills that enhance the final product's quality. When done effectively, this collaboration between artist and producer becomes a defining factor in whether a track or album resonates in a crowded marketplace. Labels. The powerhouses behind music distribution. Record labels exist to facilitate the creation, distribution, and promotion of music, effectively bridging the gap between artists' creative outputs and the commercial sphere. They invest resources in an artist's success, financing recording sessions, marketing campaigns, and sometimes tour support. Their role might include overseeing the physical and digital distribution of music, negotiating contracts with streaming platforms, and coordinating with publicists to ensure media visibility. This comprehensive involvement often helps an artist navigate the complexities of the industry, especially when scaling up from grassroots beginnings to widespread recognition. Labels vary in size and reach, from multinational corporations operating globally recognized divisions to smaller, independent entities with a specialized niche. Major labels typically boast robust budgets, far-reaching networks, and established influence in key markets. Their ability to secure prime radio slots, negotiate favorable streaming deals, and orchestrate large-scale promotional events can propel an artist into mainstream visibility at a faster pace. In contrast, independent labels often provide more personalized attention, artistic freedom, and niche market expertise. This distinction means that choosing a label partnership is rarely about bigger automatically being better. It hinges on matching an artist's style, needs, and career goals with the right resources and ethos. Despite their vast resources, labels also face challenges in an industry where technology and consumer behaviors shift rapidly. The emphasis on digital streams and social media engagement requires that even well-established entities adapt to novel distribution channels and promotional methods. These transformations have spurred labels to explore new deals, such as 360 agreements that secure a share in all facets of an artist's revenue, from touring to brand endorsements. By diversifying their income streams, labels aim to remain profitable in an era where traditional record sales have declined, and streaming payouts are often fragmented. One key function of labels lies in risk management. When they sign an artist, they invest not only in recording but also in branding, marketing, and long-term career development. This financial risk can be substantial, especially if the artist does not achieve the expected level of success. Hence, labels often conduct market research and rely on data analytics to predict an artist's potential. These calculations inform contract negotiations, royalty splits, and marketing budgets. While decisions like these can sometimes feel impersonal or purely profit-driven, they underline the reality that labels function as businesses seeking return on investment. Because of their significant role in an artist's career, labels can wield considerable influence over creative direction. Some require artists to collaborate with in-house producers or songwriters, while others might advise them to focus on specific genres more likely to chart. This influence has sparked debates over whether certain deals stifle artistic exploration. However, labels can also serve as crucial advocates, opening doors that would remain closed to many independent musicians. A well-structured label partnership can provide the financial support, promotional clout, and industry connections necessary to elevate a talented artist from obscurity to stardom in a remarkably short time. Management, the essential middle ground. While artists, producers, and labels often garner the spotlight, music managers typically operate behind the scenes to ensure daily operations run smoothly. Managers serve as intermediaries, juggling tasks such as contract negotiations, scheduling, budgeting, and liaising between the artist and other industry professionals. Their oversight frees artists to concentrate on creative work, knowing that key business decisions and relationship-building activities are in capable hands. Managers also handle logistics for tours, media appearances, and commercial partnerships, coordinating each detail so that the overall brand remains cohesive and well-managed. The manager's role often involves strategic guidance. Artists may be brimming with ideas for content, tours, or collaborations, yet might lack the industry knowledge to refine these ideas into realistic projects. Managers step in by offering a grounded perspective. They analyze market trends, weigh the financial implications, and evaluate timing. Their experience helps determine whether it is wise for an artist to invest in a particular opportunity, release a single at a specific moment, or adapt their social media approach. In some cases, managers function almost like personal coaches, keeping artists motivated while also setting boundaries that ensure they do not burn out. Given the fast-paced environment, a manager must maintain a wide network of contacts in booking, public relations, distribution, and beyond. Negotiations with venues, festival organizers, or streaming platforms often proceed more smoothly if the manager is known and respected within the field. This reputation can be critical in securing favorable terms or high-profile event slots. Managers may also scout potential alliances with brands or sponsors that align well with an artist's image. These partnerships can open up alternative revenue sources, an important consideration in an age where record sales alone seldom sustain a career. Managers can also help foster productive relationships between the artist and the label. In scenarios where creative visions clash with business realities, managers might mediate discussions or propose compromises. Because they focus solely on the artist's welfare, managers can champion the artist's interests while acknowledging that the label must see a return on its investment. When tensions arise, a skilled manager navigates them tactfully, preserving valuable connections without sacrificing the artist's integrity. This careful balancing act can be instrumental in maintaining healthy long-term partnerships. Modern managerial roles are not restricted to established professionals. Some artists operate as their own managers when starting out, learning the ropes by trial and error. Others hire friends or family to handle basic tasks in the early stages. While these informal arrangements may suffice for a time, the complexity of the music industry often necessitates eventually bringing in specialized experts. Understanding how a manager fits into the broader ecosystem helps artists and producers anticipate challenges, identify meaningful opportunities, and keep the wheels turning without stalling on routine hurdles. Navigating the legal landscape, an often overlooked but essential aspect of the music industry, concerns the legal framework that governs rights, obligations, and compensation. Given that artists, producers, and labels all aim to protect their interests, contracts form the backbone of their interactions. From signing an artist to a record deal, to agreeing on royalties for a co-produced track, every major collaboration demands clear, legally binding documentation that lays out expectations and potential risks. This ensures all parties understand their share of the revenue, who controls the creative assets, and how conflicts should be handled. Artists typically enter into agreements that address ownership of masters, distribution rights, merchandising options, and royalty splits. A well-crafted contract can safeguard the artist's income while also providing the label or producer with fair returns on their investment. Producers might sign separate agreements specifying their royalty share and credit for each track. Sometimes, a producer might receive a flat fee, while in other cases, they might earn a percentage of the song's earnings for its entire lifespan. These details can dramatically influence long-term financial security, making it critical to review contracts with professional lawyers who specialize in entertainment law. Labels often have the upper hand in contract negotiations, especially when dealing with emerging artists eager to sign. Their legal teams meticulously craft language to minimize risk and ensure that the label's investment is protected. While many deals offer artists genuine opportunities, there can be terms that significantly limit the artist's freedom or slice into potential earnings. Certain clauses may tie an artist to an extended contract period, or demand multiple album releases under the label's oversight. This dynamic underscores the importance of having experienced legal counsel who can identify problematic clauses and negotiate terms that are more balanced. Intellectual property law is another crucial dimension. The ownership of master recordings, publishing rights, and even trademark rights for an artist's name can become contentious if not addressed up front. Artists often discover the ramifications of these agreements only when trying to switch labels or license their music for commercials and films. Understanding these details early allows artists to make informed decisions that avoid future disputes. For example, clarifying who holds the publishing rights to a composition can determine the flow of royalty income years after the original release. The legal side also intersects with international considerations. In a global market, an album might be sold or streamed in multiple countries, each with its own rules on copyright durations, performance rights, and revenue collection. For labels operating globally, monitoring these legal variations is part of protecting their catalogs. Artists may also find themselves dealing with multiple collecting societies, requiring careful navigation of each jurisdiction's licensing requirements. Although these complexities can seem overwhelming, a solid legal foundation allows all parties to forge long-term, mutually beneficial partnerships that support creativity while respecting each stakeholder's contribution. Day-to-day realities in the studio. Within the confines of the recording studio, artists, producers, and sometimes label representatives converge to shape raw material into finished tracks. This environment exemplifies the collaborative nature of the industry, where each participant contributes unique expertise. The artist's role is to channel authentic expression, whether through vocals, instrumentation, or both. Producers guide the process, listening for technical and creative nuances that can be refined. Audio engineers handle microphones, consoles, and software, ensuring each element is captured at the highest quality. At times, label executives might observe, offering feedback grounded in market research or overall branding strategies. Studio sessions can feel magical yet meticulous. An artist might pour their heart into a vocal take, only for the producer to suggest multiple retakes aimed at capturing subtle differences in pitch, tone, or emotion. This iterative process can be both exciting and draining, as the desire to perfect a track battles with practical constraints such as budgets and deadlines. Producers often maintain a calm yet firm approach, orchestrating the session so that progress remains consistent without stifling spontaneous creativity. The atmosphere in a studio can significantly impact the final outcome, with comfortable settings leading to better performances and tense environments sometimes hindering them. Decisions regarding instrumentation, arrangement, and sonic texture are made at this stage. A seemingly minor choice, like adding a particular percussion element or layering harmonies, might become the defining characteristic of the entire track. Producers and artists must remain flexible, prepared to discard a previously cherished idea if it no longer aligns with the evolving direction of the piece. Some studios also bring in session musicians whose specialized talent can elevate a composition. These hired professionals follow directions from both the artist and the producer, contributing their own interpretations where appropriate, further enriching the tapestry of sound. Time management in the studio is crucial, as each hour can be costly. Producers or the label might set a fixed number of days for recording, mixing, and mastering. Within that window, the team must complete multiple songs to the desired standard. This schedule can cause stress, particularly if creative breakthroughs occur late in the process or if unforeseen technical problems arise. The ability to pivot swiftly and remain productive under pressure speaks to the high level of professionalism required. Many artists recall early sessions where they learned the hard way that discipline and organization matter almost as much as raw musical talent. The studio setting also proves a fertile ground for developing mutual respect among collaborators. When an artist witnesses how a producer shapes a rough idea into a sonic masterpiece, or when a producer sees an artist's authenticity come through in a pitch-perfect performance, trust builds. This trust can extend beyond a single project, evolving into long-term working relationships that define both parties' reputations in the industry. Ultimately, the studio is where artistry meets pragmatism, forging songs that will later be tested by listeners, critics, and the market at large. Marketing and promotion, a collective effort successfully launching a song or album requires a unified effort from artist, producer, and label, along with a broader team that can include publicists, digital marketers, and tour organizers. Whether an artist is brand new or an established name, competition is fierce, and capturing listener attention is no simple task. Effective marketing balances a compelling narrative about the music with strategic planning for how and when to release it. These campaigns can range from a grassroots social media push for independent artists to multi-pronged global launches orchestrated by major labels. The artist's public persona often serves as the focal point. Fans want insight into the creative process, behind-the-scenes photos, and personal stories that connect them to the music on a deeper level. Many marketing plans, therefore, incorporate social media takeovers, video diaries, or interactive Q&A sessions. Producers can assist by sharing content related to the recording process, offering glimpses of the more technical side. Labels typically coordinate broader strategies, such as scheduling press interviews, negotiating brand endorsements, or planning performances that coincide with the release date. This synergy ensures that each piece of content has a consistent message, style, and visual identity. Digital platforms play a critical role in modern campaigns. A carefully timed single release on streaming services can generate buzz if placed in influential playlists. Engaging with fans through short-form videos can spark viral trends. An artist might also partner with well-known content creators or influencers, expanding their reach to demographics that might otherwise remain untapped. These partnerships require careful curation, as any misalignment between the artist's brand and an influencer's persona can harm credibility. Labels and managers conduct thorough research to ensure that any collaboration resonates authentically with target audiences. Touring remains an integral component of promotion, particularly once an album gains traction. Live concerts are not only revenue-generating events but also chances to cultivate loyal fan bases. Energy and intimacy at a live show can transform casual listeners into dedicated supporters who purchase merchandise and follow the artist's future projects. Producers might support touring by creating backing tracks or helping orchestrate live arrangements that match or creatively diverge from the recorded versions. Labels generally handle venue bookings, ticketing, and partnerships with local promoters. This combined approach ensures that each performance amplifies the momentum built online and through media channels. Analytics and feedback loops feed into promotional decisions. Data from streaming numbers, social media engagement, and ticket sales can guide mid-campaign adjustments. Perhaps a track is unexpectedly popular in a certain region, prompting the label to add new tour dates or invest in localized advertising. If an online influencer's post garners a positive response, they might be invited to collaborate more extensively. This iterative method highlights the industry's ever-evolving nature, where success hinges on interpreting real-time feedback and pivoting effectively. In the end, marketing and promotion serve as extensions of the core creative work, connecting the final product to audiences eager to discover new music. Evolving relationships in a changing industry. As technology continues to reshape the music landscape, the relationships between artists, producers, and labels are in constant motion. Where once a label might have wielded almost all decision-making power, the rise of digital platforms has empowered independent pathways. An artist can self-produce a track, distribute it online, and market it through social media with minimal gatekeeping. In response, major labels now offer flexible deals that accommodate artists' desires for more control or reward them for generating online momentum. Producers, too, have adapted, offering remote collaboration services and bundling production with content creation for digital campaigns. Even within established label-artist relationships, the power dynamics may shift when an artist demonstrates consistent commercial success. With proven fan bases, these artists can negotiate more favorable deals, demanding ownership of masters or larger royalty percentages. This trend highlights a more artist-centric era, though it also requires the artist to bear greater responsibility in marketing, brand building, and day-to-day management tasks. Producers find themselves diversifying as well, perhaps creating sample packs, managing publishing catalogs, or releasing their own music. This fusion of roles can expand creative possibilities, but it also blurs lines of responsibility, requiring clear communication to avoid confusion or disputes. Collaborations between artists and producers can now happen across continents, facilitated by high-speed internet and ever-advancing software tools. Remote sessions are increasingly common, letting participants share files back and forth, discuss ideas in real time via video call, and refine tracks at a flexible pace. While this structure offers convenience and cost savings, it eliminates some of the organic synergy that emerges from face-to-face interaction. Still, many have adapted effectively, embracing digital solutions while occasionally convening in physical studios for final touches and deeper relationship building. Labels, for their part, may focus on building global rosters and forging partnerships with foreign entities to access new markets. They often rely on local expertise to adapt marketing and promotional strategies to cultural nuances. In these scenarios, a producer might step into the role of cultural mediator, suggesting ways to blend musical elements that appeal to international audiences without diluting an artist's authenticity. The industry is no longer siloed by geographic boundaries. Success in one market can quickly spread to another, especially if the label harnesses the right online channels. Amid these evolving structures, the fundamentals of mutual respect and clear communication retain their importance. Rapid shifts can bring uncertainty and heightened competition, but they also present opportunities for innovation. Artists who remain flexible, producers who explore new methods of collaboration, and labels that adopt modern business models all stand to thrive. By recognizing that the core relationships still revolve around creating, refining, and sharing music, stakeholders can navigate the changes without losing sight of what originally drew them to this vibrant field. Building sustainability and long-term success in a climate where trends shift quickly, sustainable careers require robust planning and adaptability from artists, producers, and labels alike. Artists may explore diverse revenue streams such as merchandise, sync licensing, crowdfunding, or even education, using their music platform to branch into multiple ventures. Producers can establish libraries of sound samples for licensing, or extend their expertise to mixing and mastering services for independent musicians. Labels might broaden their portfolio by signing more diverse acts, organizing label-branded festivals, or forming subsidiaries tailored to niche genres. Each approach creates resilience, ensuring that reliance on a single income source does not jeopardize an entire operation. Financial management is a key factor in any sustainable plan. An artist who sees a sudden uptick in income from a viral song might be tempted to spend lavishly, only to find their career trajectory leveling off or changing course soon after. Working with accountants, lawyers, and financial advisors helps maintain stability and ensures that creative opportunities remain open in the long run. Producers, too, can develop systems for invoicing, royalty tracking, and budgeting studio time, preventing the financial pitfalls that can disrupt promising collaborative relationships. Relationships with fans often play a decisive role in longevity. Cultivating a loyal base who genuinely cares about an artist's musical journey can safeguard a career against market fluctuations. Producer-centric fan communities also exist, where followers appreciate the unique sound design or production style that a certain individual brings. Labels that demonstrate commitment to their artist's growth, rather than simply chasing quick hits, often see payoffs in the form of enduring partnerships and a stronger overall brand identity. These stable connections enhance word-of-mouth promotion and encourage fans to stick around through stylistic or personal evolutions. Networking and collaboration continue to be important pathways for growth. Even established artists and producers can learn from fresh voices, while newcomers benefit from mentorship and exposure through seasoned industry professionals. Labels that organize writing camps or collaborative sessions among their signed talent can foster creative breakthroughs, forging alliances that sometimes exceed the scope of initial projects. This culture of shared knowledge and reciprocal support often cements a community's status as a reliable hub for emerging trends. Ultimately, the diverse professionals who make up the music industry all play vital roles in sustaining its vibrancy. Artists provide the creative spark, producers refine and elevate that spark, and labels offer the infrastructure that expands its reach. Each function, when aligned with a sense of shared purpose and mutual respect, can lead to music that resonates beyond fleeting fads. Recognizing that the industry is an ecosystem helps each stakeholder make choices that not only serve their immediate goals but also contribute to a healthier, more dynamic environment in which everyone has the chance to grow and flourish. Lesson 4: Major record labels versus independent labels. In an industry as vast and layered as music, there are countless paths to getting a song from the studio to the ears of listeners around the world. One of the most defining choices an artist or producer can make is whether to partner with a major label or seek an alliance with an independent one. While both models strive to champion and distribute music, they are shaped by distinct histories, organizational strategies, and cultural philosophies. Understanding these differences is crucial for anyone who hopes to navigate the business side of music successfully, whether as an artist, producer, manager, or curious observer. The contrasts between major labels and independents revolve around funding, reach, creative control, and market positioning, among other areas. These variances illuminate why certain artists decide to join global conglomerates, whereas others remain committed to the less formal, more artist-centric environments that independence can provide. Deciding which path to take often hinges on specific goals and values. An artist who desires worldwide recognition, significant financial backing, and specialized industry support might favor a major label's resources. Meanwhile, another artist may find freedom in the creative autonomy and closer personal relationships characteristic of indie labels. No single choice is definitively superior, rather, each offers a unique blend of pros and cons that must be weighed carefully. In an era where digital channels have redefined how fans discover new music, both major and independent labels have adapted their strategies, competing side by side in a dynamic environment. This lesson delves into the major distinctions between these two sectors, exploring their histories, operational models, and the ways they shape the artistic journey. With a solid grasp of what sets these label types apart, students will be equipped to chart career plans or simply better appreciate the complexities behind every release. Tracing the rise of major record companies unveils how business consolidation and technological evolution created powerhouse entities that can exert influence on a global level. Investigating the ethos of independent labels reveals a tapestry of passion projects, niche markets, and creative havens that give voice to art forms not always aligned with mainstream tastes. Both routes have cultivated iconic legacies in the music world, from megastars with platinum records to cult favorite indie musicians who have cultivated fiercely loyal fan communities. By examining the choices artists face, we can better appreciate the overarching structure of the industry and discern how music manages to travel from concept to cultural phenomenon. Cultivating a deeper perspective on label systems. The music business can be seen as a network of alliances, each partnership working to propel songs toward commercial and artistic success. Major labels and independent labels occupy separate but interconnected spaces, often cooperating or competing in a fluid marketplace. Majors represent a long history of mergers, acquisitions, and corporate expansions that have consolidated power into the hands of a few multinational entities. This structure enables them to function like full-service entertainment corporations, offering artists everything from distribution and promotion to merchandising and synchronized licensing opportunities. However, in an industry that values creativity, there is always space for the unique perspective and intimate relationships that smaller labels provide. In looking at how labels operate, it is helpful to highlight that they serve multiple roles simultaneously. They finance recording sessions, offer marketing support, manage publicity campaigns, and coordinate with various platforms for digital and physical releases. Majors use their sizable budgets to maintain in-house teams dedicated to publicity, A&R, artists and repertoire, marketing, and legal affairs. Indies, though smaller, often rely on flexible networks of external collaborators and specialized boutique agencies, making them agile and able to pivot quickly when a new opportunity arises. These operational strategies deeply influence how an artist's work is presented to the public and how resources are allocated throughout the creative cycle. Though there are distinct differences, overlap also exists. Some independent labels form partnerships or distribution deals with major labels, granting them access to the latter's resources while retaining a measure of autonomy. These hybrid arrangements can be beneficial, allowing an indie to keep its curated identity in close-knit atmosphere while leveraging the marketing machinery of a corporate giant. Majors, for their part, often invest in or outright acquire successful indie labels to expand their catalogs and access fresh talent. This interplay demonstrates the layered nature of the label ecosystem. Even a strongly independent brand might be partly owned by a major, thus blurring the lines between the two categories. The decision to align with a major or an indie can shape every aspect of an artist's career trajectory. Distribution deals with major labels often lead to wide-reaching exposure in mainstream markets, but they can also mean that the label holds a bigger share of royalties. Independent contracts, on the other hand, may offer better royalty splits and give artists more creative freedom, but funding for large-scale promotional campaigns might be limited. These trade-offs highlight that label choice is both a business and a personal decision, involving balancing the desire for broad success with the importance of artistic integrity and ownership. Understanding these dynamics can be vital for those planning future steps in music. Whether one aspires to be an artist, producer, or executive, recognizing the structural differences between major and indie labels reveals how deals are constructed, how marketing campaigns are executed, and where gaps in the market might exist. It also creates a blueprint for how to respond to changing trends. In a marketplace that evolves rapidly due to digital innovation, the notion of label identity remains a powerful force that shapes listeners' perceptions, media coverage, and even the creative spirit driving each album. A brief history of major label consolidation. The modern landscape of major record labels can be traced back to the late 20th century, when a series of mergers and acquisitions drastically reshaped the industry. Large corporations realized the financial potential of controlling vast music catalogs, which included both current hits and timeless classics. This consolidation gave birth to an ecosystem where only a handful of companies, often referred to as the Big Three in today's climate, dominate the global market. These companies manage multiple subsidiary labels, each focusing on different genres, demographics, or regional markets. This layered approach allows them to target diverse audiences, maximizing profit and ensuring a continuous flow of new talent. Consolidation was driven partly by technological changes, such as the rise of compact discs, which brought immense revenue to labels during the 1980s and 1990s. Companies saw the value in pooling resources to optimize production, marketing, and distribution, thereby reducing costs while expanding their market reach. As the market shifted toward digital downloads in the early 2000s, these conglomerates again leveraged their massive catalogs to control digital rights, forging partnerships with online music stores. Later, as streaming services emerged, they negotiated licensing agreements that governed how royalties were divided, maintaining substantial influence over how music reaches consumers. This corporate environment often revolves around a quest for hit records and superstar artists. Majors have historically been known to invest significant funds in developing new talent, organizing large-scale promotional campaigns, and supporting artists through global tours. By focusing on potential blockbusters, these companies try to offset the risks associated with new signings. When an artist flourishes, the return on investment can be massive, from record sales to merchandising and branding deals. However, some critics argue that this high-stakes approach can lead to formulaic music releases that prioritize commercial viability over artistic exploration. Despite concerns about homogenization, major labels have undoubtedly steered some of music's biggest cultural waves, from the earliest radio powerhouses to contemporary pop icons. Their foothold in major markets across continents grants them the leverage to shape popular trends, placing certain genres or subgenres into the global spotlight. These corporations also engage in strategic marketing that extends beyond music, forging relationships with film studios, television networks, and major brands. As a result, they have the capacity to turn an emerging musician into an international celebrity at a pace that would be difficult for an indie label to match. Amidst this consolidation, smaller or mid-tier labels that once competed independently either closed down, merged into larger groups, or aligned with bigger partners to ensure survival. Not all of these transitions were smooth. Some smaller rosters were dropped if they were deemed unprofitable, and a number of creative voices found themselves lost in the shuffle. Nonetheless, for artists who crave a grand stage and global recognition, partnering with a major remains a tantalizing prospect. They gain access to large promotional budgets, professional teams, and established connections, powerful tools for those seeking mainstream stardom. The independent label tradition. Indie labels trace their lineage back to the early days of recorded music but truly blossomed in the latter half of the 20th century. They emerged as a reaction to the commercial priorities of larger corporations, embracing niche styles and cultural movements that majors often overlooked. By taking creative risks on unconventional sounds, they carved out thriving scenes in everything from punk rock and underground hip-hop to experimental electronic music. These tight-knit communities often revolved around a shared ethos of artistic freedom, authenticity, and collaboration, principles that continue to guide many independent outfits. Unlike major labels that operate under corporate structures, independent labels typically run on lean budgets and rely on passionate teams who juggle multiple responsibilities. One individual might handle A&R, publicity, and accounting, all while forging personal relationships with the artists. Decision-making can be faster, more direct, and less entangled in bureaucracy. This agility helps indies adapt to emerging trends or cultivate new genres before they become mainstream. It also empowers them to pursue artists who might be overlooked by larger entities due to perceived commercial risks. The emergence of digital distribution further leveled the playing field, offering indie labels an avenue to reach listeners worldwide without needing to press vinyl or CDs in large quantities. Early online platforms provided a stage for obscure acts to cultivate dedicated global fan bases, transforming local scenes into international phenomena almost overnight. Many independents embraced this new technological reality eagerly, experimenting with streaming platforms and social media marketing strategies. This forward-thinking mindset helped them survive industry-wide shifts that took some larger corporations by surprise. One of the key strengths of an independent label lies in its capacity to foster community. Artists who sign to these labels often express a sense of belonging to a creative collective, bound not just by contractual obligations but by mutual support and respect. Collaboration flourishes under such an environment, as label mates may frequently work together, share gigs, or provide artistic feedback on each other's releases. In certain cases, this camaraderie extends to fans as well, who appreciate the label's distinct identity and become loyal supporters of multiple acts under its umbrella. The flip side of this tighter-knit, passion-driven model is that resources can be scarce. Some indie labels struggle to finance marketing, tour support, or sophisticated recording setups. They may rely heavily on grassroots efforts, word of mouth, and viral buzz to reach new audiences. Yet this constraint sometimes sparks ingenuity, pushing artists and label staff to find unconventional ways of promotion. In many respects, this resourcefulness helps define what makes indie labels appealing. They exude authenticity and champion artistry that might not fit neatly into mainstream frameworks. These dynamics show that while the road under an indie banner can be challenging, it can also be deeply rewarding for those who value creative control and genuine musical expression. Financial backing and the quest for creative control when deciding between a major and an independent label, one of the most significant factors is the level of financial investment available. Major labels are known for their deep pockets, which can facilitate expensive music videos, extensive marketing campaigns, and well-funded tours. This kind of substantial support can elevate an artist's profile rapidly, propelling them toward mainstream success. However, funding often comes with strings attached, such as recoupment clauses where the label recovers its initial investment before the artist sees significant royalties. This model can saddle artists with debt if their projects fail to generate enough revenue to cover these costs. Indie labels, while often lacking the capital to bankroll extravagant campaigns, typically operate under a more flexible and less profit-driven mindset. They may offer artists more equitable royalty splits or reduced recoupment pressures, ensuring that creators see earnings more quickly. Some independents will negotiate deals in which the artist retains rights to their masters or keeps a substantial publishing share. This arrangement not only improves income potential but also grants artists a stronger say in how and where their music is used. However, with fewer resources comes a larger reliance on the artist's capacity to manage or coordinate aspects of their own career that a major would normally handle. Creative control represents another pivotal consideration. Major labels frequently weigh in on which singles to release, what style of music to prioritize, and which producers or co-writers to involve. They justify these interventions by citing industry data, focus group feedback, and established market patterns. While this can help shape a commercial product that appeals to wide audiences, some artists feel stifled by these constraints. At an indie label, the artist's vision generally carries more weight, though this might mean foregoing the professional polish or commercial advantage that a major's input can offer. Artists must consider not only how they want to sound but also how they wish to be marketed. Majors often employ elaborate branding strategies, tying an artist's image to broader lifestyle narratives. Fashion endorsements, media tie-ins, and publicity stunts can catapult someone to fame but may risk overshadowing the music itself. Independents tend to focus more on building an authentic community of listeners, leaning into an artist's genuine persona and trusting that the music will speak for itself. This difference in promotional philosophy highlights another dimension of creative control, the power to define one's public image. In seeking balance, some artists sign distribution-only deals with major affiliated companies. This approach offers them the promotional channels of a larger entity while letting them maintain a DIY spirit in creative decisions. Others might prefer a licensing deal in which they retain ownership of the masters, ceding only limited rights to a label in exchange for promotional support. These nuanced pathways underscore the complexity of weighing financial backing against artistic autonomy. Every arrangement has trade-offs, and each step demands a thorough understanding of contractual terms to avoid inadvertently ceding too much control. The role of scale in marketing and distribution. When weighing the pros and cons of major versus independent labels, scale plays a defining role, especially in the realms of marketing and distribution. Major labels benefit from substantial networks, forged over decades of industry presence, that enable them to quickly disseminate music to international markets. They maintain close ties with prominent media outlets, streaming platforms, and promotional partners, maximizing an artist's potential for exposure. This scope of reach proves especially valuable when launching high-profile campaigns, as it allows a single or album to appear simultaneously on radio stations, in online ads, and across social media channels worldwide. Independent labels, on the other hand, may not command the same broad resources or immediate global presence. Still, they often excel at grassroots marketing and community building within targeted niches. By focusing on specific audiences and speaking directly to fans who support a particular genre or cultural movement, indies can generate an intense level of loyalty. This targeted strategy might not lead to the same Billboard scaling numbers that a major campaign can achieve, but it does create strong, engaged communities that can sustain an artist's career over the long term. Smaller marketing budgets also encourage out-of-the-box thinking, resulting in creative campaigns that stand apart from more uniform corporate strategies. Distribution follows a similar pattern. Majors hold established relationships with physical retailers, online stores, and streaming services, ensuring swift placement of new releases. Their digital and physical distribution pipelines can handle massive volumes and coordinate global launch dates seamlessly. They also boast in-house teams who manage metadata, catalog organization, and logistical details, reducing the burden on artists. Independents, while lacking this scale, often partner with distribution companies specializing in independent music. These partners provide the technical framework for releasing music across digital platforms, manage inventory for vinyl or CD pressings, and negotiate terms with retailers that cater to niche or specialty markets. Even with robust marketing or distribution pipelines, success is not guaranteed. Listeners' tastes are fickle, and the modern media environment is cluttered with new releases vying for attention. Majors attempt to cut through the noise by putting significant muscle behind select artists, betting on their potential to generate a return. Indies often rely on slow-burn word-of-mouth or organic social media engagement, trusting that quality music will resonate. Both approaches can succeed or fail depending on the competition, timing, and cultural trends. The choice of label becomes a question of alignment. Does an artist's music lend itself to massive promotional efforts, or does it flourish best in curated, tightly knit communities? Scale also intersects with how labels handle analytics and data-driven marketing decisions. Major labels typically invest in sophisticated data analysis to identify emerging markets, pinpoint key demographics, and optimize campaigns for maximum engagement. Independents, while also embracing analytics, might adopt a more hands-on approach, directly interacting with fans to glean insights. Both methods can yield valuable information, but the difference in scope affects how that data is employed. Majors might aim for top chart placement and broad commercial impact, while indies often strategize around cultivating a sustainable, loyal fan base in selected segments. Navigating contractual landscape and ownership across the board, contracts serve as the backbone of label-artist relationships, defining who owns the music, how earnings are split, and what obligations each party holds. Major label contracts tend to be complex, often requiring multiple album commitments and specifying intricate recoupment terms. These agreements can entail lower royalty rates for the artist, though the promise of large promotional budgets and high-profile marketing often justifies these percentages. Labels may also retain ownership of masters, meaning the artist could lose some control over how their music is licensed or repackaged later. This arrangement might pay off handsomely if sales or streams surge, but it can be restrictive for artists who desire long-term ownership and flexible licensing options. In the independent realm, contracts are frequently shorter and more artist-friendly, reflecting the label's focus on creative collaboration rather than sheer revenue maximization. Many indie deals allow artists to retain ownership of their masters or at least secure better royalty splits. This arrangement can provide greater autonomy, ensuring that artists have a say in licensing negotiations for commercials, films, or other media. However, the trade-off might include less guaranteed funding for recording and promotion, placing a heavier burden on the artist to seek alternative income sources or personally manage parts of the release cycle. When things go well, this arrangement fosters higher profit margins for the artist and a sense of empowerment in steering their career. Negotiation power often depends on the artist's existing track record, social media presence, or viral success. An artist who has already built a significant online following might walk into contract talks with leverage, demanding more favorable terms regardless of whether they are dealing with a major or indie. Conversely, a newcomer with no proven audience could find themselves accepting stricter clauses to secure any deal. For producers, contract negotiations center around royalty points, credit, and potential co-ownership of masters, which can significantly affect long-term earnings. Both parties, artist and producer, must pay close attention to clauses regarding creative approvals, release schedules, and termination rights. The concept of a 360 deal highlights another contractual nuance. Under such arrangements, the label not only profits from music sales but also takes a cut of revenue from touring, merchandise, and other ventures. Majors often propose these deals to offset declining sales, arguing that they invest in an artist's overall brand and deserve a share of related income. Some artists view this as fair given the label's comprehensive support, while others feel it encroaches too heavily on earnings from non-music endeavors. Indie labels rarely adopt 360 structures, preferring to keep deals focused on recorded music and perhaps some licensing or publishing aspects. Regardless of whether an artist opts for a major or an indie, thorough legal counsel is non-negotiable. Industry lawyers can decipher dense contract language, highlight potential pitfalls, and propose amendments that safeguard an artist's interests. In many cases, the question is not simply whether to sign but rather how to ensure that the chosen agreement aligns with one's career goals and personal values. In a rapidly changing business environment, the right contract can be the difference between a short-lived fling with success and a sustainable, evolving career that grants both financial and artistic rewards. Artist development approaches. The path an artist takes from obscurity to recognition can vary considerably depending on the label's philosophy and resources. Major labels often have formal artist development programs, though these have evolved over time. In the past, a label might nurture a promising act for several years, paying for voice coaching, stage training, and songwriting sessions. The contemporary trend, however, often hinges on finding artists who have already cultivated a strong presence on social media or through independent releases. Once signed, the label refines what already exists, strategically shaping the artist's image and sound to appeal to a mainstream audience. This approach can accelerate success but sometimes sacrifices the slow, organic growth that allows an artist to hone their craft and identity. Indie labels, conversely, are often more patient with artist development. Their rosters might include acts that appeal to a smaller audience at first but can steadily gain traction through word of mouth. Because of fewer corporate pressures, independents can afford to allow artists to experiment and take creative detours. They might encourage an artist to release multiple EPs or singles before committing to a full-length album. This model can be especially appealing for musicians seeking to evolve at their own pace, though it also means that any leap to mainstream popularity might take longer. Some artists value this incubation, believing it helps them refine their music authentically without feeling rushed to appease mass-market tastes. Artist development also involves intangible elements like mentorship and the cultivation of a supportive community. In major label environments, an artist might be paired with top-tier producers or influential collaborators who can share insights on crafting radio-ready hits. Meanwhile, in indie spaces, development often takes the form of label-organized workshops or retreats, where artists exchange ideas and provide each other with feedback. This collective approach fosters camaraderie and can lead to unique collaborations that shape entire underground movements. The differences in philosophy here reflect broader label identities, one oriented toward commercial success, the other dedicated to communal artistry. Market research and data analytics also feature in development plans. Majors invest heavily in tracking audience metrics, enabling them to tailor an artist's promotional rollouts to specific regions or demographics. This data-driven strategy can bring efficient results, propelling an artist onto mainstream charts. Independents may track data in simpler ways or rely on direct fan engagement, gleaning insights from responses at live shows and on social media. While they may not command the sophisticated systems of a major corporation, they often compensate with intuitive, grassroots-level awareness. These diverse approaches speak to the essence of the music industry's creative tensions, balancing commercial imperatives with an artist's desire for authentic growth. By examining these frameworks, aspiring musicians and producers can identify which environment best aligns with their goals. Some artists flourish under the structure and resources of a big corporation, whereas others discover their true voice in the intimate, risk-taking culture of an indie collective. Regardless of the chosen path, recognizing the nuances of artist development remains pivotal in charting a sustainable and fulfilling musical journey. Cultural impact and legacy. Major record labels have historically driven large-scale cultural moments, guiding the rise of superstars who become household names. From legendary pop icons to genre-defining rock bands, these entities have held immense power in shaping mainstream tastes and global musical trends. With access to high-end marketing and distribution channels, they can embed new sounds into the public consciousness swiftly, influencing fashion, slang, and even political conversations around the world. Their successes often serve as cultural landmarks, generating multi-generational nostalgia tied to chart-topping hits or era-defining albums. Indie labels, though smaller in financial scope, have played an equally vital role by fostering innovations that challenge or expand the mainstream. They have provided platforms for avant-garde experimentations, championed counterculture movements, and promoted regional styles before they caught the wider world's attention. The legacies of many influential genres, such as punk, grunge, and certain strands of electronic music, can be traced back to small labels that took a chance on atypical sounds. Over time, some of these styles permeated the mainstream, illustrating how underground currents can eventually shape the broader cultural landscape. This dynamic interplay between major and indie spheres ensures the music scene remains vibrant and continually evolving. Both types of labels contribute to the long-term preservation of music. Majors amass extensive catalogs that include timeless classics, which they frequently reissue, remaster, or license for films, commercials, and soundtracks. These re-releases can spark revivals or help new generations discover older material, extending a song's cultural lifespan. Independents also archive distinctive recordings that, while not necessarily enjoying universal appeal at the time of release, become cult classics admired by fans and historians alike. By supporting minority or marginalized voices, they help document cultural moments that might otherwise be overlooked. These archives enrich the tapestry of music history, reminding future audiences of the richness and diversity of artistic expression. Public perception of major versus indie labels has evolved, influenced by consumer values and changing marketing narratives. While some fans remain skeptical of large corporations, accusing them of commodifying art, others acknowledge their role in enabling global-scale achievements. Similarly, though indie labels often enjoy a reputation for authenticity, critics might point to insular scenes that can be resistant to change. In reality, these characterizations are too broad to apply universally. Each label, regardless of size, harbors its unique culture, ethos, and track record. At times, the lines blur when a small label becomes unexpectedly successful or a major invests in niche projects that defy commercial norms. Ultimately, the cultural impact and legacy of each sector come down to how well they capture the spirit of the times while nurturing enduring artistry. The story is less about big versus small and more about how effectively labels, artists, and producers connect with audiences. A classic album can emerge from either sphere, shaping personal memories and national dialogues alike. By recognizing these mutual contributions, one can appreciate that the music industry thrives when multiple pathways to success exist, each offering a distinct vantage point on the creative possibilities of sound. Current trends and future outlook. The modern music landscape reflects a blend of tradition and technological revolution, forcing both major and indie labels to continually adapt. Streaming services have led to new forms of data-driven marketing, guiding promotional strategies in almost real time. For major labels, this shift has reinforced their emphasis on securing prime placement on curated playlists and forging deals with tech giants to ensure visibility. Meanwhile, indie labels have discovered that streaming can level the playing field, allowing them to reach international listeners without needing a physical distribution network. This dual effect has spurred new alliances, experiments in subscription-based fan communities, and collaborations that break genre barriers more than ever before. Another trend lies in direct-to-fan engagement. Artists, whether signed to a major or an indie, find themselves using social media platforms to share updates, host live streams, and cultivate personal connections with followers. Majors have launched digital marketing divisions that analyze streaming stats, user engagement, and social media sentiment to refine their strategies. Independents, true to their smaller scale, often excel at direct interactions, responding to fans one-on-one or setting up virtual listening parties. This real-time feedback loop can inform future musical directions, bridging the gap between audience and creator like never before. The advent of new technologies such as blockchain and NFTs, non-fungible tokens, shows promise for redefining ownership and revenue models. While still in the early stages, these innovations could allow artists to retain greater control over their work, selling digital collectibles or splitting royalties automatically via smart contracts. Majors have begun to test these waters, seeing opportunities for novel forms of monetization. Independents, too, might leverage these decentralized frameworks to maintain creative autonomy and strengthen fan relationships. Although the long-term implications are uncertain, the continuing digital upheaval ensures that both major and indie labels must stay nimble and open-minded. Genre hybridity stands out as another hallmark of the current era, with artists blending styles that once lived in separate corners of the industry. Majors frequently encourage cross-genre collaborations to expand an artist's reach, aiming to tap into multiple fan bases simultaneously. Independents champion more experimental fusions that push boundaries, often unencumbered by commercial expectations. The result is a vibrant musical culture where collaborations occur across continents and languages, reflecting the increasingly global nature of the audience. This interplay not only influences what gets produced but also how it's marketed, with labels tailoring strategies to resonate with culturally diverse fan communities. Looking forward, it is clear that both major and indie labels will remain integral to the music industry's infrastructure. They serve distinct but complementary purposes, offering varied solutions for artists who hold different visions of success. Technology will continue to spark new business models, and the lines between major and indie may blur further as acquisitions, joint ventures, and distribution partnerships reshape the market. Yet the essence will remain. Individuals devoted to elevating musical talent will strive to connect songs with listeners, whether through the might of a corporate powerhouse or the intimacy of a small collective. Those who understand and respect these dual legacies stand poised to make the most informed decisions in shaping the future of music. Reflections on choosing your path. After exploring the differences between major record labels and independent labels, one can see that both structures fulfill essential functions in the music ecosystem. Although majors boast unparalleled resources and worldwide reach, they often require significant creative and financial compromise. Independents, conversely, provide a more flexible space where artists can retain artistic control yet might face constraints in budget and exposure. Neither path is universally superior, and many artists find success in either domain, or in a hybrid model that borrows elements of both. Clarity of personal goals is key. An artist whose aspiration is to perform in stadiums, dominate the charts, and collaborate with internationally renowned producers might lean toward a major label, benefiting from its grand marketing apparatus. Another artist who wants to cultivate a deep creative bond with a small team, experiment without commercial pressure, or maintain a closer connection to fans might feel more at home with an indie. Similarly, a producer might choose to freelance with multiple indies, enjoying variety and artistic freedom, or sign an exclusive deal with a major, benefiting from corporate-level budgets and high-profile projects. Evaluating how each label type aligns with one's genre, audience, and career stage can be invaluable. Emerging artists with a unique sound might find the grassroots approach of an indie more suitable, allowing them to refine their craft and build a dedicated fan base slowly. Established acts can leverage a major's clout to rekindle their career or break into territories previously out of reach. Even long-time independent artists sometimes collaborate with major labels for specific projects to expand their profile while maintaining their creative roots elsewhere. Keep in mind that the trajectory of the music industry is not linear. Some artists begin with a major, grow frustrated with the corporate environment, and subsequently shift to an indie to regain control. Others evolve in the opposite direction, starting independently, cultivating a local following, and signing with a major once the momentum can carry them further. Each route offers lessons about creative identity, financial literacy, and relationship building within a competitive marketplace. For this reason, staying well-informed about contracts, budgeting, and marketing strategies is vital regardless of where one initially lands. In the end, both major and indie labels hinge on the same core principle, enabling music to reach listeners and resonate with their lives. The labels serve as bridges connecting creative talent to global audiences. By understanding the strengths, limitations, and cultures of each environment, artists and producers can make informed decisions that honor both their ambitions and their art. The multifaceted nature of the modern music industry means that no two journeys look the same, and that diversity enriches the broader musical landscape. Lesson 5: Music genres and their markets. Music shapes cultures, influences social movements, and provides an avenue for listeners to express their identities. Exploring diverse genres and understanding their markets allows us to see how audience preferences evolve, how certain styles become mainstream, and how unique sounds remain influential in specific regions or subcultures. This examination offers a window into the wide array of human creativity, manifesting in countless melodies and lyrical themes that span the globe. Observing the evolution of different styles reveals trends that shift with generational changes, technological innovations, and cultural crossovers. By looking at the business dimension of these various genres, we see that success in each market hinges on understanding its roots, reaching the right audience, and staying authentic to the qualities that initially drew listeners in. Bringing fresh perspectives to these genres can inspire entrepreneurs, producers, and artists to consider how their music might bridge styles or introduce new cultural elements. Listeners can find joy in discovering lesser-known musical niches, while artists can see potential paths to innovation by blending familiar traditions with fresh ideas. The relationship between genre and market also underscores that a song's commercial performance is never solely about hitting the right notes. It is about tapping into an existing or emerging listener base that resonates with the themes, aesthetics, and energy conveyed through the music. In studying these landscapes, one also uncovers how technological shifts, cultural movements, and industry gatekeepers have shaped the fortunes of different genres over time. The journey through these musical territories highlights the fluidity of genre labels. While each style carries distinct characteristics, cross-pollination among genres has become increasingly common. In some cases, new categories emerge from these overlaps, drawing fresh audiences. Other times, purists might resist hybrid forms, leading to debates about artistic integrity or the purity of a sound. Either way, the commercial potential often hinges on whether a genre resonates with listeners on an emotional or cultural level. There is always room for reinvention, and many iconic musical breakthroughs have resulted from unexpected fusions of established styles. The global nature of modern music distribution means that a track originating in one corner of the world can suddenly resonate with fans thousands of miles away. This expanded reach transforms local scenes into international phenomena, sometimes creating entire sub-communities of listeners who coalesce around a genre's unique energy. When we look at niche movements or specialized styles, we realize that the concept of a mainstream audience is no longer the only barometer of success. Some genres thrive in smaller ecosystems that champion authenticity, regional pride, or underground status as points of loyalty. As we delve further into these categories and their markets, it becomes evident that each offers distinct avenues for artistic expression, commercial strategy, and cultural impact. In this lesson, we will explore various dimensions of music genres and their markets, focusing on how they form, how they adapt, and how they reach an audience that resonates with their sound. By dissecting these aspects, students can form a broader understanding of how commerce and creativity coexist within different styles. In doing so, they will also see how innovations in technology and changes in listener behavior have allowed certain genres to flourish where they once may have stayed confined to local scenes. We will examine the intricate relationships among genre, culture, and marketplace, revealing that these categories are neither static nor one-dimensional, but dynamic forces that shape musical evolution and business opportunities alike. Introduction to Genre Classification and Cultural Identity. The classification of music into genres offers listeners, creators, and marketers a starting point for understanding the nature of a composition. Labels such as rock, hip-hop, jazz, or country emerge from shared stylistic and thematic traits. Yet, these classifications are never entirely fixed. Over time, many of these categories become umbrella terms, encompassing various substyles that carry their own distinct sounds and followings. Such complexity indicates that genre labels serve not just as marketing tools but also as social identifiers that connect communities of fans around the world. Cultural identity often intertwines with genre. Styles can reflect the history, struggles, celebrations, or folk traditions of particular groups. This connection between music and culture means that a listener does not always choose a genre merely for its melody but for the sense of belonging it provides. By aligning with a genre that speaks to their background or worldview, individuals can affirm personal identity. Artists who draw upon cultural roots give their music authenticity, carrying forward legacies that may date back generations, reimagining them for a modern audience. Commercially, this cultural linkage also translates into loyal fan bases. A genre that grows out of a tightly knit community may evoke strong devotion, leading to consistent ticket sales, merchandise revenue, and word-of-mouth promotion. These fans are more than casual listeners, they often become ambassadors for the style, spreading it to new audiences who are curious about unfamiliar cultural expressions. In many cases, such genres thrive in both mainstream contexts and underground circuits, with each layer of the audience finding different aspects to appreciate. As technology and travel connect different corners of the world, cultural exchanges become more frequent. Genres that once remained local secrets now receive global attention through online streaming, social media, or viral dance challenges. Listeners far removed from the style's origin might embrace it purely for musical appreciation, while local fans maintain deeper connections rooted in shared heritage. This blend of localized authenticity and global reach can transform a previously niche style into an international trend, showcasing how genre classifications are porous and ever-evolving. Debates around appropriation and authenticity surface whenever genres cross from one cultural setting to another. While it is true that musical exchange often propels artistic innovation, it can also raise questions about crediting original pioneers or respecting the foundational culture. Artists and producers who approach foreign genres with genuine admiration and a willingness to collaborate tend to navigate these debates more effectively than those who adopt a style superficially. Understanding these nuances helps clarify why genre-based discussions are about more than chords and beats. They are also about cultural representation and respect. Traditional genres and their enduring market. Some of the earliest identifiable genres, such as classical or folk, trace their roots to centuries of musical tradition. Classical music, originating in the courts and religious institutions of Europe, has become a staple of orchestras, conservatories, and concert halls worldwide. Despite the complexity of its compositions and the perception that it caters to a more mature or elite audience, classical music has sustained a loyal consumer base. Patrons, educational institutions, and dedicated listeners maintain a robust global network that supports live performances, recordings, and even new compositions in the classical style. Folk music, on the other hand, remains grounded in the oral traditions and daily life of communities, often associated with storytelling, communal celebrations, or historical preservation. While folk styles differ widely across geographic regions, they share an emphasis on acoustic instrumentation and lyrical themes reflecting societal values or experiences. The commercial market for folk thrives in festivals, intimate listening rooms, and niche media outlets that highlight cultural authenticity. Fans of folk value the storytelling aspect and the links to heritage, passing these songs down through generations and embracing new interpretations that preserve the genre's emotional integrity. Both classical and folk have found rejuvenation in modern contexts. Classical ensembles collaborate with rock or electronic artists, broadening the style's audience. Folk musicians incorporate contemporary instrumentation or production techniques, attracting younger fans. Though these genres once held smaller commercial footprints in certain regions, globalization and digital access have expanded their potential audience. Live streams of orchestral concerts or international folk festivals can draw online viewers from dozens of countries, illustrating that traditional forms can adapt to modern marketing channels without losing their cultural essence. The devotion of classical and folk audiences underscores a defining aspect of these genres. They rely on listeners who appreciate not only the musical craft but also the deeper narrative and community traditions that the music represents. While chart-topping pop songs might overshadow them in mainstream media, these traditions endure by offering an emotional and cultural depth that aligns with their listeners' identities. Collectors and enthusiasts sustain the market for recorded classical or folk performances through specialty labels, ensuring that these time-honored styles continue to find commercial viability and remain relevant in an industry often driven by novelty. In bridging the gap to contemporary listeners, festivals dedicated to classical or folk have embraced modern promotional methods. Social media campaigns, artist interviews, and curated playlists can expose casual listeners to music they might not otherwise seek out. These outreach efforts remind us that longevity in a genre's market is not purely about capturing mainstream attention but about engaging a committed audience and celebrating the richness of a musical heritage that continues to evolve. Even in a rapidly changing digital age, the reverence for tradition can be a powerful economic and cultural force. The mainstream dominance of pop music has long reigned as the most accessible and commercially successful genre across much of the world. Defined by catchy melodies, memorable hooks, and broad appeal, it dominates radio playlists, streaming charts, and televised award shows. Producers and labels often refine pop tracks to optimize their resonance with a wide demographic, relying on professional songwriting teams, carefully crafted arrangements, and marketing strategies that appeal to listeners of diverse cultural backgrounds. While critics might dismiss pop as formulaic, it undeniably serves as a robust driver of revenue, capturing the attention of casual music fans and die-hard enthusiasts alike. The market for pop is anchored by major radio airplay, music videos, and high-profile collaborations. Since pop thrives on timely exposure, labels are quick to invest in digital advertising campaigns, influencer partnerships, and curated playlist placements. The biggest pop stars frequently sign comprehensive deals with major record companies, which design global rollouts and coordinate synchronized promotions across multiple continents. These efforts ensure that a single from a top-tier pop artist can debut with millions of streams on the day of release, supported by trending social media hashtags, primetime TV appearances, and carefully orchestrated brand endorsements. While pop's commercial strategies can feel regimented, the genre is not without adaptability. Producers often incorporate elements from hip-hop, electronic dance music, Latin rhythms, or R&B to keep pop's sound fresh. This cross-genre borrowing helps pop remain relevant in an environment where listener tastes shift rapidly. As soon as a style or trend becomes popular within an underground scene, pop producers might sample it, mainstreaming the once niche aesthetic. This symbiotic relationship can spark debates around cultural appropriation or over-commercialization, but it also provides opportunities for up-and-coming styles to reach broader audiences. Pop artists must consistently reinvent themselves to sustain interest. Many evolve their musical direction with each album cycle, experimenting with new looks, sounds, and themes. These shifts can signal maturity, respond to personal growth, or reflect the changing demands of a fickle audience. While some transformations resonate and usher in a new era of commercial success, others risk alienating core fans. Balancing innovation with recognizable pop formulas forms an ongoing challenge that pop stars and their teams navigate carefully. Technological evolution has only amplified pop's dominance. Streaming platforms rank pop as a top genre worldwide, while social media trends centered on dance challenges or viral snippets can rocket a previously unknown pop track to the top of the charts. Live events, such as global stadium tours, remain cornerstones for pop's revenue streams, supporting multi-million-dollar productions that feature choreographed dances, elaborate stage design, and carefully timed pyrotechnics. Audiences flock to these spectacles, wanting to witness the performance as much as hear the music. Through this blend of commercial strategy, diverse influences, and relentless reinvention, pop music continues to shape contemporary culture, carving out a market that rarely shows signs of waning. Rock and its ever-shifting subgenres. Rock music, once the defining rebellious sound of youth culture, has produced countless subgenres that reflect shifts in cultural attitudes, musical techniques, and technological advancements. From the iconic era of classic rock to the gritty edge of punk, from the theatrical grandeur of glam to the moody introspection of grunge, each wave of rock has carried distinct sonic traits and thematic messages. These subgenres often emerge in response to social or political climates, with artists wielding electric guitars and assertive rhythms to express frustration, passion, or the thrill of liberation. The market for rock includes stadium tours, dedicated radio stations, and specialized magazines or online communities. Classic rock continues to draw crowds, with established acts filling large venues and generating revenue through legacy catalogs. Nostalgic appreciation for the formative years of rock ensures that albums from the 1960s to the 1980s remain high in demand, both as physical reissues and digital downloads. Meanwhile, newer subgenres maintain vibrant underground scenes, drawing fans who seek music that taps into raw emotion or eschews commercial polish in favor of authenticity. Rock's identity has often centered on individuality and anti-establishment sentiments. Over time, these ideas have taken on new shapes, whether through the minimalist energy of punk, the darker tone of gothic rock, or the electronic fusion of industrial rock. Each variant correlates with specific cultural moments, forging loyal fan bases that attend intimate club shows or massive festivals designed for rock enthusiasts. While mainstream pop might overshadow rock in some charts, the genre's passionate devotees keep it alive, ensuring that many subgenres thrive even if they lack top 40 airplay. Marketing for rock can be distinctly different from pop campaigns. Artists might lean more heavily on live performance reputations, building a following through energetic gigs and memorable stage presence. Rock festivals become incubators for new talent, with small bands playing early-day sets in hopes of attracting dedicated fans. Word of mouth, fanzines, and independent media outlets often play a crucial role, reflecting the genre's roots in grassroots promotion. Even in the digital age, many rock groups rely on personal connections with fans, establishing a sense of authenticity that money-driven advertising sometimes struggles to replicate. Despite claims that rock is no longer the dominant cultural force it once was, it endures by evolving and adapting to new influences. Collaborations with hip-hop, electronic producers, or global folk traditions introduce fresh textures, pushing rock beyond traditional boundaries. Some purists may lament these crossovers, but they can also invigorate the genre, attracting younger listeners who crave innovative sounds. This tension between preserving rock's rebellious heritage and opening it up to experimentation remains central to its market position, ensuring that rock remains a focal point for self-expression and musical exploration for generations to come. Hip-hop's global ascendancy. Hip-hop, born in the Bronx during the 1970s, has ascended to a dominant cultural force, shaping music, fashion, language, and social dialogue around the world. What started as an urban expression of street life and inner-city realities quickly spread across continents, resonating with youth who identified with its raw authenticity and sense of empowerment. The market for hip-hop spans mainstream superstars with massive chart success and underground MCs who uphold the genre's roots in storytelling, social commentary, and technical mastery of lyrical flow. Commercially, hip-hop has become a juggernaut. Major record labels actively scout for the next breakout rapper, while streaming platforms often feature prominent hip-hop playlists that drive billions of streams. Some artists secure lucrative brand partnerships, using their image to promote fashion lines, sneaker collaborations, or beverage endorsements. Others focus on controlling their publishing and masters, reflecting a growing ethos of financial empowerment within the community. This business-minded approach has fueled the rise of independent hip-hop labels that flourish alongside major corporate deals. Musically, hip-hop's adaptability is evident in the endless sub-styles: trap, boom bap, drill, conscious rap, and melodic rap, among others. Each owes its existence to a specific era, region, or cultural movement, and each resonates with a distinct audience. Trap's heavy bass and drawled flows evoke the southern United States, while UK drill carries a harsher, more percussive energy reflective of London streets. Despite stylistic differences, these offshoots are linked by hip-hop's foundational emphasis on rhythm, lyrical skill, and storytelling. Cultural exchange has further amplified hip-hop's worldwide influence. Local scenes in countries such as France, South Korea, and Brazil have married rap techniques with their own languages and musical traditions. These international variants frequently find robust markets, with fans championing local rap artists as ambassadors of a new form of expression. Online ciphers, freestyle battles, and social media collaborations unite the global community, pushing the genre forward and shattering language barriers. For a style once perceived as a fleeting American subculture, hip-hop has surpassed expectations and established itself as a prevailing global soundtrack. Despite its commercial success, hip-hop continuously wrestles with debates about authenticity, appropriation, and commodification. Mainstream collaborations with pop or commercial branding deals can alienate core fans who value hip-hop's countercultural origins. Yet, many artists view such expansion as a natural evolution, enabling them to reach broader audiences without necessarily sacrificing their integrity. This tension reflects hip-hop's unique ability to function as both a form of protest and a profitable enterprise. Regardless of the differing viewpoints, the genre's capacity to amplify marginalized voices and reshape global pop culture remains indisputable, guaranteeing its continued growth in markets worldwide. Electronic dance music and the festival phenomenon electronic dance music, once relegated to the fringes of nightclubs and underground raves, has evolved into a global phenomenon that spans marquee festivals, chart-topping hits, and an entire sub-industry of specialized events. The umbrella term EDM encompasses a wide range of subgenres such as techno, house, trance, drum and bass, dubstep, and more. Each style has distinct regional origins and sonic traits, but all share a central focus on synthesized sounds, repetitive rhythms, and the communal experience of dancing. Technology is integral to EDM, as producers harness software and electronic instruments to craft evolving soundscapes. The commercial market for EDM skyrocketed when major festivals began attracting tens or even hundreds of thousands of attendees. These events, featuring spectacular stage designs, immersive visuals, and pyrotechnic displays, shifted electronic music from niche clubs to massive open-air venues. Alongside the festival boom, mainstream pop artists collaborated with EDM producers to create crossover hits, further propelling the genre's popularity. Major labels, promoters, and beverage sponsors jumped on board, seeing dance music as a profitable intersection of youth culture, nightlife, and social media hype. Despite the glitzy reputation of festival headliners, EDM's grassroots scene thrives in smaller clubs and DIY events. Techno purists, for instance, value the minimalistic approach of extended DJ sets in dark, unadorned spaces. House fans congregate around soulful grooves and events that retain a community-centered vibe. These smaller gatherings reflect the genre's underground spirit, focusing on music as a unifying element rather than a spectacle. While mainstream EDM might revolve around big drops and radio-friendly hooks, the underground subgenres embrace lengthy mixes, experimental sound design, and a sense of anonymity where the DJ is not always the central focus. Marketing within EDM leans heavily on event promotion and social media engagement. Festivals and club nights rely on hype generated by lineups featuring established names alongside emerging talent. Fans invest in the overall experience, including fashion statements, themed stages, and afterparties. This dedication drives impressive merchandise sales and fosters brand loyalty for recurring festivals. It also provides an entry point for lesser-known DJs who can break through to larger audiences by playing well-received sets on secondary stages or by crafting a viral remix that gains traction online. Digital platforms have become essential for sharing and discovering EDM. Producers upload new tracks or remixes to streaming services, hoping to land on influential playlists that attract global listeners. Simultaneously, a strong tradition of free mixtape and DJ set downloads continues, often distributed via artist websites or specialized electronic music forums. This open culture of sharing fosters community growth and cultivates a cycle where fan curiosity keeps the genre vibrant. Whether one prefers the neon-laden spectacle of massive festivals or the murky intimacy of warehouse parties, EDM's multifaceted market demonstrates how electronic music can thrive in both mainstream and underground circles, forever expanding its sonic frontiers. R&B, soul, and the power of emotional connection. R&B and soul music emerged as vital expressions of African American culture, merging gospel-inspired vocals, bluesy harmonies, and heartfelt lyrics into a genre defined by deep emotional resonance. Over the decades, R&B has branched into various strands, including contemporary R&B, neo-soul, and alternative R&B, each appealing to different listener demographics. The common thread is a focus on vocals that convey genuine feeling, whether the topic is love, social injustice, heartbreak, or personal liberation. This emotional intensity has helped R&B maintain a timeless appeal, even as it continually evolves. The market for R&B and soul spans intimate jazz clubs, mainstream radio, and festival circuits that celebrate the genre's rich heritage. Major labels have often promoted R&B acts with polished production, packaging them as crossover stars able to appeal to pop listeners. Meanwhile, independent artists in these styles might produce more stripped-down, raw recordings that emphasize organic instrumentation and intimate songwriting. Live performance remains a cornerstone of success, as the genre's musicality and vocal prowess shine in front of an audience craving the emotional engagement that only a captivating singer can provide. Collaboration frequently occurs between R&B and hip-hop, reflecting shared cultural roots and complementary rhythmic structures. These partnerships have generated numerous chart-topping hits, allowing R&B singers to reach broader audiences through rap features or production influences drawn from electronic elements. Simultaneously, some soul revivalists reclaim older production techniques, reminiscent of the Motown or Stax eras, to highlight the genre's vintage charm. This continuum between traditional and contemporary showcases how R&B reinvents itself while retaining its core essence, the power to move people's emotions. Streaming platforms and social media have provided new channels for R&B artists to attract fans. The communal aspect of these platforms aligns well with the intimate nature of the music, as listeners eagerly discuss album themes or share personal stories of how a particular track impacted them. With a single viral performance, a lesser-known R&B singer can garner millions of views, opening doors for touring or record deals. The authenticity of the genre also lends itself to visual storytelling, with music videos and live sessions that focus on expressive vocals rather than flashy effects. For many listeners, R&B and soul represent a refuge from the overproduced nature of some modern pop, offering a warmth and sincerity that resonates across generations. The commercial success of these styles depends less on shock value or fleeting trends and more on the timeless appeal of a stirring voice and evocative lyrics. Indeed, the genre's longevity is a testament to the universal desire for music that speaks to the heart. From old-school legends to modern innovators, R&B and soul artists continue to demonstrate that emotional honesty remains one of the most potent ingredients for reaching audiences on a profoundly personal level. Country and the bonds of place-based storytelling. Country music, deeply interwoven with the folklore of the rural United States, has transformed into a commercial powerhouse that extends far beyond its southern origins. Its defining features include storytelling lyrics, twangy vocal delivery, and instrumentation rooted in acoustic guitars, banjos, and fiddles. Over time, country has branched into numerous subgenres, from the polished pop country favored by mainstream radio to the gritty outlaw country cherished by those seeking an edgier narrative. This broad range has allowed it to appeal to audiences well outside the traditional demographic, turning country music into a global phenomenon that often surprises those who see it as purely regional. The country market is anchored by loyal fan communities, major award shows, and dedicated radio formats. Large-scale tours and festivals such as those hosted in Nashville, known as the heartland of country music, draw thousands of fans looking for a lively celebration of the sound that defines small-town life, heartbreak, or everyday triumphs. The down-to-earth themes resonate strongly with those who identify with rural lifestyles or appreciate the honesty and relatability of the genre's stories. At the same time, pop country crossovers, featuring slick production and mainstream hooks, have introduced a wider range of listeners to elements of the country sound. Artists in this genre often find commercial success through branding their personal narratives. They might highlight their rural upbringing, love for open roads, or appreciation of simple pleasures. This branding extends to merch that reflects cowboy culture or rustic Americana. Labels and management teams invest in marketing efforts that emphasize authenticity, coaxing fans to see these musicians as approachable figures who still live the values they sing about. This approach fosters strong parasocial bonds, where listeners feel a personal connection and loyalty that transcends the music itself. Though the genre has historically appealed to certain cultural identities, modern country continues to diversify. Artists from varying racial backgrounds or international regions bring fresh perspectives, blending in influences from folk, rock, or R&B. Digital platforms provide opportunities for these new voices to be discovered, challenging long-standing stereotypes about who makes or listens to country music. Nonetheless, some controversies arise around whether these sounds remain true to the genre's roots. Such debates reflect larger tensions around what defines country, underscoring its evolution from a geographically bound style to a broader cultural statement. Country's vibrant fan culture proves that place-based storytelling can forge a powerful bond with listeners even in an age of globalized pop. The emphasis on personal narratives resonates with anyone who has faced everyday struggles, heartbreak, or the longing for simpler times. Therefore, the market for country rests on maintaining a balance between honoring tradition and welcoming innovation. Whether an artist chooses the edgy outlaw route, a polished pop country path, or a niche hybrid, country music's emphasis on sincerity and narrative ensures that it continues to captivate fans who relate to the heartfelt stories at its core. Latin music and its rapid global growth. Latin music, encompassing a broad range of styles such as reggaeton, salsa, bachata, and regional Mexican, has ascended to unprecedented global popularity in recent years. Building on long-standing cultural traditions, this realm of music reflects the richness of Spanish and Portuguese-speaking communities, celebrating danceable rhythms and melodic hooks that resonate across linguistic boundaries. Thanks to digital platforms, Latin hits can quickly become worldwide anthems, inspiring viral dance challenges or infiltrating mainstream pop charts. This surge not only elevates the artists themselves but also shines a spotlight on the cultures they represent. The market for Latin music is vast and multifaceted. Large-scale festivals celebrating these styles attract multicultural crowds, while local events in Latin American regions preserve authenticity and cultural pride. Streaming services have played a significant role in amplifying Latin artists, as editorial playlists dedicated to the genre showcase fresh releases to global audiences. Collaborations between Latin stars and English-language pop or hip-hop acts further blur cultural lines, creating crossover hits that introduce Spanish or bilingual lyrics to fans previously unfamiliar with them. This blending of styles not only broadens listener demographics but also presents lucrative branding opportunities for artists looking to expand their footprint. Reggaeton's rise exemplifies how Latin music can dominate airwaves worldwide, thanks to its infectious beats and distinct vocals. Its commercial success often includes strategic music videos designed to go viral, featuring visually striking backdrops and choreographed dance routines that fans imitate in social media posts. Meanwhile, styles like salsa and bachata maintain dedicated followings that pack dance clubs and concerts, sustaining a robust touring circuit where fans seek to experience these rhythmic sounds in communal, high-energy settings. Social media marketing plays an integral role in the global expansion of Latin music. Artists engage fans with behind-the-scenes content, short comedic skits, or dance tutorials that encourage active participation. These digital strategies align naturally with the communal nature of many Latin styles, as dancing and public celebration are key elements. By leveraging their vibrant cultural identity and embracing technology, Latin artists frequently build massive online fan bases faster than those in more traditional markets, particularly if their tracks land on popular curated playlists or sync with viral trends. The accelerated globalization of Latin music also brings conversations around cultural appreciation versus exploitation. Some critics argue that major record labels latch onto Latin trends as mere commodities, while ignoring deeper cultural nuances or the economic disparities affecting the regions from which the music originates. In contrast, many artists emphasize pride in their heritage, using mainstream success to reinvest in local communities or mentor aspiring talents. This duality underscores the complexity of merging cultural authenticity with a global marketplace. Still, the popularity of Latin genres shows no signs of slowing, proving that language barriers do not necessarily apply to music that sparks joy, togetherness, and a celebratory spirit around the world. Global and regional fusion, blurring boundaries. Music genres are increasingly transcendental, melding sounds from different regions to create fresh categories that can captivate worldwide audiences. These hybrid styles draw on a melting pot of influences, like Afrobeat mixed with electronic elements, or K-pop infused with hip-hop touches, resulting in tracks that feel simultaneously familiar and exotic. Global fusion reflects the free exchange of ideas facilitated by technology, shifting listener preferences, and broadening cultural awareness. In this environment, artists become cultural ambassadors who merge languages, instrumentation, and production techniques to forge new pathways in music. This blurring of boundaries extends to how markets are defined. A so-called world music label once grouped non-Western styles into a single broad category, but streaming platforms now allow each region's music to flourish independently, attracting niche audiences across the globe. Fans of these cross-cultural sounds are often adventurous, open to exploring new expressions, and enthusiastic about events that showcase multiple traditions. Specialized festivals arise that highlight a fusion approach, bridging continents and forging a sense of global community through sound. For creators, fusion genres offer a chance to break free from the constraints of traditional categories. This artistic freedom, however, must be balanced with respect and research, ensuring that borrowing from another culture is done thoughtfully. Successful collaborations often start with a mutual appreciation between artists, producers, or musicians who genuinely seek to understand each other's heritage. Such partnerships can result in tracks that celebrate diversity rather than exploit novelty, generating enthusiasm among listeners who appreciate authentic cross-cultural dialogues. Marketing these blended styles can be both challenging and rewarding. On the one hand, such music might not fit neatly into standard radio formats or algorithmic genre tags, making exposure more complex. On the other, an effective social media campaign can highlight the uniqueness of these fusions, turning that distinctiveness into a selling point. The story behind a collaboration, how it bridges cultures or unites artists from distant places, often resonates powerfully, offering a compelling narrative that draws in audiences who might be new to both genres involved. The commercial success of fusion music proves that many listeners crave innovation and are eager to support projects that challenge traditional boundaries. Even top pop stars collaborate with global artists to infuse their tracks with new flavors, broadening their global appeal and earning credibility in different cultural segments. While purists may critique these experiments as diluting the essence of original styles, the overall effect is a richer, more interconnected musical ecosystem. This swirl of global influences ensures that genres and their markets will never be static, but rather perpetually in flux, reflecting our increasingly intertwined world. Conclusion and strategic perspectives on genre markets. Music genres serve as cultural pillars and commercial drivers, each carrying unique histories, resonant themes, and sets of devoted fans. Whether it is the rebellious spirit of rock, the global ascendancy of Latin rhythms, or the timeless emotive pull of R&B and soul, each genre thrives by connecting deeply with listeners' emotions, identities, and communal ties. The industries that support these genres, be they major label structures or independent networks, respond to the inherent qualities of the music and shape how it is marketed, distributed, and ultimately experienced. For artists, choosing a genre is more than a stylistic preference. It is a statement of community, tradition, and, at times, rebellion against the musical status quo. Understanding each market's nuances helps creators identify not only who they want to reach but how best to reach them. Producers and managers, too, benefit from this awareness, as they tailor production styles, promotional channels, and collaborations to the genre's distinct audience. Even fans, by recognizing the cultural roots and market dynamics of their favorite styles, deepen their appreciation, becoming informed ambassadors who can spread the music further. Technology has continually reshaped the musical landscape, bringing once regional sounds into global consciousness, while simultaneously enabling cross-genre experimentation that births new styles. From streaming algorithms that boost certain rhythmic patterns to viral social media dances that catapult unknown songs into major hits, these innovations highlight how interconnected the modern music ecosystem truly is. The commercial successes of blended genres further prove that listeners often crave novelty without abandoning the timeless elements that give a style its authenticity. The enduring question of genre ownership and appropriation also reminds us that respect for culture and collaboration stands at the forefront of ethical creativity. Artists who delve into unfamiliar styles should do so with a willingness to learn and credit the originators. This mindful approach can build bridges rather than resentment, fostering long-term growth and a mutual exchange of influences. In an age where music is consumed in high volumes and at remarkable speed, authenticity remains a prized commodity that fuels genuine, lasting connections between artist and audience. In this understanding, we see that the future of music genres lies in their fluid nature. Long-established styles remain vital by welcoming new technologies, fresh interpretations, and socially relevant themes. Emerging subgenres and fusions challenge notions of what is mainstream or underground, calling into question how we define categories at all. By appreciating each genre's unique market dynamics and cultural significance, we open doors to richer expressions of creativity, deeper global understanding, and a more inclusive celebration of the universal language that music has always been. Lesson 6: The role of streaming platforms. In many respects, streaming platforms have revolutionized the entire landscape of how music is shared, monetized, and consumed. Their emergence brought a turning point that swept away long-held industry assumptions, shifting power structures and opening new opportunities for artists who seek direct access to global audiences. These platforms emphasize instant availability, allowing listeners to discover practically any track they desire at the tap of a screen. As consumers have grown accustomed to the ease of on-demand listening, the ripple effects continue to shape marketing strategies, revenue models, and creative approaches to music itself. By examining the complexities and innovations tied to streaming, one gains a deeper appreciation for the forces that drive modern music distribution and listening experiences. It is helpful to start with a broad perspective, acknowledging that while digital downloads provided the first hints of upheaval, streaming took the concept of convenient access to an even higher level. Listeners no longer feel the need to buy individual albums or tracks, instead paying a subscription fee or interacting with ad-supported services that open the door to vast musical libraries. This shift transformed the industry's relationship with ownership, as physical and even digital purchases gave way to subscription-based content. There are nuances to this arrangement, extending from how streaming platforms curate catalogs to how they interact with rights holders. Each factor influences how musicians promote their releases and how fans discover new favorites. One overlooked element is how streaming platforms not only distribute music but also help define popular tastes through algorithmic curation and playlist placement. Their influence on which songs go viral or which albums trend cannot be overstated, as they wield the power to push certain tracks toward massive audiences while allowing others to remain in relative obscurity. This dynamic raises questions regarding gatekeeping and fairness in a domain that was initially praised for its democratizing potential. Artists now navigate a digital environment where direct fan engagement merges with an opaque algorithmic system, and success can hinge on whether the right song appears on a widely followed playlist. Beyond distribution, streaming platforms assume roles akin to media companies, integrating social features, producing original content, and forging partnerships that transcend traditional music promotion. Some platforms incorporate podcasts, video content, or exclusive live sessions to differentiate themselves from competitors, all while striving to keep users engaged for as long as possible. For musicians, understanding this expanding ecosystem offers both creative stimulus and an ongoing puzzle of how to stand out. The platform's constant evolution demands that artists and their teams adapt, whether by rethinking release schedules, crafting track-by-track marketing strategies, or exploring the potential of platform-exclusive content. Though the debates around artist compensation and the true value of streaming payouts persist, there is no denying that streaming has altered the pathways to recognition and economic viability. Musicians from remote areas can upload a track that garners millions of streams without adhering to older routes controlled by large distributors or label executives. Listeners in turn embrace the newfound diversity, sampling everything from underground electronic experiments to centuries-old recordings in a single playlist. The result is a musical era driven by accessibility, innovation, and a complex interplay of data-driven recommendations, all resting on the foundational question of how best to earn a living in a world where music flows freely. The next phase of global distribution. As the world became increasingly interconnected, streaming services seized the chance to expand their reach beyond well-established markets. Listeners outside of North America and Western Europe found themselves with a growing menu of platforms, often customized to local tastes. Some services introduced region-specific playlists, while others entered partnerships with telecommunications companies to offer discounted subscriptions. This globalization broadened the musical community, as tracks in multiple languages crossed boundaries with relative ease, reshaping how certain scenes are perceived internationally. Fans everywhere discovered they could delve into sounds from distant corners of the globe, bridging cultural gaps through the shared love of music. The growing ubiquity of smartphones facilitated this expansion, enabling entire populations to leapfrog older technologies like CDs and digital downloads. Many individuals who had never owned a traditional music collection suddenly found themselves with instant access to catalogs that spanned countless eras, genres, and languages. For artists, this phenomenon translated into the possibility of cultivating fan bases in regions they had never visited, which sparked innovative touring strategies and promotional campaigns aimed at these newly reachable listeners. In many cases, streaming provided a sense of validation to local artists who realized their work could transcend physical borders. While this global integration fostered immense diversity, it also meant that competition became more intense. Musicians worldwide competed on the same platforms, fighting for attention in crowded libraries. Listeners accustomed to the comfort of curated playlists sometimes found it overwhelming to explore deeper cuts without the help of algorithmic recommendations. Small labels benefited from the digital format's accessibility but also struggled against the promotional budgets of larger entities that could secure prime playlist placements. In effect, the entire industry had to grapple with how to break through the noise in a digital environment that can seem both boundless and saturated. Streaming's global influence extended to emerging economies where local streaming services sometimes coexisted alongside the international heavyweights. These smaller platforms might emphasize local catalogs, reflecting regional heritage and catering to listener preferences that might be overlooked in broader, global services. This interplay between major international platforms and local competitors spurred conversations about fair licensing, culturally specific marketing, and the potential homogenization of global tastes. As some critics argued, truly unique regional music risked losing ground if overshadowed by mass-marketed, internationally promoted tracks. Despite these concerns, the overall impact of global streaming has been largely transformative in a positive sense. Audiences have grown curious about new styles, forging cross-border fandoms and collaborative projects. Some artists even found that streaming opened the door to entire niche subcultures abroad, leading them to incorporate foreign influences or bilingual lyrics to connect with these unexpected pockets of supporters. This new form of global distribution thus acted as both an amplifier for local artists and a platform for cross-cultural exploration, forever altering the geographic limitations that once defined how music traveled. Data and the evolution of listening habits. The proliferation of streaming generated mountains of data that radically altered how the industry tracks listener behavior. Every play, skip, and playlist addition is recorded, analyzed, and turned into actionable insights. In the past, record stores and radio spins provided only vague measures of popularity, but streaming platforms can reveal detailed patterns, such as the precise moment listeners pause a track or how often they replay specific sections. These granular metrics empower labels, artists, and platform curators to make informed decisions about marketing campaigns, release schedules, and which songs merit the most promotional focus. At the core of this data-rich environment lie algorithms that shape recommendations and playlist suggestions. These algorithms draw on user history, genre preferences, time-of-day behavior, and even contextual cues. Their complexity often leads to outcomes that surprise both artists and listeners. An unknown indie songwriter can see a spike in streams after being placed on a popular curated playlist, leading to exposure that might otherwise never materialize. Critics have raised questions about how these algorithms are designed, whether they harbor biases, and how they might favor certain artists or labels. Nonetheless, the ability to connect an artist with potential fans who appreciate similar material marks a significant development in personalized music discovery. These patterns of micro-level data analysis also influence the broader creative environment. Some musicians craft shorter songs to catch listeners' attention before they have a chance to skip. Others release singles more frequently rather than focusing on entire albums, aiming to keep their names consistently circulating in curated lists and recommendations. While some observers lament that these shifts in approach may emphasize short-term streaming gains over artistic exploration, others see it as a form of adaptation, where artists creatively align themselves with modern consumption habits. Streaming data further shapes touring, as musicians can target regions or cities where they detect spikes in listeners. This connection between digital analytics and real-world event planning underscores how comprehensively streaming can alter a career. Previously, an artist might rely on conventional wisdom or word of mouth to plan a tour, but modern data offers a near real-time view of where a fan base is growing. By aligning tour stops with actual listener hotspots, artists can increase ticket sales and forge genuine connections with the people who actively support their music online. As fans continue to adopt streaming as their primary listening method, data-driven personalization remains a dominant factor. Listeners often enjoy the convenience of curated discovery, trusting that an algorithm will introduce them to songs they might enjoy. This trusting relationship highlights the responsibility platforms hold in ensuring equitable representation, avoiding manipulative practices, and preserving the sense of serendipity that defines the joy of finding new music. Whether this data revolution elevates diverse sounds or nudges tastes toward homogenization depends on how responsibly the technology is harnessed, a conversation that remains as active and evolving as the data itself. Monetization challenges and royalty debates. While streaming opened many doors, it also ignited fierce discussions about how artists get compensated for their work. The traditional model of selling albums or singles at a set price has been replaced by per-stream payouts. These payouts vary depending on platform contracts, user location, subscription tiers, and other variables. For smaller or mid-level artists, the resulting revenue can feel negligible when compared to the era of direct sales. Even for more established acts, streaming income might fail to match the earnings they once garnered from robust physical sales. This discrepancy fuels ongoing debates about fairness, sustainability, and the value placed on music in a digital context. Music creators and their representatives often advocate for revised payment systems that better reflect the actual worth of their contributions. Some propose higher per-stream rates, while others push for user-centric models that distribute subscription fees based on actual listening habits rather than overall platform metrics. Larger labels with bargaining power sometimes negotiate more favorable terms, but independent artists rarely have the same leverage, leading to further disparities in compensation. While some platforms attempt to support emerging talent through grants or curated discovery efforts, the problem of underpayment persists as a centerpiece of industry discourse. The complexities multiply when additional intermediaries, such as labels and publishers, enter the scene. A portion of streaming revenue goes toward covering distribution costs, marketing budgets, or recouping advance payments. For artists who lack clarity about their contracts, it can be challenging to understand why their streaming checks are so small. Transparency issues contribute to mistrust, as many musicians seek more direct relationships with listeners, circumventing major industry players. Some choose to release music independently, but they too encounter the same streaming payout formulas that can make it difficult to earn a living wage from music alone. In response to these dilemmas, musicians increasingly turn to other revenue sources, such as live shows, merchandise, sync licensing, and fan-based crowdfunding. Streaming thus becomes a way to reach fans and maintain relevance rather than the primary means of income. For some, the expanded reach streaming provides is worth the lower payout, given that greater exposure can elevate ticket sales or brand endorsements. Yet this acceptance does not necessarily address the core issue of the low valuations assigned to a single stream. Lawmakers in various countries have been scrutinizing these models, considering whether legislation should ensure more equitable sharing of royalties between platforms, rights holders, and the creators themselves. The moral questions linger, touching on whether music should be treated as a commodity or a cultural resource that deserves protection and fair compensation. Streaming platforms highlight the dichotomy between convenience and the financial well-being of those who produce the art that listeners enjoy. The intense debates are likely to continue as technology evolves, hopefully spurring new solutions or reforms that align the excitement of immediate, unlimited listening with a stable framework for artists' livelihoods. Platform exclusives and changing release strategies. In the competition for listeners, certain streaming platforms have employed exclusive releases to lure subscribers. High-profile artists sometimes partner with a single platform for a limited time, granting paid members early access to new albums or live sessions. This tactic, while beneficial for the platform seeking to differentiate itself, has stirred controversy among fans who either lack subscriptions or prefer alternative services. The exclusivity model can create friction within fan communities, especially if the content eventually emerges elsewhere, leaving supporters unsure which platform is most beneficial for uninterrupted access. These exclusive deals illustrate a shift in how artists and labels view marketing and distribution. Instead of unleashing a single album across every major service, some see the advantage in forging alliances that guarantee prime placement, extensive promotional coverage, or financial incentives. This approach aligns with the broader phenomenon of strategic partnerships in which promotional agreements might encompass social media campaigns, brand endorsements, and live event streaming. Yet critics argue that this practice fragments the listener experience, forcing individuals to juggle multiple accounts or miss out on certain releases. Another major development has been the proliferation of surprise drops or unannounced releases. With little warning, a prominent artist can unleash a complete album, instantly flooding the internet with excitement and discussion. Streaming platforms have played a key role in enabling this model, as digital distribution can handle sudden demand without the need for physical stock. Such unexpected releases often generate tremendous buzz, especially on social networks, and can propel an album to significant first-day streaming milestones. At the same time, smaller acts adopt similar tactics to stand out, though they often lack the massive fan bases that ensure a viral moment. Even within traditional release frameworks, streaming has altered how music is rolled out. Some artists issue multiple singles over an extended timeline, effectively building up to the full album's unveiling. Others launch deluxe editions containing bonus tracks to reinvigorate interest in an existing release. Reissues of older catalog material might appear on streaming platforms with enhanced audio or additional content. This continuous feeding of new or repackaged material encourages fans to revisit an artist's page, driving up streams and ensuring an ongoing presence in algorithmic recommendations. While these evolving strategies bring creativity to the foreground, they also exemplify the commercial dimension of streaming. Artists, labels, and platforms experiment with release tactics that maximize engagement, often analyzing real-time metrics to gauge success. Modern listeners have come to expect innovative launch campaigns, relishing the sense of shared discovery that happens in the first hours of a new release. As these patterns continue to shift, streaming serves as both the stage and the scoreboard, tracking how effectively each strategy captures the public's attention in a crowded musical marketplace. Impact on independent musicians and DIY culture. Independent artists, once reliant on small distribution networks or local fans, have discovered that streaming offers a path to broader audiences without the necessity of signing traditional record deals. A musician producing tracks in a home studio can upload them, track listener data, and refine their approach based on immediate feedback. This democratization has encouraged a do-it-yourself culture, where individuals handle every aspect of their careers, from recording and mixing to marketing and merchandise. Many find empowerment in maintaining creative control and a direct line to fans, circumventing gatekeepers who might previously have dictated style or image. Nevertheless, the liberation provided by streaming also places considerable pressure on indie artists. With millions of tracks competing on the same platform, capturing attention can be an uphill battle. Small marketing budgets limit their ability to secure high-profile playlist features or run extensive ad campaigns. Thus, many independents lean heavily on social media strategies, building personal relationships with listeners and leveraging online communities. This approach can yield deep fan loyalty, though it demands consistent engagement and a flair for content creation across diverse platforms. Crowdfunding has emerged as a parallel support system, with some artists inviting fans to fund album production or special projects in exchange for exclusive perks. While not directly tied to streaming, these campaigns benefit from the momentum that a well-received single can generate. If a track garners significant streams, it boosts an artist's credibility when pitching a crowdfunding campaign, demonstrating listener enthusiasm. The synergy between streaming success and fan-funded initiatives can create a virtuous cycle, propelling artists to new levels of exposure and resources. Live performances also maintain their importance for independents aiming to convert online listeners into ticket-buying supporters. Streaming helps them identify listener hotspots, prompting tour routes that hit cities with promising audience data. The result can be a more efficient use of limited touring resources. However, the flip side is a market saturated with touring acts, as so many independent musicians attempt similar strategies. Standing out requires not only musical talent but also a distinctive brand, aesthetic, or personality that resonates with fans inundated by digital noise. In this environment, the lines between indie and mainstream sometimes blur. An artist may cultivate a fiercely independent image while collaborating with well-known producers or distributing through a major label's digital aggregator. Similarly, a musician might remain free of traditional label contracts yet partner with big streaming platforms for exclusive releases. The core transformation is that independent status no longer equates to obscurity. By mastering the digital domain, skillful DIY artists can outmaneuver industry veterans. This evolution underscores how streaming's effects are a blend of empowerment and heightened competition, ultimately pushing independent creators to sharpen their craft and adapt their strategies. Curated playlists, editorial influence, and algorithmic discovery. One of streaming's most visible impacts is the emergence of curated playlists that function as modern-day radio stations. These playlists, managed either by platform teams or influential tastemakers, can catapult artists into the spotlight almost overnight if placed in a high-traffic slot. Tracks appear alongside others in thematic or mood-based collections, workout anthems, weekend chill sessions, or trending new releases, matching songs to listeners' daily activities and emotional states. The playlist era has changed how people discover music, shifting from album-based exploration toward a continuous feed of carefully chosen songs. Editorial teams at streaming companies maintain relationships with labels, artists, and managers who frequently pitch new material for playlist consideration. The process can be opaque and competitive, leading to speculation about potential favoritism or pay-for-placement practices. Nonetheless, many artists dream of landing on these editorial lists, aware that a single track's inclusion can spark thousands or even millions of new streams. This reliance on curated selection fosters an environment where marketing budgets and industry connections can play a substantial role in achieving success. Alongside human curation, algorithmic discovery also shapes user experiences by personalizing playlists according to listening patterns. These automated lists reflect each subscriber's habits, recommending artists that fit well with past favorites or that might fill a perceived gap in the listener's profile. The strength of such personalization contributes to the lean-back style of listening, wherein users hit play on a recommended mix and let the algorithm do the searching. While convenient, it can also breed dependence on the platform's recommendations, reducing the chance of venturing beyond suggested boundaries. Music fans have mixed feelings about these developments. Some appreciate the ease of discovering new artists tailored to their tastes, finding curated lists a refreshing break from mainstream radio. Others worry that they might miss out on challenging or experimental music that does not align with data-driven assumptions. There is also a conversation about homogeneity, as playlists chase certain stylistic formulas proven to engage listeners, potentially sidelining more avant-garde tracks. The focus on user retention means streaming platforms might prioritize music that blends seamlessly in the background rather than compositions that demand full attention. Artists have found creative ways to align with playlist culture, from crafting short, punchy intros that grab attention to employing targeted social media campaigns aimed at playlist curators. Beyond landing on official lists, musicians also chase user-generated playlists that can gain surprising traction, propelled by communal sharing. These evolving strategies underscore the power of both editorial and algorithmic influences, revealing how heavily streaming success can hinge on pleasing not just fans but also the gatekeepers and programs that structure listeners' daily habits. Social engagement, live streaming, and community building. In recent years, many streaming platforms have integrated social tools that let fans engage with one another and the music they love. These features include sharing personalized playlists with friends, posting stories about recently discovered tracks, and following artists for updates on new releases. By blending music discovery with social connection, platforms aim to cultivate more immersive experiences that keep listeners engaged and transform casual followers into loyal supporters. For artists, the opportunity to directly interact can spark meaningful dialogue, encouraging fans to invest in the creative journey behind each track. Additionally, some services have expanded into live streaming, hosting virtual concerts, listening parties, or real-time Q&A sessions. These events often take place directly on the platform, enabling fans across the globe to participate simultaneously. Artists might preview unreleased material or celebrate an album launch with fans who gather in a digital auditorium. This approach strengthens the sense of communal excitement around a release, bridging physical distances that once limited how fans could share big musical moments. The live format also provides an alternative revenue stream, as some events feature paid tickets or tip jars that let supporters show appreciation directly. Online community building further enhances the connection between a streaming platform and its audience. Fans organize around shared musical tastes, forming online groups or forums. Within these digital spaces, they recommend tracks to one another, discuss emerging acts, and occasionally coordinate offline meetups. By facilitating these interactions, streaming platforms position themselves as cultural hubs where fans not only consume music but also contribute to ongoing conversations. This user-generated synergy amplifies word-of-mouth marketing and can lead to new discoveries for people who might never consult mainstream recommendations. While social integration brings benefits, it also raises questions around data privacy, moderation, and platform accountability. Online communities can foster positivity but sometimes devolve into unconstructive interactions or fan wars. Balancing user freedom with the need for respectful dialogue continues to challenge platform developers. Moreover, some listeners prefer a straightforward music-focused experience without additional social features, prompting debates about how prominently these tools should be featured in the user interface. Despite these concerns, the overall trajectory hints that streaming services will keep exploring ways to deepen user engagement. Interactive elements, such as real-time chat during album premieres or advanced personalization features, could become more prevalent. Virtual reality and augmented reality might eventually merge with music streaming, creating immersive settings that replicate or enhance the communal thrill of live events. All these possibilities illustrate streaming's impact far beyond mere audio delivery, pointing to a future where music consumption feels vibrant, participatory, and inseparable from digital social life. Future directions and ongoing innovations. Looking ahead, the role of streaming platforms will likely expand as technology continues to progress. Artificial intelligence might become an even more prominent factor in music recommendation, production, and fan interaction. Some platforms already experiment with AI-driven playlists that adapt minute by minute to the listener's mood or environment. These personalized experiences could grow more sophisticated, seamlessly blending an artist's new release with time-tested favorites that match the user's emotional state. While this level of customization appeals to many, it also prompts existential questions about creativity, authenticity, and whether technology might overshadow the human touch that fuels music's emotional impact. Meanwhile, the debate over fair compensation remains a central theme. Musicians, industry organizations, and legislators continue to explore new structures that might result in better payouts. Experiments with blockchain technology or decentralized streaming models propose a future where royalties are tracked and distributed with greater transparency, cutting down on intermediary inefficiencies. Whether these alternatives will gain traction remains unclear, but the rising dissatisfaction with the current system ensures that innovators will keep probing for sustainable solutions. Other potential developments revolve around immersive content. Virtual reality concerts, interactive music videos, and advanced binaural recordings are drawing attention as mediums that could redefine the idea of a music release. In these concepts, streaming platforms serve as more than audio libraries, they transform into interactive stages where fans can step into the artist's creative universe. While such experiences might initially target niche audiences, the appetite for novelty and shared virtual spaces could eventually make them mainstream. Artists who master these immersive techniques might gain an edge in a crowded market, offering experiences that command both fan excitement and premium pricing. Environmental considerations also creep into the streaming conversation. As data centers expand to handle billions of streams daily, discussions around energy consumption and carbon footprints intensify. Some platforms are beginning to address sustainability, optimizing servers, or exploring carbon offset programs. Listeners conscious of ecological impact might gravitate toward services that take measurable steps to reduce emissions, indicating that green initiatives could become a competitive factor in the streaming arena. Through all these potential changes, the fundamental purpose of streaming, granting instant access to vast musical catalogs, will remain intact. Listeners will continue to crave convenience, curation, and connection, and artists will seize every tool available to captivate audiences. The real question is how new technologies, economic models, and cultural shifts will converge, shaping the next chapter in an ongoing story of how humans create, share, and celebrate music. As streaming evolves, so does music itself, blending tradition with innovation and weaving communities together in ways previously unimagined. The future promises both challenges and breakthroughs, and those who embrace streaming's potential with care and creativity will likely stand at the forefront of shaping tomorrow's sonic landscape. Reflections on the streaming era. The era of streaming platforms continues to unfold, driven by the relentless pace of innovation and the evolving desires of audiences worldwide. The convenience of clicking a button to access an almost limitless array of songs has reshaped everyday routines and altered the arc of countless music careers. From regional folk traditions finding unexpected global followings to chart-dominating pop acts refining their promotional strategies in real time, streaming serves as the central nervous system for musical exchange. By scrutinizing its manifold aspects, global expansion, algorithmic curation, shifting revenue models, exclusive partnerships, and community engagement, one gains insight into the rich tapestry of challenges and opportunities that define modern music distribution. Where once radio stations or physical stores dictated the boundaries of discovery, listeners can now wander through an endless labyrinth of playlists and personalized suggestions. Each day, new releases pour in, waiting to be discovered or elevated by that all-important playlist slot. For creators, streaming represents a double-edged sword, a means to reach ears in every corner of the planet, yet one that often fails to provide robust financial support unless accompanied by touring, merchandising, or strategic partnerships. For platforms, the pressure to continuously refine user experiences leads to endless feature rollouts and expansions into social or live streaming realms. For fans, the interplay of convenience, variety, and personal connection fosters an environment that can be both exhilarating and overwhelming. Despite the industry's many uncertainties, one constant emerges: music holds an enduring, irreplaceable place in human life. Streaming has simply adjusted the format in which people engage with this art form, blending tradition and technology into a potent mixture. As the streaming era forges ahead, new debates will surface about balance, fairness, ownership, and the roles of major corporations in shaping cultural dialogues. Yet, even amid these complexities, the communal experience of discovering a transformative song endures, reminding everyone that at its core, music remains a shared emotional journey. Streaming is simply the latest vessel carrying that experience across the ever-shifting seas of innovation and human connection. Lesson 7: How record deals work in the music industry. Record deals represent one of the most pivotal agreements that shape an artist's career and financial trajectory. They define who holds ownership of recorded material, how revenue is split, and what obligations each side must fulfill. These contracts can be opportunities that open doors to bigger budgets and broader marketing, but they also carry potential pitfalls if approached without careful preparation. While some artists emerge feeling empowered by the resources a label provides, others look back and wish they had negotiated more control over their music. Understanding how record deals work is therefore crucial for any aspiring musician, manager, or industry professional who hopes to navigate these arrangements with clarity and self-assurance. The process typically begins when a label recognizes potential in an artist's music or brand. A representative might spot them performing at a showcase, hear a buzz building online, or receive a credible referral from a trusted contact. Interest often centers around the likelihood of commercial success, but label executives also weigh intangible factors like the artist's image, work ethic, and the uniqueness of their sound. Once they see a promising fit, the label issues a preliminary offer, commonly referred to as a deal memo or a term sheet, outlining broad points such as advance payments, royalty percentages, and the number of albums expected. Artists are advised to proceed cautiously at this stage, ensuring they understand every implication before signing. Experienced lawyers and managers play a vital role in guiding negotiations. Their insights into industry standards allow them to spot vague contract language or clauses that could restrict an artist's freedom. They clarify technical aspects such as recoupment terms, cross-collateralization, and mechanical royalties. Working with professionals who have a track record of fair deals can be the difference between feeling rushed into a contract and crafting an agreement that supports long-term growth. Even so, no single deal is entirely risk-free. Sometimes, artists accept less than ideal terms for the chance to gain exposure on a large scale, hoping to renegotiate after proving themselves in the marketplace. Major labels often come to mind when people think about record deals, but independents also offer their own versions. The differences may include smaller advances, closer personal relationships with staff, and a more flexible approach to creative direction. Some independent deals allow the artist to retain ownership of their masters, which can be significant in terms of long-term revenue. Larger labels, by contrast, usually insist on owning masters for a set period or even in perpetuity, considering them valuable assets. Artists must therefore decide whether they want a bigger promotional machine behind them or if they prefer greater artistic and financial autonomy, even if it means fewer upfront resources. To set the stage, it's useful to remember that record deals aren't one-size-fits-all. An agreement structure depends on numerous factors: the artist's bargaining power, the label's confidence in the project, the broader market climate, and the type of music involved. A pop singer with a huge social media presence might secure a lucrative deal because they've already demonstrated fan engagement, whereas a niche experimental artist could encounter modest offers unless a label sees untapped potential. Both parties must align on expectations. If the label pours in marketing funds, they'll usually expect a certain style or commercial viability, which can sometimes clash with an artist's desire to experiment. Through negotiations, these competing interests ideally find middle ground. The conversation around ownership often dominates record deal discussions. Ownership of masters remains a linchpin in modern contracts, as it determines who can license the music for film, TV, or advertising. Labels typically argue that they need rights to the masters to recoup their investment and maintain control over distribution. Artists, on the other hand, hope to hold on to their creations and earn a larger share of royalties. Compromise might involve shared ownership or a reversion clause that returns rights to the artist after a period. Each side looks to protect its interests, and the final clause on master ownership can significantly affect an artist's future earnings. Advances represent another central piece of the puzzle. This sum, paid upfront to the artist, often covers recording costs, living expenses, or other production-related fees. While receiving a large advance can feel like hitting the jackpot, it's important to realize that it's essentially a loan against future earnings. The label will recoup this outlay from sales or streaming income before the artist sees additional profit. Failure to meet sales or streaming targets can leave an artist perpetually in debt to the label, curtailing future creative freedom. Nonetheless, a fair advance provides peace of mind, allowing the artist to focus on writing, recording, and promoting without the immediate financial burdens. Royalties lie at the core of day-to-day earnings. They're typically expressed in percentages, outlining how revenue from sales and streams will be split. A standard major label deal might promise a certain royalty rate on physical sales, digital downloads, and streaming. But exact figures vary widely, sometimes hovering in the mid-teens or lower, depending on the artist's popularity and negotiating power. Artists must also account for deductions that further eat into their share: packaging fees for physical media, distribution cuts, and promotional expenses can reduce their net earnings. Meanwhile, an independent deal might offer a higher royalty rate, albeit with less promotional muscle behind it. Additional complexities arise with the advent of 360 deals, which permit labels to take a slice of revenue streams beyond recorded music, such as touring, merchandising, and endorsements. Labels justify this approach by citing their increased role in career development. They claim they invest in an artist's overall brand, so it's fair to share in every revenue source. For artists who demand more autonomy, 360 deals can feel overly invasive, capturing income they would otherwise retain. Negotiating a balanced 360 arrangement requires scrutinizing each revenue area to ensure the label's involvement genuinely adds value, rather than simply siphoning off artist profits. Another key dimension in a record deal involves the obligation to deliver a set number of albums. Labels want assurance that an artist will provide enough content to justify their investment. Depending on how the contract is written, these album commitments can extend a relationship well beyond the artist's comfort zone if things aren't going smoothly. Artists risk stagnation if they're locked into a label that no longer prioritizes them. Conversely, some deals include performance criteria allowing the contract to end if sales figures remain too low. Either scenario underscores why it's essential to define each party's expectations carefully at the outset. Creative control remains a sticking point for many artists who fear the label might push them toward a style or marketing image that feels inauthentic. While certain contract language grants the label final say in matters of production or image, others allow the artist significant freedom if they meet certain commercial goals. The question is whether an artist can maintain their integrity while aligning with a label's strategy. The best solutions usually involve open communication and mutual respect, though the reality can be less ideal, especially under time constraints to release new material. Detailed provisions in the contract can mitigate misunderstandings. Within these broad themes, recoupment is a major concern. It's a process where the label deducts all expenses from the artist's share of revenues until the costs are recovered. These costs might include recording, music video production, tour support, and even parts of marketing campaigns. Depending on the structure, recoupment can extend to different types of income. Some deals are cross-collateralized, meaning if a record underperforms, the label can recoup losses from other album earnings or external revenue streams. This arrangement can trap an artist in perpetual debt if sales don't match projections. Time constraints factor into the equation. Traditional deals might demand one album every year or two, setting a pace that can be creatively stifling. If an artist moves too slowly, the label might withhold or delay resources needed to release the next project. For some musicians, these schedules encourage disciplined output. For others, it pressures them to produce content before they're fully satisfied with its artistic merit. An alternative approach might set flexible timelines, but labels often hesitate to leave schedules open-ended, given the commercial risk involved. In modern deals, marketing support is crucial. The label's involvement in planning release dates, securing media coverage, booking late-night TV spots, or funding music videos can push an artist's profile to new heights. However, marketing budgets are rarely unlimited, and labels prioritize acts they believe have the best return on investment. An artist who doesn't break through quickly may find their promotional allocations dwindling. Understanding how marketing funds are allocated can help artists anticipate the level of visibility they'll receive and guide them on how much they might need to invest independently. When it comes to distribution, the label's connections to major retailers, streaming services, and media networks can be invaluable. They have established pipelines to ensure a new release doesn't get lost among countless others. They also handle administrative tasks like registering songs with performance rights organizations or negotiating terms with foreign markets. This support frees an artist to focus on creative endeavors, though it also often ties them to specific terms of distribution. If an artist wants to explore alternative channels or renegotiate after a contract is signed, they may face hurdles from a label that wants to maintain control over the release strategy. Legal intricacies abound in record deals, which is why an experienced entertainment attorney is indispensable. Contract clauses concerning royalty audits, indemnifications, or moral rights can become relevant in unexpected ways. Imagine an artist who believes they haven't received correct royalty payments over time, yet finds it difficult to access the label's accounting records. Without proper auditing rights spelled out in the contract, they might struggle to prove underpayment. Similarly, indemnification clauses shift liability in lawsuits or disputes, requiring clarity so the artist isn't blindsided by costs from external claims. These legal fine points require caution at the negotiation table. Some deals involve an option for the label to extend the contract after each album. This setup can function as a trial period, letting labels drop an artist if sales don't meet expectations. On the other hand, if an artist sees significant success, the label might exercise the option to continue for another album under pre-negotiated terms. While options provide a structured progression, they can also leave an artist in limbo, never fully certain of their long-term stability until the label makes a final decision. Carefully analyzing how these options are triggered or declined can prevent unwelcome surprises. Artists sometimes consider alternative pathways to the traditional record deal. They might sign licensing agreements, where they retain master ownership and merely grant the label permission to distribute and market the music for a set time. This arrangement can result in higher immediate earnings for the artist, though less label-provided support. Others opt for a distribution-only deal, leveraging a label's connections without relinquishing creative or master rights. These variations reflect a growing trend of flexible contracts that cater to different career stages and risk tolerances. As streaming continues to dominate, artists must confirm how royalty calculations adapt to that environment. Revenue from Spotify, Apple Music, or YouTube might not be consistent with older physical sale models. Contracts that predate the streaming era can contain outdated wording, leading to disputes about which rate applies to streams. Modern deals typically include specific streaming clauses, detailing rates, breakage fees, for unallocated revenue, and how to handle ad-supported plays. This clarity can protect both sides from confusion as digital consumption evolves. In certain circumstances, an artist might receive a development deal, which is essentially a preliminary arrangement for recording demos or testing market response before committing to a full record contract. While these deals can be a stepping stone, they rarely guarantee a full-scale agreement if the label decides the music isn't commercially viable. Terms of development deals vary, but they often include a right of first refusal, which means the label can choose to sign the artist formally if the demos impress executives. This route offers a taste of label backing, though not always culminating in an official launch. Even after a contract is signed, contract renegotiations can happen if an artist performs beyond the label's initial projections. If a debut album skyrockets, the artist might seek improved royalty rates, creative control, or master ownership reversions. Conversely, the label might request extensions or additional albums if the artist proves to be a major revenue driver. These renegotiations involve strategic balancing of goodwill, market leverage, and future goals. While it's a chance for both parties to strengthen the partnership, it can also turn contentious if the label resists altering profitable terms. Sometimes conflicts lead to an artist's exit from a deal, though the process can be costly. Labels might hold on to unreleased material or demand reimbursement of unrecouped advances. Legal battles ensue when either party feels the other has breached key provisions, from missed album deadlines to withheld promotional support. Pursuing litigation can be time-consuming and drain resources. An amicable settlement is often preferred, but not always feasible if trust has eroded. These situations underscore the importance of drafting thorough, mutually respectful agreements from the outset. A less discussed aspect is the role of an A&R, artists and repertoire, representative. This person scouts talent, guides artistic development, and liaises between the artist and label executives. A supportive A&R rep can champion an artist's vision, secure strong budget allocations, and facilitate high-profile collaborations. An unsupportive A&R, however, can hamper an artist's progress, failing to communicate effectively with management or marketing teams. Ensuring alignment with A&R can be a deal-maker or breaker in terms of the overall experience under a record contract. As the traditional album cycle competes with the single-driven digital climate, some contracts address how to handle one-off releases, EPs, or mixtapes. Labels may consider these as separate projects or part of the album count, depending on contract language. Artists with a prolific output may find their contract terms don't accommodate frequent smaller releases, potentially leading them to negotiate addendums that offer more flexibility. It underscores that the modern music ecosystem demands adaptability to how fans consume content, and contracts must be modernized to suit these needs. Quality standards can appear as well, granting labels discretion to refuse subpar recordings. Artists might balk at the subjective nature of quality, fearing the label could delay a release indefinitely if it doesn't match commercial expectations. Negotiating more objective language, or setting processes where both parties collaborate on finalizing track lists, helps mitigate undue label influence. At the same time, labels argue they need a measure of quality control to protect their brand image and avoid releasing material that could harm the artist's reputation. Tax implications are another overlooked angle. Advances and royalties carry tax consequences that can surprise an artist unaccustomed to variable income. A large advance might push someone into a higher tax bracket, while inconsistent royalty checks complicate financial planning. Artists who fail to set aside funds for tax obligations might scramble when payment is due. Some contracts might clarify who handles taxes on foreign earnings or detail withholdings for specific territories. Seeking guidance from accountants who understand entertainment finances can be indispensable. Profit splits extend beyond the artist-label relationship. Collaborations with producers, guest artists, or co-writers require separate agreements that allocate a percentage of royalties. If the label covers producer fees, it might recoup them from the artist's portion. Similarly, guest features can involve complicated negotiations over royalty splits, requiring consistent paperwork to ensure everyone's rightful earnings are tracked. Failing to address these details can lead to conflicts later when a track becomes successful and multiple parties claim a share. Simultaneously, music publishing looms as a parallel dimension. Publishing deals address the songwriter's share of income, distinct from the recorded master. Sometimes a label has a sister publishing company that seeks to manage an artist's compositions. While separate from a record deal, publishing clauses may appear in the same contract, intertwining performance royalties, mechanical royalties, and sync licensing. This multiplicity of revenue streams highlights why artists must keep a broad perspective on every provision that references composition rights or usage. Monitoring success once a deal is in motion is also essential. Labels might track stream counts, airplay, press coverage, and audience demographics, adjusting marketing strategies accordingly. If they see strong traction in certain regions, they'll invest more resources there. Meanwhile, the artist should maintain open communication to ensure both sides agree on promotional priorities. An unengaged label can lead to underwhelming momentum, so artists must advocate for ongoing support, making sure the partnership remains active throughout the contract term. Occasionally, artists blend label deals with direct fan engagements. They might run crowdfunding campaigns for certain projects or release exclusive merchandise independently. Labels often permit these side ventures if they don't conflict with the main agreement. Yet the fine print in a record deal might restrict certain promotional strategies or limit the artist's freedom to release side projects. Reading the contract carefully can clarify whether the artist can pursue parallel revenue streams without the label's permission or involvement. Publicity obligations may appear in the contract, outlining how often an artist is required to do interviews, attend events, or collaborate on label-sponsored marketing stunts. The level of these demands can be stressful. Some artists relish the attention, while others feel overwhelmed by constant public appearances. If the label invests heavily, they might expect the artist to fulfill an ambitious promo schedule. Tension can arise if an artist values privacy or creativity over relentless self-promotion, prompting further negotiation on balancing obligations. In situations where an artist has multiple skill sets, like a producer who raps or a songwriter who also performs, contracts must delineate roles and corresponding compensation. A performer's record deal covers vocal recordings, but what about beats they produce for themselves or for label mates? Each creative hat can lead to a separate agreement or an addendum covering production royalties. Overlooking these nuances can cause confusion around credits, royalties, and rights management, making it vital to outline each domain explicitly. International expansions raise additional concerns. If a label pushes an artist's music overseas, distribution and marketing might rely on affiliated branches or international partners. Royalty calculations could change based on local laws or varying streaming rates. Contracts sometimes include separate provisions for foreign sales or specify distinct royalty tiers for different regions. Meanwhile, an artist might face visa or work permit issues if traveling abroad to promote their album. Clarifying who covers such expenses or logistical hurdles can avoid headaches. Controlling image is also a factor, especially if the label invests in videos, photo shoots, or brand tie-ins. Some deals grant the label final veto power over how the artist is portrayed. This arrangement might conflict with a musician's personal convictions if, for example, they're asked to endorse a product that doesn't align with their values. Negotiating boundaries in the contract helps ensure the label respects the artist's public image. That way, marketing campaigns remain consistent with the artist's personal and artistic identity. Audit rights hold tremendous importance. If an artist suspects miscalculations in their royalty statements, they rely on audit clauses to examine the label's bookkeeping. A well-crafted audit clause sets procedures for how often and under what conditions an artist can review financial records. Without it, challenging potential discrepancies is difficult. Labels sometimes resist frequent audits, arguing they're costly, but fair provisions benefit both sides by building trust and transparency. Shifts in management or internal label priorities can influence how thoroughly an artist's contract is honored. If an enthusiastic A&R rep departs, the incoming representative might not share the same passion. That can lead to reduced marketing budgets or indefinite shelving of a project. While the written contract stands, intangible support often determines commercial success. A stable relationship with label personnel fosters a more productive environment, so artists may consider how well they mesh with the current team. For those seeking an exit strategy, buyouts can occur when a new label or investor offers to cover outstanding debts and free the artist from their existing contract. Alternatively, the artist might self-finance a buyout, though it's usually expensive. Strategic buyouts arise if an artist's market appeal has grown, but their label can't match future ambitions. The negotiations can be complex, as labels aim to recoup their original investment or even profit from the transfer. Ultimately, the real measure of a record deal's success is whether it enables fruitful creativity and sustainable livelihood. Some deals flourish because the label and artist share unified vision, complement each other's skills, and adapt to changing market conditions. Others sour due to misunderstandings, dashed expectations, or shifting label priorities. While no contract can guarantee success, those who invest time in understanding the details, consulting trusted advisors, and staying transparent with all parties enhance their prospects. The landscape continues to evolve. As streaming, social media, and direct-to-fan models gain momentum, record deals must keep pace. Innovative structures like profit sharing or short-term licensing become more commonplace. Today's artists often prefer a sense of fluidity, wary of locking themselves into rigid, multi-year commitments. In response, labels experiment with fresh contract terms to remain relevant. The future may see further shifts toward collaborative, flexible agreements that respect both business realities and artistic freedom. Though some question whether traditional record deals are even necessary, many artists still thrive under them, receiving resources they couldn't access alone. The benefits of established distribution channels, experienced marketing teams, and robust promotional machinery remain significant. A well-managed label relationship can accelerate a musician's growth faster than a purely independent route. The key is recognizing that no two artists or labels are identical, and forging a fair deal hinges on honest communication and mutual respect. In the end, how record deals work boils down to the delicate equilibrium between artistic expression and commercial imperatives. Labels supply funding and expertise, while artists deliver the core creative product. Contracts articulate that exchange, spelling out who gets what, how, and when. Ideally, a record deal fosters an environment that nurtures innovation, rewards effort, and resonates with audiences. With prudence, determination, and wise counsel, an artist can harness the power of a record deal without compromising the heart of their music. Lesson 8: Distribution Methods for Music. Music distribution rests at the heart of how songs travel from creators to listeners. It determines how fans purchase or stream songs, where an artist's releases appear, and what channels labels or independent musicians use to reach audiences worldwide. As the industry evolves, distribution has become a shifting tapestry of physical and digital outlets, shaped by technology, audience preferences, and the continual reinvention of how music can be shared. Understanding these methods goes beyond learning about which platforms exist. It also involves appreciating the cultural and financial forces that decide which songs are easily found, how they are monetized, and why certain artists flourish or struggle based on their distribution strategy. This lesson explores key considerations in today's music distribution landscape, highlighting traditional methods, digital innovations, the role of aggregators, and the growing importance of direct-to-fan engagement. Each section will dive into essential topics that illuminate how distribution links art with commerce, helps define careers, and paves the way for music to connect with people across the globe. In reaching listeners, the choices made in distribution can significantly influence an artist's success. Different geographical areas have distinct consumption habits. Some regions still rely heavily on radio-driven rotations and brick-and-mortar music stores, whereas others are almost fully aligned with streaming. Musicians, labels, and distributors must adapt to these shifts, ensuring they use the right mix of channels. The complexity of juggling multiple markets, each with its licensing laws and cultural nuances, becomes a central theme. By mastering these details, one can craft a multi-layered approach that respects local tastes while taking advantage of global opportunities. The path from the recording studio to someone's headphones is not merely a technical journey but a deeply strategic process involving numerous industry players. For years, physical distribution was the only viable way to get songs into listeners' hands. Vinyl records, cassette tapes, and eventually compact discs dominated music retail. Despite the boom of digital formats, physical products remain relevant. Collectors, audiophiles, and niche communities still prize tangible music items, finding unique value in album art, liner notes, and the tactile experience. Meanwhile, digital distribution has soared, making it possible for an artist in one corner of the world to release a track at midnight and find it streamed by thousands in faraway regions by morning. Yet, this ubiquity also intensifies competition. Independent artists and massive stars share the same digital shelves, and standing out can be a daunting challenge. As one traverses this lesson, the interplay of traditional and modern distribution steps into focus, revealing how each method offers its own blend of strengths, trade-offs, and marketing angles. The lesson also unpacks the mechanics of aggregator services and how they smooth the path for indie musicians to appear on top streaming outlets. It explores the pressing question of royalties, showing how deals are structured and explaining why some artists thrive with minimal label support. There is a moral dimension too, concerning fair access, gatekeeping, and the tension between grassroots discovery and heavily curated storefronts or playlists. By the time you finish exploring these sections, you will better understand how distribution stands at the core of the music business, bridging the gap between creation and consumption, while guiding each artist's future in this dynamic field. Above all, recognizing how distribution touches every step in a music career helps unify the artist's journey. Whether through forging licensing deals, shipping vinyl records, collaborating with digital platforms, or engaging supporters directly, distribution remains an evolving conversation that demands curiosity, flexibility, and insight. The topics below dive deeper into these angles, guiding you through the evolving modes by which music travels into the hands and hearts of listeners worldwide. In certain circles, the notion of physical music distribution seems quaint. Yet it remains alive and well, sustained by the timeless enjoyment collectors and traditional fans derive from owning tangible music formats. Vinyl, in particular, has seen a noticeable resurgence, with many listeners reconnecting to its tactile appeal. Specialty record shops have adapted by offering more curated selections and exclusive pressings. This phenomenon arises from a nostalgia-fueled desire for authenticity, as well as the belief that analog sound provides warmth unmatched by digital compression. When record pressing plants struggled to meet surging demand, it became evident that physical media still connects with a dedicated segment of the market. Many limited runs sell out quickly, generating excitement reminiscent of earlier decades when fans lined up to snag new releases. In this environment, distribution networks continue to coordinate shipments, handle returns, and manage inventory. Although overshadowed in a global sense by streaming numbers, the physical sector for vinyl collectors or CD enthusiasts fosters community and can provide stable revenue for certain artists who have loyal fan bases. Diving deeper, cassettes also maintain a small but passionate revival. Some independent musicians use them for limited edition merchandise that resonates with fans who value retro aesthetics. Distribution channels for these cassettes lean on small-scale duplication services, local shops, or direct mail orders, bypassing larger commercial frameworks. This corner of physical distribution thrives on personal engagement. Artists often sign tapes, attach handwritten messages, and package them in a creative manner, which intensifies the feeling of intimacy. The scarcity of these physical media items can heighten their perceived value. Listeners who align with the ethos of do-it-yourself artistry may prefer cassettes, seeing them as an antidote to mass-produced content. These tapes are sold at concerts, on artists' websites, and occasionally through subscription services that curate monthly bundles of under-the-radar acts. While not a mainstream phenomenon, cassettes illustrate how niche distribution can cultivate a devoted fan segment. Physical distribution networks also extend into major retail chains, although fewer in number than in prior decades. Big box stores carry a curated selection of chart-topping albums and timeless classics, aiming for a broad demographic. The convenience factor matters here. Casual shoppers might pick up a new release along with their groceries, exposing them to artists they would not otherwise seek online. These stores work closely with distributors to manage stock levels, ensuring that top-selling records remain available, especially around high-traffic periods. The challenge involves balancing shelf space with other entertainment media like DVDs or video games. For labels, landing a spot in such chains can generate significant sales, but the competition is fierce. Distribution executives negotiate deals months in advance, planning marketing campaigns to highlight new releases at prominent store locations. This approach can still drive a surge of attention, especially for mainstream genres like country or pop, where physical sales hold more weight. However, physical distributors must contend with unique cost structures. Printing, shipping, storage, and potential product returns all factor in. Smaller labels and independent artists may find this financially burdensome unless they have guaranteed sales. Return policies can sting if a retailer sends back unsold inventory, leaving the label or artist to absorb the cost. To manage this, some distributors opt for consignment deals or print-on-demand models, minimizing excess stock. These arrangements can be beneficial but demand careful negotiation to avoid unexpected expenses. This complexity reveals that physical distribution demands consistent coordination, especially in a world where digital convenience sets a fast pace. While profitable for certain niches, it can be a challenging route for newcomers without a clear sense of demand. For certain specialized audiences, deluxe box sets and collector's editions stand out as a vibrant category. Labels prepare lavish packages with bonus tracks, hardcover books, and other memorabilia. These premium products target superfans willing to pay a high price for added exclusivity. Distribution for these bundles is often narrow, focusing on direct sales through an official website or boutique partners. The planning phase requires gauging interest levels to avoid overproduction. When done right, such releases can draw media attention, enabling an artist to celebrate an album's anniversary or crowdfund special projects. Physical distribution in these instances feels more like event marketing, creating excitement around limited availability, often culminating in swift sellouts that become part of an artist's lore. While physical distribution retains a devoted following, digital channels undeniably shape modern music consumption. One pivotal approach within digital distribution involves direct uploads to streaming platforms. Under this model, artists partner with digital service providers, DSPs, that make tracks available on sites like Spotify, Apple Music, and other listening apps. These DSPs handle the tech infrastructure, from encoding audio to ensuring it fits metadata standards. The allure lies in potentially reaching vast global audiences without the overhead of physical manufacturing. This more immediate, cost-effective route can be ideal for indie acts who want to release music swiftly, gauge listener response, and refine their strategies on the fly. Yet the ease of entry also saturates the market, leading to a sea of new releases every day. Breaking through the noise can be daunting, prompting thoughtful planning for marketing, playlist considerations, and social media hype. Digital distribution's greatest advantage, instant worldwide accessibility, also demands sharp brand messaging to avoid getting lost among millions of similar songs. Another aspect involves digital downloads, a format which experienced its heyday in the late 2000s and early 2010s. While overshadowed by streaming, downloads remain relevant for certain fan groups who prefer to own files. Some artists host Bandcamp pages or personal websites where supporters can purchase albums in high-quality audio formats. This approach grants the musician a larger revenue slice than streaming typically offers. Distribution relies less on major aggregators and more on direct payment services integrated into these sites. Artists appreciate the freedom to set unique prices, run sales, and bundle downloads with exclusive merchandise. Even though the mass appeal of downloads has waned in favor of subscription models, a well-managed digital storefront can keep loyal fans invested, especially when the artist communicates a sense of community. This smaller-scale distribution fosters closeness between creator and audience, reinforcing the notion that not all distribution must follow the mainstream path. Certain distributors also focus on specialized genres, granting targeted exposure that large DSPs may not provide effectively. Niche electronic music hubs, for instance, cater to fans who crave DJ-ready tracks unavailable on general platforms. Similar sites exist for classical connoisseurs or underground hip-hop aficionados. Through these channels, an artist connects with a dedicated demographic that actively hunts for new releases. Distribution here involves curatorial strategies. Staffers or volunteers sift through submissions, ensuring quality alignment with the platform's vibe. The sense of belonging can be powerful, as fans recognize these outlets as sanctuaries for music overlooked by mainstream aggregator sites. For creators, it means forging deeper relationships with listeners who share a passion for the genre's nuances. This narrower distribution path may not yield massive numbers, but it can cultivate loyalty and niche success, an approach well suited for those who prioritize artistic identity over broad commercial compromise. Distributors in the digital realm also rely heavily on data analytics. The flow of information about listener demographics, skip rates, and daily peaks in streams can guide strategic decisions. Suppose an artist sees a spike in a certain country, the distributor might recommend translating BIOS or offering region-specific releases to capitalize on that interest. Algorithms feed into these insights, scanning user behavior to predict which new songs might attract a similar audience. Distribution in this sense becomes not just about placing music online but about tailoring each release to align with real-time consumer trends. This synergy can prove advantageous for artists who adapt quickly, refining their content and promotional angles based on immediate feedback. Yet it also means distribution strategies must remain flexible, ready to pivot if analytics suggest a new direction. While data can empower creators, it can also reduce music to mere metrics, a tension that creative minds must navigate carefully. The evolution of digital distribution also ties into licensing and rights management. Unlike a physical product, digital content can be replicated infinitely, raising concerns about piracy. Distributors partner with anti-piracy services to remove unauthorized uploads or claim revenue from user-generated videos featuring the music. This ensures that rightful earnings go to the artist and any associated label. Additionally, distribution agreements often detail territory-specific deals where certain rights might be handled by regional affiliates. When an artist's music surfaces in countries governed by different licensing bodies, negotiations ensure compliance with local laws. This labyrinth of licensing underscores that digital distribution, while more fluid than handling physical stock, still requires a robust infrastructure of legal protections and administrative coordination. Far from a frictionless process, it demands careful planning so that music can cross digital borders lawfully, offering fans in each region the chance to discover new songs in a seamless manner. The role of streaming platforms as key distributors underscores the modern reshaping of music's economic model. These platforms integrate curation, algorithmic recommendations, and subscription tiers to feed a vast library of tracks directly to users worldwide. For many listeners, streaming is the default route for consuming music, creating a dual need for artists to appear widely on these services while also exploring ways to stand out among millions of playlists. Rather than focusing primarily on unit sales, the conversation shifts to stream counts, engagement, and monthly listener totals. This shift influences how new releases are timed and promoted. Musicians might drop singles at intervals, building momentum until a full album appears. Others rely on curated playlists that expose them to potential fans, often leading to a spike in discoverability. However, the question of fair compensation under streaming remains an ongoing industry debate. Payment per stream is typically fractional, necessitating millions of plays for a substantial payout. Thus, while streaming opens massive distribution channels, it also compels artists to consider diversified income streams, from touring to merchandise, to sustain their craft. Streaming distribution extends beyond audio. Some platforms experiment with video-based content, such as lyric videos or live-streamed performances, adding layers of engagement. This can be especially advantageous for musicians adept at visual presentation, helping them forge deeper connections with fans. Distribution contracts in this context might address these extra formats, establishing revenue splits for ad-supported video plays. Meanwhile, many streaming services partner with social media apps, enabling songs to be clipped and shared in short video posts. Viral moments can arise if a snippet resonates with a wide user base, demonstrating how distribution now merges with user-generated content. The modern distributor's role is as much about partnerships and technology integration as it is about shipping or uploading. Platforms, labels, and artists must coordinate to maximize these emergent channels, ensuring that licensing is respected while capitalizing on potential hits that might bubble up unexpectedly. Another dimension of streaming involves tiered memberships. Ad-supported options let casual listeners tune in for free, generating revenue through advertisements. In contrast, premium subscriptions deliver ad-free, on-demand features. Revenue from both models trickles down in different proportions. Artists may see more consistent payouts from premium user streams, while free streams can broaden audience reach but yield slimmer margins. When an artist's track features in high rotation among premium members, it potentially garners a healthier per-stream rate. This structure can turn distribution into a strategic puzzle, how to balance wide accessibility with ensuring that the songs land among profitable listener segments. Some top-tier acts engage in exclusive deals with specific streaming services to secure promotional advantages or higher royalty guarantees, although such tactics can alienate fans who prefer alternative platforms. Navigating these complexities requires an awareness of each service's algorithms, curated playlists, and user base, aligning promotional campaigns around the times or places with the highest potential payoff. Geographic targeting becomes another sophisticated angle. In countries with surging streaming adoption, certain localized platforms overshadow the international giants. Artists who aim to penetrate these markets may adapt their marketing materials, translations, or release schedules to suit local consumer habits. The distributor's ability to place tracks in those region-specific playlists or to coordinate with local media can profoundly shape an artist's success. Some streaming services even experiment with hyperlocal playlists that highlight city-level cultural trends, letting lesser-known artists connect with an audience in their own backyard. These initiatives redefine the role of distribution, proving it's not only about pushing content across multiple services but also about forging local ties, respecting cultural nuances, and leveraging the platform's built-in recommendation engines effectively. Success emerges from a dance between global scale and regional authenticity, weaving a tapestry where international presence doesn't overshadow local identity. Emerging forms of interactive experiences hint at how streaming distribution might continue to evolve. Some platforms experiment with playlists that change in real time based on shared user feedback or collaborative input from artists. Interactive album formats might surface, letting fans rearrange tracks or explore branching song structures. These new frontiers rely on advanced tech that pushes music distribution beyond linear playback, cultivating deeper listener involvement. The question for distributors and creators alike is how to monetize these experiences while maintaining a frictionless interface. As music merges more thoroughly with software updates, smart devices, and even augmented reality, distribution strategies could involve licensing content for specialized apps or platforms that transform how people encounter new sounds. Viewed from this angle, the boundaries between distribution, creation, and consumption may blur, as artists design releases that respond dynamically to user actions. Though still nascent, such innovations underscore that streaming is not the endpoint of digital distribution but rather a stepping stone toward even more immersive and malleable musical encounters. Amid the rising prominence of digital channels, aggregator services emerged as pivotal intermediaries. These companies connect artists and labels to a wide range of online music stores and streaming platforms, ensuring that a single upload can propagate across multiple outlets globally. Aggregators simplify the otherwise daunting task of negotiating individual deals with each platform. By charging a flat fee or taking a percentage of revenue, they package services such as metadata management, catalog maintenance, and sometimes promotional assistance. This structure democratizes distribution, letting independent musicians bypass the complexities of direct deals. Without aggregators, an indie artist might have to form separate agreements with each platform, requiring significant administrative overhead. Instead, they can upload music, supply relevant metadata, and watch their releases appear on a host of streaming giants. This one-stop convenience anchors the modern do-it-yourself ethos, giving creators more control over their timelines and marketing messages. However, the aggregator model also faces its own challenges. Because they handle thousands or even millions of tracks, some aggregator platforms risk becoming impersonal. Customer support can be stretched thin, making it difficult for an individual artist to get personalized advice or resolution of issues quickly. In addition, aggregators' wide net can lead to a chaotic environment where unauthorized or duplicate uploads slip through, forcing legitimate artists to police their own catalogs. Reputable aggregators combat this by verifying accounts, upgrading security, and offering robust user dashboards that track stats in real time. Musicians can see which services drive the highest stream counts, enabling them to concentrate promotional resources accordingly. Aggregators can also offer ancillary add-ons, like pre-save campaigns or synced release schedules, to help artists build momentum. While these extras can enhance convenience, they may come at higher subscription tiers or fees, challenging newcomers to decide how much to invest upfront. Within the aggregator scene, competition is fierce. Many services tout unique benefits, from more favorable royalty splits to advanced analytics or integrated marketing tools. This competition fosters innovation, as platforms strive to differentiate themselves. Some highlight fast payouts, enabling artists to receive streaming royalties as they accumulate, rather than waiting weeks or months. Others focus on global presence, boasting partnerships in countries where alternative streaming platforms predominate. The overarching result is a distribution ecosystem that offers a broad spectrum of choices for artists at every level. Those with minimal budgets can pick bare-bones services to get songs online, while established acts might pay for premium packages that include detailed analytics, playlist pitching, and expedited placement. This tiered approach encourages self-reflection about goals and resources, as an emerging bedroom producer might not need the same features as a seasoned touring band. By aligning aggregator services with realistic targets, musicians can avoid overextending and instead channel their budget into marketing or content creation. A related function of aggregators is managing royalty collection across multiple revenue streams. They sometimes coordinate with performance rights organizations or mechanical licensing agencies, ensuring that an artist receives compensation whenever their music is played in public venues or broadcast contexts. This simplifies the labyrinth of collecting societies, which vary by region. By consolidating data, aggregators produce unified statements that clarify an artist's total earnings, bridging gaps that once required extensive accounting. While no system is perfect, especially with the complexity of borderless digital plays, the aggregator's presence reduces friction, letting creatives focus on music rather than on chasing small amounts of missed royalties. This development exemplifies how distribution intersects with financial infrastructure, demonstrating that the convenience of uploading tracks also involves safeguarding the revenues generated from each platform. Still, aggregator services do not guarantee success on their own. They function as a conduit, placing music where it can be streamed or downloaded. Visibility and audience engagement hinge on broader promotional efforts. Savvy musicians treat aggregator uploads as a starting point, coupling them with social media announcements, music videos, influencer collaborations, or targeted ad campaigns. The aggregator becomes part of an interconnected network designed to push tracks into public consciousness. When the synergy works, an artist can see an organic upswing in streams, fueled by the convenience of aggregator distribution and the buzz generated by marketing. Conversely, releasing music with minimal fanfare can result in it sitting unnoticed on digital shelves, overshadowed by thousands of daily new uploads. That's why aggregator services, while essential in the modern distribution toolkit, must be integrated into a more holistic strategy that resonates with potential listeners. Beyond commercial platforms, direct-to-fan approaches offer an alternative framework that allows musicians to connect on a personal level with supporters. This approach involves distributing music straight from the artist, often through a dedicated website or subscription service. The aim is twofold: first, to maintain control over pricing and presentation, and second, to foster intimacy that large-scale distribution methods might lack. Musicians who adopt this path might release exclusive tracks, behind-the-scenes footage, or bonus content to subscribers, thereby creating a sense of community. The success of direct-to-fan hinges on consistent engagement, as fans should feel they receive special treatment or deeper insight into the creative process. In exchange, artists can avoid sharing a large portion of their earnings with labels, distributors, or streaming platforms. This tighter bond can translate into loyalty, with fans more likely to pre-order albums or attend shows because they've formed a unique personal connection with the artist. Crowdfunding platforms blend well with direct distribution. An artist can launch a campaign for an album, offering backers the finished project plus extras like signed memorabilia or a private streaming session. This model transforms fans into stakeholders who feel they're supporting an endeavor from its inception. Once the album is ready, distribution occurs directly, bypassing middlemen. While this approach demands careful planning, estimating project costs, scheduling updates, and fulfilling rewards, the payoff is a dedicated support base invested in the project's outcome. The direct-to-fan strategy can fund new releases without the constraints of traditional deal structures. However, it also requires that artists handle logistics, marketing, and customer service that labels or distributors might otherwise provide. Live performances also integrate with direct-to-fan methods. After a concert, fans can immediately purchase recordings or receive digital access codes for new releases. This synergy capitalizes on the energy of live shows, prompting fans to buy music while the memory of the performance is still fresh. Musicians can gather email addresses or phone numbers, building a database of fans they can keep updated about future releases or events. Rather than relying solely on passive distribution channels, the performer becomes a dynamic salesperson of their work, forging a bond that might outlast the typical short attention span of modern audiences. While big streaming platforms can't replicate the spontaneous excitement of a post-gig merch table, direct-to-fan distribution seizes precisely that moment to engage listeners, offering them immediate ways to support the artist. This personal model can be especially potent for emerging acts who rely on grassroots momentum instead of label-funded campaigns. Digital newsletters and membership sites further refine the direct approach, letting an artist drip-feed content to fans on an ongoing basis. Perhaps they release a demo each month, accompanied by stories explaining the song's origins. Fans, who might pay a monthly fee, become part of a private circle. Such an approach nurtures deeper loyalty and stable income, albeit from a smaller audience than mass-scale streaming. It's a profound shift in perspective. Success might be defined less by massive streaming numbers, and more by a tight-knit group of enthusiasts who regularly contribute and promote the artist among their networks. In essence, distribution becomes an ongoing dialogue rather than a single transaction. The challenge is maintaining fresh content and balancing the needs of this subscriber group with the broader audience that might still expect traditional releases on major platforms. However, direct-to-fan distribution requires robust technical underpinnings. Artists must manage website hosting, digital payment solutions, content delivery, and potential intellectual property protections. Launching exclusive music behind a paywall doesn't guarantee it will stay behind that wall. Leaks and piracy remain threats. Ensuring a polished user experience can be daunting, especially for artists who lack business or technology backgrounds. This leads some to partner with specialized platforms that handle infrastructure for them, similar to aggregator services, but with an emphasis on community-building tools rather than wide streaming distribution. The advantage is that each sale or subscription yields a greater share of revenue for the artist, unburdened by typical splits. The trade-off is that the scale might be smaller unless the artist invests heavily in marketing or already has a strong reputation. For those who relish autonomy and can invest the time, direct-to-fan offers a creative, financially transparent model. But it's a path demanding consistent work, organization, and the willingness to serve as entrepreneur and musician simultaneously. Distribution also extends into the domain of synchronization, sync, licensing, where music appears in films, television shows, advertisements, or video games. This area offers another revenue stream and substantial exposure for musicians, especially when a track becomes synonymous with a successful project. For distribution in this context, artists and composers typically partner with music supervisors or licensing agencies that pitch suitable tracks to various media producers. The process can be highly selective. Supervisors must ensure the music fits the tone, lyrical content, and overall brand image of the project. When an opportunity arises, licensing deals specify territory, duration, and format, detailing how the song will be used. Once an agreement is reached, the music is delivered in a format that suits post-production needs. Stems, instrumental versions, or alternative mixes might be required. Distribution here is about readiness, ensuring the track is properly registered, cleared, and packaged for immediate integration into visual media. Sync can dramatically boost an artist's profile if a track aligns with a viral commercial or a popular streaming series. In these scenarios, viewers often flock to music platforms to find the featured song, creating a feedback loop. The distribution channel that hosts the track must be primed to capitalize on this surge of interest. Aggregators often have tools to highlight a newly synced track, or the label might expedite marketing efforts once they know an ad or show is about to air. In certain cases, the synergy between sync and streaming can escalate an artist from relative obscurity to mainstream recognition overnight. This phenomenon underscores how distribution in the modern sense weaves through multiple entertainment industries, not just music retail. The timing and negotiations around sync deals can be intricate, balancing the creative preferences of the filmmaker or advertiser with the musical identity the artist wants to maintain. Alongside large-scale placements, micro-sync opportunities abound in the realm of user-generated content. Platforms that let users overlay music onto personal videos also require distribution agreements. Many aggregator or label deals include clauses ensuring that tracks are available in these content libraries. The result can be thousands of clips featuring a particular song, each generating small amounts of licensing revenue. While minuscule individually, collectively this can add another dimension to an artist's income stream. Here, distribution is more about embedding tracks into user-friendly libraries with clear metadata, so that creators can easily find them by theme or emotion. The friction lies in policing unlicensed uses or clarifying terms for ad-supported user content. Despite these challenges, microsync underscores the continuing theme that distribution transcends conventional boundaries, hooking music into everyday digital experiences. For video game sync, the approach may differ slightly. Developers might license entire soundtracks or commission original compositions. Large franchises seek well-known tracks to lend credibility or atmosphere to their in-game environments. Smaller indie games, meanwhile, look for experimental music that complements unique gameplay mechanics. Distribution in this realm hinges on presenting music in a way that developers can test within interactive contexts. The game's release schedule or patch updates influence the timing of music reveals. Some deals incorporate interactive music systems, meaning the distribution of stems or dynamic layers that shift based on player actions. This advanced form of distribution demands technical expertise to ensure each layer integrates properly, elevating the gaming experience. A successful collaboration can yield a dedicated audience from the game's fan community, who may later buy or stream the soundtrack, continuing the cycle of exposure and monetization. Advertising sync also forms a particular niche. Brands pay to incorporate a song in commercials, potentially linking that track's emotional resonance with the product or service. Distribution here involves slicing the music down to short segments, providing brand-safe edits that align with a carefully timed message. The risk is that repeated ads might cause listener fatigue or overshadow the artist's personal brand with a commercial association. But the financial incentives can be considerable, making it a decision that demands reflection. Some artists see no issue linking their music to a brand if it means broader recognition. Others worry about losing their indie credibility. The distribution professionals involved must ensure licensing rights, finalize an agreement on usage time, and confirm that the track can be delivered in a format that suits broadcast or digital ads. Sync distribution, in whichever form it appears, is as much about forging alignment between musical identity and external narratives as it is about the raw mechanism of delivering audio files. Radio airplay, while a traditional distribution method, remains potent in many regions, influencing listener habits and boosting awareness for new releases. Although streaming has dented radio's once unquestioned dominance, countless music fans still discover tracks through favorite stations, and many local communities rely on radio to shape their musical diet. Labels or artists seeking radio play typically hire promoters or radio pluggers who pitch songs to program directors and DJs. These professionals highlight aspects like the track's genre fit, prior commercial success, or potential crossover appeal. If a station adopts the song into its rotation, it can spark interest that leads to spikes in streaming or physical sales. Despite the digital revolution, radio's role in distribution cannot be dismissed. It offers an avenue to reach broader demographics, including casual listeners who do not actively seek new music online. In addition, certain formats, like adult contemporary or country radio, remain influential in dictating chart success. Distribution for radio requires delivering broadcast-quality audio, typically in digital formats, though some stations still accept physical promos. The metadata must be accurate, containing essential details like track length and performer credits. Typically, the label or artist tracks these radio spins through specialized monitoring services that gather data about each play. This ensures the correct allocation of royalties and helps measure a release's effectiveness. High rotation on certain stations can catapult a musician into the public eye. Meanwhile, college or community radio fosters grassroots support for emerging acts, providing them with an intimate platform that mainstream channels may not offer. Distribution here is more personal, with the artist or promoter forging ties with station managers who champion lesser-known styles. Often, these smaller stations are run by passionate volunteers or students, so establishing a rapport can yield consistent airplay, culminating in a modest but enthusiastic audience that forms the backbone of a local scene. Aging but not obsolete, radio's influence extends to talk shows and syndicated programs. Artists might land interviews or live sessions, distributing their music through these appearances to listeners who tune in for conversation as much as the songs. This synergy with spoken word segments enriches the promotional scope, positioning a release within cultural and social dialogues. The distribution path thus intersects with publicity, blurring lines between music promotion and general media coverage. A well-timed radio tour, visiting multiple stations in a region, can create a ripple effect, especially if each station highlights the artist's personality alongside their latest tracks. While such endeavors require organization and sometimes a budget for travel, the reward can be lasting fans who feel a personal connection, having heard the artist speak candidly on air. In an environment saturated by algorithm-driven recommendations, radio's human touch can leave a distinct impression. Satellite radio adds another layer, bridging terrestrial and digital realms. Networks like SiriusXM or other region-specific services often have specialized channels dedicated to niche genres, from jazz to punk rock. Distribution into these channels might involve separate negotiations or relationships with satellite radio programmers. Artists who crack the lineup on a highly regarded channel might access a nationwide or continent-wide listenership in one swoop, bypassing local gatekeepers. The broadcast style also encourages repeated plays, offering more sustained exposure than fleeting online impressions. Some satellite stations even compile top lists or host countdowns that spark fan engagement, pushing distribution into the realm of communal events. This synergy shows how radio, in all its forms, remains a powerful channel that can complement streaming or physical sales, acting as yet another pillar in a well-rounded distribution plan. In analyzing radio's continued presence, one sees that distribution never stands as a single monolith. Rather, it is a mosaic of tactics that range from modern aggregator uploads to old-school promotional drives. Artists who skillfully combine these outlets, placing their music on streaming platforms, sending physical copies to indie record shops, and ensuring a presence on curated radio programs, achieve maximal reach. The crux lies in understanding how each channel resonates with different listener segments, calibrating the timing and messaging for every format. Radio, for its part, remains an enduring piece of the puzzle, simultaneously bridging generations who grew up with dial-based music discovery and younger audiences who occasionally enjoy curated broadcasts. By acknowledging its power and adapting to its unique demands, artists and labels can keep radio in their distribution arsenal, reaping benefits from a platform that, despite the digital era's transformations, refuses to fade into irrelevance. Live performance continues to be an essential forum for distributing music, especially when combining direct sales and emotional connection. When audiences experience songs in real time, their personal engagement can lead to immediate purchases. In the past, fans might have lined up at a merchandise table to buy a CD. Today, that might translate to scanning a QR code that links them to a digital store, or picking up vinyl for a collector's item. Either way, the interplay between performance and distribution is undeniable. A powerful show can turn indifferent listeners into devoted followers, eager to support the artist by acquiring something tangible or at least saving their music online. Musicians who adopt a touring-centric model treat these events as core distribution channels, ensuring each show spurs momentum for both recorded and future releases. By cultivating relationships with venue owners, local promoters, and booking agents, distribution extends beyond digital algorithms and into the physical realm of human connection. Festivals also present massive distribution opportunities, exposing acts to large, diverse crowds. A successful festival appearance might convince curious listeners to explore the artist's entire discography afterward. In this context, distribution merges with marketing, as a festival set must be carefully curated to showcase an act's strengths and spur interest. On-site stands or tents might feature the artist's music, while festival apps can include direct links to streaming or download pages. The synergy here thrives on impulse. Fans might discover a new favorite act during an afternoon set and decide they want the album that evening. Ensuring seamless distribution from that moment onward is crucial, so the music is easily discoverable, well-labeled, and embedded in platform playlists. Hence, the logistics of festival distribution rely on pre-show coordination, guaranteeing that catalogs are updated, promotional materials are in place, and metadata is correct. After the festival, if listeners can't quickly find a performance's highlight track, the momentum might fade. Distribution thus becomes a chain that transforms a fleeting live encounter into an ongoing musical bond. House concerts and smaller local events, while modest in scale, can be equally potent. Here, fans receive a more intimate experience, often meeting the artist face-to-face. Distribution in these settings might involve selling handmade CDs or limited-run cassettes, or even sharing direct download codes that fans can redeem later. This grassroots approach resonates especially well with acoustic or singer-songwriter genres, cultivating a sense of closeness absent in larger productions. The distribution success measure is not about raw volume but about forging personal stories, the memory of a living room jam that led someone to become a lifelong fan. Virtual concerts and digital meet-and-greets also shape distribution. In an era where online events can reach fans who live far from traditional touring routes, distribution merges with live streaming technology. Listeners can buy tickets for an online show, interact in chat rooms, and then be directed to purchase the album or EP. The distribution environment here is purely digital, relying on integrated e-commerce solutions. Some artists partner with platforms that bundle the ticket cost with an exclusive album download or a discount code. The synergy stems from capitalizing on the emotional high of experiencing a live set, even if it's online. Attendees might be located on different continents yet feel a unified sense of community. In these contexts, the distribution pipeline must be seamless, ensuring frictionless access to the music the moment the show ends. As technology evolves, these virtual experiences may grow increasingly immersive, merging concert venues with VR or augmented reality environments. Regardless of the format, the guiding principle remains: a powerful performance triggers curiosity, which the artist can direct toward distributed music that cements fan loyalty. As distribution channels grow more complex, marketing synergy becomes pivotal. Merely placing music in multiple outlets does not guarantee an audience will find it. Each distribution method requires targeted promotional efforts to highlight the unique reasons a listener should engage. For physical releases, that might involve announcements on social media about limited edition vinyl, accompanied by high-quality photographs or videos that capture the album's design. For digital uploads, it might entail a coordinated push to get on editorial playlists, featuring teasers on Instagram, or launching pre-save campaigns that remind fans to check out the release on day one. The key is creating alignment between the distribution channel and the platform's user expectations. For example, a focus on behind-the-scenes studio videos might complement a single that aims to capture a more personal or acoustic vibe. By weaving marketing narratives with the chosen distribution platform, artists shape a brand identity that resonates consistently. Partnerships with other creators or influencers can also amplify distribution. A popular YouTuber or TikTok personality might incorporate a snippet of the artist's song, nudging their sizable audience to look for the full track. If the distribution network is robust, listeners can transition seamlessly from a short comedic skit or dance challenge to streaming the entire release. The synergy relies on swift follow-through, the link must be easily accessible, and the track should appear in the correct region's platform. If the distribution fails to cater to certain territories, fans might lose interest. This scenario shows that marketing synergy relies on the behind-the-scenes infrastructure that ensures worldwide or at least broad availability of the track. Each promotional partner becomes another funnel driving fans to discover the music, underscoring the interconnected nature of distribution and marketing strategy. Bundling music with other products or experiences can further strengthen distribution. For instance, an artist might collaborate with a clothing brand to include a download code in garment tags, or an event organizer might provide attendees with a digital EP as part of the ticket package. These creative methods put music in front of people in unexpected contexts. For it to work, the distribution backend must support redemption codes, track usage, and ensure that each redemption counts toward streaming or sales charts when applicable. The marketing synergy angle here is that fans feel they're receiving added value, while the brand or event garners extra interest from music enthusiasts. By positioning the track as an integral part of another product, distribution is no longer about waiting for fans to search the record store or type the artist's name in a streaming app. Instead, it becomes a proactive insertion into everyday life. Collaborative events, like cross-genre showcase nights or multi-artist tours, also exemplify synergy. Each act's distribution platform benefits when fans of one artist discover another on the same bill. Labels and promoters might encourage these alliances, trusting that combined audiences generate a larger turnout. If the artists coordinate marketing across their channels, distribution extends into new listener pools. A fan who initially came to see a headliner might later explore the opener's discography, as readily available on major streaming sites. Again, synergy demands that all the music is properly accessible and that participants unify release schedules or special offers to entice attendance. This approach can be invaluable for smaller acts, who rely on more established partners to accelerate discovery. Distribution here is less about the mechanics of album stocking or playlist uploading, and more about forging multifaceted relationships that expand each participant's reach. Merchandising connections can boost synergy as well. Suppose an artist sells t-shirts, posters, or other branded items. Each product can serve as a distribution prompt, featuring QR codes or website URLs that guide customers to new releases. Conversely, fans who purchase digital or physical music might receive discount codes for merchandise. When each sale funnels into a centralized e-commerce system, the artist gains valuable data about purchasing habits, letting them refine subsequent campaigns. This synergy merges distribution with brand building, reinforcing the notion that music is only one dimension of a larger storytelling arc. To maintain authenticity, artists should craft merchandise that aligns with their musical identity, ensuring fans feel the synergy is genuinely reflective of the music's themes. When done well, these tactics expand distribution beyond pure audio, embedding it into lifestyle and cultural experiences that revolve around the musician's artistry. Distribution in music continues to evolve, shaped by consumer behavior, technology breakthroughs, and global interconnectedness. For artists, labels, and industry professionals, staying nimble in this shifting environment is essential. Physical mediums, though overshadowed, maintain a loyal audience. Digital services keep expanding features that enrich user experiences, from curated playlists to virtual concerts. Aggregators simplify the multi-platform approach, while direct-to-fan strategies offer intimate models that can be lucrative for certain niches. Sync licensing extends beyond mere music outlets, enabling tracks to live on in film, TV, or interactive forms. Traditional radio still wields influence, particularly in bridging generational or local listeners who remain dedicated to broadcast curation. Meanwhile, live performance merges distribution with unforgettable moments that forge lasting bonds between performer and audience. This tapestry presents countless possibilities and challenges. Each distribution channel offers unique positives. Physical drives emotional resonance, digital ensures convenience, streaming enables data analysis, direct-to-fan fosters community, and sync boosts exposure in visually driven mediums. There is no universal formula guaranteeing a breakout. Instead, thoughtful, balanced distribution plans can harness multiple avenues, each complementing the other. This synergy extends to marketing campaigns, which bring everything together so that no track languishes unnoticed. By blending intelligence with creativity, an artist can chart a path that reflects their identity while leveraging the best of each channel. The financial dimension remains a perennial concern. The reward gleaned from distribution depends on consumer willingness to pay for music or related experiences. Monetizing streams can be meager per listen, but accumulative if the fan base scales globally. Physical sales may yield a higher profit margin per unit, albeit in smaller volume. Crowdfunding or direct-to-fan subscriptions require continuous engagement. Sync revenue might come in lumps, subject to intense competition. Diversification across these methods becomes crucial for stability. Yet, with savvy planning, each piece can feed the others, turning distribution into a mosaic that collectively supports the artist's livelihood. Technology is likely to unlock new avenues as well. As platforms experiment with deeper personalization, augmented reality, or blockchain-based ownership models, distribution strategies will inevitably respond. Artists who sense these shifts early can pioneer fresh methods, while those less adaptable may risk irrelevance. The constant flux underscores that distribution is never a static, one-time decision. Reassessing channels, refining approaches, and absorbing real-time feedback shape a dynamic evolution that parallels broader cultural changes. Each release becomes a testing ground for the next, building an evolving blueprint of what resonates and what flounders. Ultimately, the purpose of distribution transcends mere business. It propels music from the intimate space of creative birth into the hearts of strangers around the planet. Every pressing plant, aggregator dashboard, streaming algorithm, or merch bundle forms a piece of this puzzle. For artists, cracking the code of distribution means preserving the authenticity that drives their songs while leveraging the structures that ensure those songs are heard, cherished, and shared. For listeners, it means encountering the music in ways that match their lifestyle, rummaging through a record bin, queuing a streaming playlist, discovering a snippet on social media, or stumbling on a live gig at a local bar. The magic lies in bridging those realms, forging connections that transform ephemeral sounds into lasting impact. In that sense, distribution is both the vessel and the invitation, guiding music's journey into the tapestry of human experience. Lesson 9. Revenue streams in music. Artists and industry professionals often find themselves focusing heavily on the creative process, but understanding how money flows is equally vital. Revenue streams determine whether a musician can sustain a full-time career, reinvest in future projects, or broaden their influence. Each source of income carries its own rules, stakeholders, and challenges, underscoring that the financial side of music is as multifaceted as the art itself. By examining how artists, labels, distributors, and other participants earn money, it becomes easier to appreciate the complexities of balancing creativity with business considerations. New technologies and shifting audience behaviors continue to reshape how songs are sold, licensed, or leveraged. As the industry adapts to unpredictable trends, robust revenue strategies can keep artists afloat, ensuring that innovations in production and marketing align with consistent, fair compensation. This lesson explores key avenues of earning in music, from royalty structures to merchandise and live performances, shedding light on how careful planning and flexibility can create a lasting foundation for financial health. Many artists discover that pursuing several income sources at once is essential. Relying on a single avenue can be risky, particularly in an age where digital consumption evolves quickly. In one era, physical sales might dominate, only to be replaced by streaming or licensing deals a few years later. Some creators thrive by licensing music to films, while others find that touring and merchandise best support them. The diversity of methods means no standard formula exists, encouraging musicians to weigh their strengths and consult trustworthy experts. By mapping out a broad portfolio of streams, a performer or songwriter can buffer themselves against abrupt changes in listener habits or unforeseen drops in sales. This lesson underscores that awareness of each revenue channel and how they interconnect offers a competitive edge, especially for those seeking longevity rather than a fleeting moment in the spotlight. In forming a complete picture of potential earnings, artists may realize that each revenue stream involves negotiation, legal agreements, and a degree of marketing savvy. The percentage of each sale or licensing fee that returns to the creator depends on well-structured contracts and thorough understanding of royalty splits. Collaborators, label representatives, and publishers all have stakes in how income is distributed. A lack of clarity can lead to disputes or lost opportunities. Even skilled musicians may struggle if they do not build a solid support team that can advocate for fair terms and guide them in aligning career aspirations with realistic financial goals. While creative sparks remain at the heart of any musical endeavor, money matters dictate whether those sparks lead to sustainable careers or vanish prematurely. It is also valuable to remember that not all revenue streams carry the same emotional appeal or public profile. Some are overtly visible, like selling concert tickets or physical albums, but others happen behind the scenes, such as synchronization deals or mechanical royalties. Understanding these hidden revenue pockets can be a game changer, especially for indie artists competing with established acts. Ultimately, each method rests on connecting with people who find value in the music, either emotionally or commercially. By reinforcing that connection and exploring new ways of reaching listeners, creators expand their chances of prospering financially while remaining true to their artistic identity. The following segments delve into the most common revenue streams, revealing how they form the backbone of a musician's livelihood and shape the financial ecosystem of modern music. A broader perspective on revenue streams clarifies that this industry is not only about immediate payoffs. Long-term gains often arise from catalog management, steady promotion, and re-releases that might surface years after a song's initial debut. Timely decisions made today can yield dividends well into the future, whether through building fan loyalty or negotiating favorable licensing terms. Each revenue channel represents another thread in the tapestry of a musician's journey. Together, they weave an intricate network of possibilities, allowing passionate creators to embrace multiple paths that align with evolving tastes and technologies. The financial importance of royalties cannot be overstated. These earnings flow from the repeated use of an artist's music and can arrive through various channels. Performance royalties accumulate whenever a song is played publicly, such as on radio, in a club, or at a live event. Mechanical royalties derive from physical reproductions, digital downloads, or interactive streams. Each type is managed by different entities, from collection societies to publishers, requiring accurate registration and tracking of works. If a musician overlooks the administrative details, they can miss out on substantial earnings without even knowing it. The complexity underscores the need for consistent record-keeping and organizational discipline, as well as collaboration with entities that specialize in collecting these funds. This demands that artists spend time learning the jargon, ensuring their tracks are properly cataloged, and staying vigilant about payment schedules. While tedious, these steps often separate those who see regular royalty checks from those who struggle to cover basic costs. Royalty structures vary based on territory, platform, and whether the track is streamed, performed, or synced. In many countries, performance rights organizations distribute income to registered members, each quarter or semi-annually. These payouts depend on data from venues, broadcasters, and digital services. Meanwhile, mechanical royalties might flow through publishers or specialized agencies that track each sale or stream. The synergy between performance and mechanical royalties ensures that creators benefit from both public exposure and the replication of their work, but it also intensifies the bureaucratic puzzle. A single track can generate multiple forms of royalties simultaneously, depending on the usage. For example, a digital radio station might trigger performance royalties, while the same track purchased online involves mechanical fees. Understanding these parallel flows helps artists form realistic expectations of what each release might yield. The notion of publishing rights also permeates discussions of royalties. Composers or lyricists may secure deals that grant publishers the authority to license their works, often splitting revenue in negotiated proportions. While handing over a share can be painful for some, publishers typically offer marketing, placement opportunities, and administrative support that simplifies royalty collection. This collaboration can expand a creator's reach into markets they might not tap alone. Even though the publisher takes a portion, the overall earning potential might increase if the songs reach more listeners or land in media projects. The key is structuring agreements that protect the creator's interests while leveraging the publisher's expertise. Some artists also maintain self-publishing arms, giving them direct control yet requiring added effort to manage the details. Balancing time, energy, and resource allocation becomes an ongoing dance between artistry and administration. Technological innovation complicates royalty collection further. Streamed music introduces micropayments that accumulate in enormous volumes. Platforms sometimes pay fractions of a cent per play, making large-scale adoption critical for meaningful profits. Meanwhile, live streaming platforms and social media apps, which integrate music clips, have ushered in new ways to track and collect royalties. This environment fosters debates about fairness, as older laws may not reflect contemporary digital consumption. Continuous adjustments in legislation, such as updated copyright directives, can shift how quickly or easily musicians receive their due. Keeping up with evolving guidelines requires vigilance, and a supportive network of industry professionals can ease the burden. Adaptability remains a central theme. Those who quickly incorporate new technologies or business models can seize fresh opportunities for royalties, while others risk stagnation in an increasingly digital-oriented field. Sizable royalty checks can arrive sporadically after a major success, but consistent, smaller payments also add up over time. For many independent or niche artists, these incremental sums help pay bills, fund studio time, or support marketing campaigns. The cumulative effect of diverse royalty streams demonstrates that success is not always about one blockbuster hit. Cultivating a catalog that steadily attracts plays, broadcasts, or covers can yield a stable flow of earnings. For this reason, artists often regard songwriting as a long-term investment. Each track can serve as another brick in the foundation, potentially generating royalties for decades. By understanding how each type of royalty is earned, collected, and distributed, musicians develop a roadmap that aligns artistic growth with financial stability. Merchandise can become a powerful revenue source, particularly when approached with creativity and an understanding of fan psychology. It transcends simple t-shirts or hoodies by tapping into the identity listeners attached to their favorite artists or genres. Branded apparel, vinyl pressings, and themed accessories let supporters display their allegiance, forming a bond that extends beyond the music itself. The direct connection between artist and fan grows stronger when merchandise feels authentic, reflecting the themes, visuals, or messages found in the music. Some take it further, offering limited edition runs or artist-signed products that foster collectability. This exclusivity can increase perceived value, often making these items sell out quickly, sometimes providing a vital income stream even when traditional record sales lag. The distribution of merchandise often involves both physical and online channels. Concerts remain key venues for selling merch, with dedicated tables or booths where fans can purchase items immediately after a performance. In this setting, the emotional high from the show can spur impulse buys. Meanwhile, online storefronts allow global reach. Supporters who cannot attend shows in person can still buy items that link them to the broader fan community. Shipping and stock management require planning, and artists may partner with fulfillment services to handle logistics. Personalized packaging, thank you notes, or behind-the-scenes glimpses can elevate the experience, making each purchase feel more than just a transaction. Merchandise thereby transforms into a narrative extension, reinforcing the artist's identity and building loyalty. Collaborations with fashion designers, visual artists, or other musicians can also enrich merchandise offerings. These partnerships inject fresh styles, tapping into multiple audiences at once. When done tactfully, collaborations magnify attention and help the music gain exposure across different subcultures. A limited capsule collection might provoke excitement among fans of both the artist and the collaborator, prompting shared social media campaigns and generating a sense of event-like significance. By presenting items that stand apart from standard concert tees, artists can challenge the notion of merchandising as purely promotional. Instead, it becomes an art form in its own right, aligning with contemporary trends and pushing beyond typical branding. Some artists even develop signature product lines that extend beyond apparel. Branded coffee blends, craft beer, or vinyl figurines can reinforce a musician's ethos. These expansions operate as revenue streams while cementing a unique brand persona. Fans who resonate with the artist's lifestyle or message may eagerly explore these items, folding them into daily routines. However, a coherent aesthetic and genuine passion for the product are necessary to avoid accusations of cash grabs. Quality control and alignment with the artist's creative identity ensure that these ventures reinforce loyalty rather than dilute it. The adventurous might consider subscription boxes or monthly clubs that curate items tied to a theme, sustaining recurring revenue and forging ongoing excitement. Limited-run auctions or special events further push merchandise into interactive territories. Artists sometimes auction off stage-worn outfits, handwritten lyric sheets, or original artwork, granting fans a chance to own one-of-a-kind pieces. These events can align with fundraising or charitable campaigns, reflecting the artist's personal values and increasing goodwill. When fans witness that proceeds go to meaningful causes, they often participate more enthusiastically. The entire process becomes a communal experience, weaving philanthropy with fandom. In sum, merchandise evolves beyond a mere revenue channel. It offers an immersive dimension to music appreciation, binding artist and audience through tangible artifacts of shared identity. Live performances have historically underpinned music careers, both creatively and financially. Even with the rise of digital platforms, concerts continue to form a central pillar for many. Ticket sales, VIP packages, and festival appearances not only generate revenue but also amplify an artist's profile. The energy of a packed venue, where fans connect directly to the performance, can create moments that streaming or radio cannot replicate. That connection often turns concertgoers into dedicated supporters, fueling subsequent music purchases, social media engagement, and word-of-mouth recommendations. Live shows can also spark press coverage and viral fan recordings, further enhancing visibility. As a result, many acts invest heavily in tours, using them to establish deeper relationships that transcend ephemeral online interactions. Touring, however, entails substantial costs. Musicians must account for travel, lodging, equipment rental, and crew salaries. Smaller artists operating on tight margins need to carefully calculate whether ticket prices and projected attendance will cover expenses. The potential for profit expands if an artist packages multiple shows regionally, building momentum as they move from city to city. Larger acts may secure corporate sponsorships or brand partnerships, offsetting tour costs while expanding promotional reach. In any case, planning is paramount. Overextending with an overly ambitious route can lead to financial losses, while an overly cautious approach might yield missed opportunities to tap new fan bases. Striking a balance means analyzing historical data, gleaning insights from local promoters, and maintaining realistic goals. Specialized live events such as festivals or corporate gigs can open unique revenue doors. Festivals often pay guaranteed fees, plus additional exposure to diverse audiences. Corporate appearances, while sometimes perceived as less glamorous, can command high paychecks, providing valuable income that offsets more experimental or low-profit shows. Some artists find these events help fund passion projects, letting them explore niche music styles or philanthropic initiatives. The risk involves ensuring that each gig aligns with the artist's brand. Fans sometimes critique musicians who seem to compromise artistic integrity for corporate ties, so the moral calculus must be weighed carefully. Still, in an industry as fluid as music, these live performance side streams can keep the financial engine humming, guaranteeing that creativity can flourish with fewer financial constraints. During a concert, merchandise plays a complementary role in boosting per-show revenue. Fans who attend in person are more likely to purchase physical items, from t-shirts to vinyl. Artists can bundle meet-and-greet opportunities or exclusive backstage passes, creating VIP packages that command higher prices. These personalized experiences let superfans engage directly, forging emotional bonds that echo long after the show. Even smaller gigs can benefit from VIP add-ons, providing a sense of exclusivity. This multi-layered structure allows acts to capitalize on the post-show euphoria, offering something tangible or memorable to accompany the music. By mindfully orchestrating each aspect, tickets, merchandise, and fan experiences, artists create a holistic environment where performance and commerce merge seamlessly. Live streaming has added another dimension to performance revenue. Through digital platforms, artists can broadcast shows to fans worldwide, selling virtual tickets or soliciting tips in real time. Though lacking the physical intimacy of an in-person concert, these experiences expand audience reach beyond geographic limitations. Viewers who live in remote areas or cannot attend live events due to cost or physical constraints can still enjoy a sense of communal gathering. Setting up these digital shows requires technology investments and reliable bandwidth, but the potential payoff includes global exposure and interactive fan engagement. As technology continues to evolve, live streaming might blend with virtual reality elements, further revolutionizing how people attend and support concerts. Regardless of the format, the basic principle stands: bringing music to an audience in real time can anchor an artist's financial roadmap, fueling interest across all other revenue streams. Synchronization licensing opens a different pathway for musicians to monetize their material, bridging the gap between audio and visual media. Whenever a piece of music appears in a movie, TV show, commercial, video game, or online video, the artist stands to earn licensing fees and potentially back-end royalties. These placements can vault a relatively unknown song into the public ear, prompting viewers or gamers to seek the track online. The style, mood, and lyrical themes all matter in whether a music supervisor selects a track. If a piece aligns perfectly with a scene's emotional tone, it can enrich storytelling while exposing the artist to a broader audience. Some songs become iconic after featuring in memorable cinematic moments, cementing their place in pop culture and sparking a surge in streaming or sales. The fee arrangement for sync deals often varies, influenced by project budget, usage duration, and market territories. A big-budget Hollywood film or global ad campaign might pay hefty sums for a track, whereas an indie film may offer modest compensation but the promise of niche exposure. Artists weigh whether the placement enhances their brand or if it conflicts with personal values. For instance, some might avoid endorsing products through commercials, fearing it could alienate fans or compromise authenticity. Others see it as a chance to gain essential funds and expand reach. Being open to a range of sync opportunities can drive consistent earnings, but each one should be vetted for alignment with the musician's identity. Working with a licensing agent or sync representative can help artists navigate these deals. Such specialists pitch tracks to producers or video editors who constantly search for the right sonic backdrop. The agent or representative typically splits licensing revenues with the artist, but their network and industry know-how often prove invaluable. They can tailor an artist's catalog for specific film genres or brand campaigns, ensuring it lands in front of decision-makers. This partnership demands trust and transparent communication, as well as clarifying whether the agent handles only sync negotiations or also manages performance and mechanical royalty aspects. Artists who prefer a do-it-yourself approach might handle sync outreach independently, though this calls for time, resourcefulness, and knowledge of the entertainment industry's inner workings. Sync deals can produce ripple effects well beyond the one-time fee. If a TV show with a devoted fan base uses a track, that audience may connect emotionally, seeking the music on streaming platforms or exploring the artist's back catalog. This synergy elevates public profile, driving more show bookings and media interest. The repeated airing of the show or ad extends the track's presence, each iteration reinforcing the association. Some artists have leveraged a single sync success to establish a new level of credibility, leading to further brand partnerships, festival invitations, or label interest. Conversely, a poor match in a commercial context might prompt negative feedback, though such backlash tends to be rare if the artist selects projects thoughtfully. Video games present a newer frontier for sync revenue. Developers sometimes commission original music or license existing tracks for gameplay sequences, background ambience, or promotional trailers. Certain game franchises boast huge fan bases, and a well-placed song can become synonymous with that gaming experience. Player communities might share gameplay clips, further amplifying the track. While the negotiation process mirrors film or TV licensing, game sync can incorporate dynamic music systems where tracks morph based on player actions. This complexity opens advanced revenue possibilities for composers and recording artists alike. As more entertainment mediums proliferate, sync licensing will remain a powerful revenue stream, offering a blend of creative collaboration and lucrative opportunity. Crowdfunding and fan support have changed the landscape of earning in music by shifting power toward direct artist-fan interactions. Platforms that let creators solicit contributions from their community can finance albums, tours, or special projects without relying on traditional gatekeepers. Fans who pledge money often receive exclusive perks, from early downloads to VIP experiences. These campaigns emphasize transparency, artists share updates, show glimpses of production stages, and foster a sense of shared investment. When done right, crowdfunding not only funds endeavors but also strengthens the bond between performer and audience. Backers feel emotionally connected, believing they played a role in bringing the music to life. Crowdfunding projects demand careful planning, from setting realistic funding goals to crafting appealing reward tiers. Underestimating production or fulfillment costs can lead to financial strain, while overpromising can disappoint backers. Communication stands as a critical element. Supporters expect regular updates, behind-the-scenes content, and a sense that their pledges are making tangible progress. Timelines should be clear, with contingency plans for unexpected delays. In this sense, crowdfunding merges financial management with community building. Some campaigns incorporate stretch goals, unlocking bonus tracks or music videos once contributions surpass a certain threshold. This gamified approach motivates fans to rally behind the project, boosting final totals. Membership or subscription models extend this logic beyond a one-time campaign, allowing fans to pledge recurring monthly fees. In return, they might receive exclusive access to unreleased songs, Q&A sessions, or personalized merchandise. This arrangement stabilizes revenue, spreading it evenly across months rather than spiking after an album launch. For indie musicians, consistent subscriptions can pay for daily expenses or studio time. However, it requires continual content creation to keep patrons engaged. The challenge becomes balancing normal output with subscriber-only materials, so the general fan base does not feel neglected. Maintaining such a system can be time-intensive, though it can form a reliable pillar in a well-rounded revenue plan, especially for artists with strong fan communities that enjoy extra interaction. Live streaming events can also leverage crowdfunding or fan support. Viewers might purchase virtual tickets, donate during the performance, or subscribe to a channel for monthly perks. This arrangement, popularized by certain social media and gaming platforms, merges real-time engagement with direct funding. Fans can send virtual gifts or tips, which the artist redeems for currency. Though smaller per transaction, a large following can yield notable sums. As technology evolves, some artists host exclusive listening parties or digital festivals, featuring multiple acts who share the crowd-funded proceeds. The key is delivering content that resonates with supporters, making them feel part of an intimate circle while harnessing the convenience of digital distribution. Maintaining an open dialogue about goals or behind-the-scenes struggles can inspire empathy and willingness to contribute, reinforcing that sense of collective achievement. Though fan-driven revenue can empower creators, pitfalls exist. Miscommunication or overly ambitious promises risk eroding goodwill. Artists need to set realistic timelines for album completion, merchandise shipment, or special events. If unforeseen issues arise, updates explaining the situation can preserve trust. Furthermore, not every fan base is large or affluent enough to sustain repeated crowdfunding efforts. Some supporters might fatigue if a musician turns to them for multiple projects in quick succession. Thus, it helps to alternate funding methods, letting fans choose how they want to engage. By mixing crowdfunding with traditional sales, live gigs, or licensing deals, an artist remains flexible, smoothing out fluctuations in support. Ultimately, fan-backed models thrive when they complement the rest of an artist's revenue streams, fostering an environment where listeners feel appreciated and integral to the creative cycle. Brand collaborations and sponsorships blend music with commercial marketing, helping artists diversify income while expanding brand visibility. A partnership can take many forms, from featuring a musician's song in a brand's promotional campaign to a co-branded product line that merges their aesthetics. These collaborations usually bring monetary compensation, promotional support, or cross-exposure to new demographics. They can also enable artists to produce more ambitious content, funded partially or fully by the brand. At the highest levels, superstar musicians strike multi-million-dollar sponsorship deals with clothing, technology, or beverage companies, turning their public persona into a marketing asset. Yet opportunities also exist for emerging acts on a smaller scale, such as local businesses sponsoring a regional tour in return for recognition on stage or social media. Working with brands entails navigating the line between artistry and commerce. Musicians risk alienating fans if the brand's image clashes with their personal values or if the endorsement feels overly transactional. Authenticity is paramount. When collaborations resonate with the musician's style or message, fans often embrace the partnership, seeing it as a creative venture rather than mere money-grabbing. Finding that fit requires honest self-assessment and open dialogue between artist representatives and brand marketers. Artists may outline boundaries, no references to topics they disagree with or no involvement in controversies that hamper their public reputation. The brand, for its part, seeks consistency and reliability, wanting artists who align with its identity and audience. When each side's ethos overlaps sufficiently, the result can be mutually beneficial. Brand-led events also expand possibilities for revenue. Companies sometimes host launch parties, pop-up experiences, or special concerts that spotlight an artist's performance. These gatherings fuse entertainment with corporate messaging, allowing the artist to access a dedicated audience while the brand benefits from live music's emotional impact. A well-executed event can garner social media attention or news coverage, amplifying both the product and the musician's presence. Planning these experiences demands precise coordination, from stage design to promotional timing. Fees can include performance payment, equipment coverage, and coverage of travel costs. When thoughtfully integrated, brand-hosted events present an avenue for artists to showcase their work outside of conventional touring or festival circuits. Some acts incorporate brand tie-ins into their stage setups or music videos, ensuring that certain logos or visuals appear seamlessly within the show's narrative. Though reminiscent of product placement in movies, such integration requires nuance. If it becomes too obvious or intrusive, audiences can recoil. Carefully orchestrated partnerships, on the other hand, can enrich a performance or music video concept. A brand might provide custom-designed outfits or creative props that enhance the show's aesthetic. The musician gains unique visuals that spark interest, and the brand sees its product or service woven into an engaging cultural moment. Striking the right tone hinges on synergy, mutual respect, and a shared willingness to innovate. Both parties should avoid overshadowing the music, remembering that fans initially come for the art, not the advertisement. The digital sphere has further reshaped brand collaborations. Musicians with strong social media followings can monetize their platforms by posting sponsored content, endorsing products, or linking promotional codes that generate affiliate revenue. For smaller artists, micro-influencer deals might yield free gear, small fees, or exposure to a brand's consumer base. The scale is flexible, but the principle remains consistent: artists trade access to their engaged community for compensation. While some lament the blurring of commercial and creative boundaries, others see it as a pragmatic approach to sustaining a career. The key is maintaining transparency, so fans understand when a post or recommendation is sponsored. When done ethically and consistently, brand sponsorships can supplement music earnings, bridging the gap between an artist's imaginative world and the marketplace. Licensing music to other ventures can generate diverse and sometimes surprising revenue streams. For instance, an artist might license a track to a restaurant chain or theme park for ambient background music. Though less high-profile than a film feature, these uses can accumulate over time. Airlines, retail outlets, and hotel lobbies also invest in curated playlists, paying blanket licenses that eventually trickle down to creators. Even fitness studios or sports arenas might seek specialized tracks, opening up specialized niche opportunities. Artists often overlook these micro-licensing channels, focusing on major sync deals. However, distributing music through libraries that cater to these clients can result in a steady flow of smaller payments. Video content creators also pose a big demand for licensing. Online influencers or content creators need soundtracks for their videos, from daily vlogs to product reviews. By uploading music to royalty-free or subscription-based music libraries, artists can earn each time a creator selects their track. Payment models vary, sometimes involving a one-time fee or monthly shares from the platform's subscriptions. Artists who excel at producing instrumental or atmospheric pieces might thrive here, tailoring tracks to flexible usage. This approach can be more about volume than prominence. If hundreds of small creators adopt a single track, the cumulative effect can be substantial, particularly for less mainstream artists who wouldn't appear in major film or commercial deals. Video production houses, documentary filmmakers, or educational institutions represent additional licensing avenues. A documentary might need thematic background music to underscore emotional segments, and the producers might prefer lesser-known artists for budget reasons. The arrangement might be a flat fee or a combination of upfront payment plus performance royalties if the documentary screens publicly or airs on TV. Educational contexts, meanwhile, might license tunes for training modules, event videos, or campus broadcasts. Though seemingly small-scale, these licenses can build brand awareness, especially if the project garners repeated views. Negotiating fair terms remains crucial, ensuring that both the production entity and the musician understand how and where the music will be used. Licensing also crosses into remix culture. Some artists license stems of their tracks to DJs or producers for creating remixes, which can then appear on streaming platforms or in live DJ sets. These arrangements should clarify ownership of the resulting remix and how revenue splits function. Remix culture broadens the track's audience, potentially introducing it to club environments or underground music scenes. The original artist benefits from a fresh wave of exposure, while the remixer gains content to release. If the remix gains traction, licensing might also include usage in compilations or brand campaigns focusing on electronic or club-oriented audiences. Each spin-off thus becomes another chance to expand the track's lifespan and reach. Combined with well-drafted agreements, licensing fosters creative synergy that can breathe new life into existing material. Legacy catalogs exemplify how licensing extends a track's earning potential long after its initial release. Classic songs often re-emerge in commercials, films, or cultural events decades later. This showcases how a well-managed catalog can remain profitable for generations, provided the rights are clear. If an artist or their estate controls the rights, they can grant permission or deny certain uses, shaping the track's legacy. Proper archiving, registration, and availability in music libraries or aggregator platforms all fuel this process. By preserving audio quality and maintaining a robust digital presence, older works can find second lives in modern contexts. Licensing thus becomes an essential piece of career strategy, bridging past achievements with evolving trends, ensuring that memorable compositions continue to generate revenue across time and changing audience tastes. Planning for long-term financial stability calls for adopting a broader mindset that goes beyond short-lived successes. For artists, strategic thinking encompasses catalog development, brand growth, and audience cultivation. Crafting a repertoire that stands the test of time, resonates emotionally, and fits multiple contexts fosters enduring revenue. Each new release can spark ephemeral peaks in attention, but the underlying catalog might steadily accumulate interest, especially if it aligns well with different markets or sync opportunities. Veterans in the industry often champion this slow-burn approach, reminding newcomers that immediate fame does not always equate to sustained earnings. Building a foundation requires persistence, collaboration, and the willingness to refine both music and business tactics. Diversification remains key, reducing dependence on any single income source. If physical album sales decline or a sudden shift occurs in streaming algorithms, the artist can pivot to touring, licensing, or brand partnerships. Thriving musicians balance these channels with a keen eye on how they intersect. For instance, a well-received film placement might lead to an uptick in live show attendance, which in turn drives merchandise purchases. By tracking these interdependencies, artists can funnel resources where they generate the most synergy. Success stories abound where an unexpected boost in one domain catalyzed others, forming a virtuous cycle. At the same time, miscalculations or over-reliance on a single stream can unravel progress. Managing finances diligently is integral. Hiring a competent accountant or business manager reduces chaos, ensuring that royalty checks, licensing fees, and performance income are documented properly. Tax obligations can be complex, especially if international touring or global streaming enters the picture. Unpaid taxes or sloppy bookkeeping can lead to legal complications, inhibiting creative freedom. Professionals with music-specific expertise can guide decisions like whether to incorporate, how to structure deals, and what expenses qualify as deductions. In an era of unpredictable revenue fluctuations, stable accounting practices serve as a cushion, granting an artist peace of mind and the ability to invest confidently in future projects. Networking and relationship building frequently underpin sustained revenue. A single introduction to a key music supervisor can open multiple sync licensing opportunities. A strong connection with a venue promoter might yield recurring concert bookings and festival appearances. Even brand sponsorships stem from personal rapport and shared artistic visions. By fostering an environment of trust, collaboration, and respect, musicians and industry professionals create pathways that keep revenue streams flowing. Authentic interactions, rather than purely transactional ones, resonate more genuinely, leading to longer-lasting associations. The intangible value of goodwill can translate directly into financial stability, where consistent re-engagement and mutual support lead to shared success. Remaining adaptable anchors this holistic approach. Technology continues to evolve at breakneck speed, delivering new consumer habits and distribution platforms. What works today might lose relevance tomorrow. Open-mindedness to new trends, from crowdfunding models to augmented reality concerts, can keep artists fresh and relevant. Equally important is knowing when to pivot or retire strategies that no longer prove fruitful. The best financial plans are not static documents, they undergo continuous revision. Through open communication, curiosity, and a willingness to explore diverse angles, musicians position themselves to harness opportunities that emerge in the ever-shifting terrain of the music business. It is in this spirit of resilience and strategic thinking that revenue streams can evolve from a patchwork of uncertain earnings into a robust framework supporting a lifetime of creative pursuits. Observing how revenue streams interconnect reveals a greater truth: the music industry thrives on collaboration, reinvention, and open-minded exploration. From the first spark of a song to the final negotiations of a brand deal, each step benefits from strong partnerships and a willingness to learn. Artists who grasp the complexities of royalties, sync licensing, merchandise sales, and live performance strategies are better equipped to steer their careers with clarity. They grasp that the path to financial independence requires patience, a willingness to balance creative impulses with market demands, and a knack for forging meaningful relationships. Digital transformations do not diminish the potential of in-person interactions. Merchandise tables at shows, house concerts with dedicated fans, or direct subscriber engagement online demonstrate the multifaceted nature of modern music. Each approach extends an invitation for listeners to invest emotionally and financially. By opening multiple portals of engagement, artists can cushion themselves against market swings. If streaming rates fluctuate, a solid mailing list and brand alliances might buoy them. Should touring face temporary setbacks, well-managed sync deals or a supportive crowdfunding community can pick up the slack. The ultimate aim is to create an adaptable ecosystem that resonates with fans while upholding the artist's sense of authenticity. Though conversation often focuses on big stars and their multi-million-dollar contracts, smaller-scale musicians also carve out fulfilling careers by intelligently weaving varied revenue streams. The spectrum spans from weekend gig players to internationally touring performers. The unifying factor is how they channel each aspect of the industry, promotion, distribution, collaboration, toward consistent earnings. In times past, physical album sales or major label backing seemed nearly mandatory for success, but now a songwriter with home recording gear and astute business sense can gather a global audience. Revenue might be modest at first, yet if carefully managed, it can snowball as the artist's reputation and skill grow. Success in monetizing music cannot be separated from the need to protect intellectual property. Registering works correctly, understanding publishing intricacies, and safeguarding brand identity matter greatly. The music business is rife with cautionary tales of unwitting creators losing control over their own songs or letting unscrupulous deals erode their share of earnings. On the other hand, stories of forward-thinking artists who meticulously cultivated their catalogs, reaping benefits well into retirement, illustrate the power of knowledge. Equally, transparency with fans about financial realities can foster empathy and support, especially if those fans realize how streaming fractions compare to direct purchases or concert ticket sales. Ultimately, revenue streams in music are as much about resourcefulness as about raw talent. The modern landscape rewards those who innovate with fresh ways to captivate listeners, whether through immersive live shows, imaginative brand alignments, or intimate community interactions. Artists who treat financial planning as part of their creative process recognize that stable income sustains the freedom to experiment musically. A robust network of revenue channels keeps the creative spirit agile, transforming each new project into an opportunity for both expression and financial growth. And as these channels evolve, the music itself gains renewed vitality, reminding everyone that each chord struck or lyric penned can echo far beyond the stage, resonating in the hearts and wallets of those who cherish the art form. Lesson 10: Music Industry Trends. In a field as dynamic and culturally significant as the music industry, trends continuously emerge that shape how artists create, distribute, and connect with their audiences. Observers tracking these shifts note that they spring from multiple factors: technological innovations, audience behavior, economic influences, and cultural dialogues that spark new artistic directions. Those who keep their finger on the pulse of these changes can anticipate transformations, adapt strategies, and discover fresh opportunities. The music world is never static. From streaming evolutions to experimental sounds, the directions taken in each era define both the present and the future of musical expression. This lesson explores the prevailing trends that illuminate where the industry is headed, why these shifts matter, and how they affect everyone from aspiring musicians to established professionals eager to remain relevant. By peering into these developments, students of the industry stand a better chance of thriving in an environment marked by constant reinvention. At the center of ongoing debates about the music industry's future lies the notion of continuous innovation. Many recall that only a few decades ago, the medium of choice was cassette tapes or compact discs. Today's listener often defaults to streaming, using platforms with expansive catalogs accessible at a moment's notice. This transformation influences not only how people discover new music but also how artists approach production, knowing their audience might be worldwide. The global nature of the current industry means that trends can travel quickly. A hip-hop style invented in one city can leap across oceans and find a strong foothold in a region with distinct cultural practices. Because of this interconnectedness, local fads can grow into international movements, altering the makeup of mainstream consciousness. Keeping track of these developments requires ongoing curiosity and willingness to re-evaluate assumptions about who listens to what and why. The concept of the single-driven market is one major shift experts continue to follow. Historically, acts often focused on albums, curating cohesive musical journeys that fans experienced from start to finish. Modern listening habits, however, place renewed emphasis on standout tracks that might go viral or land prominent playlist placements. Audiences sometimes discover an artist through a single snippet on social media, which can propel that track to widespread acclaim. This phenomenon challenges traditional marketing, prompting labels and artists to refine how and when they release songs. The result is a new blueprint where frequent single drops can sustain ongoing interest, overshadowing the slower cycle of full album promotion. The single-driven approach suits short attention spans but also risks overshadowing deeper, more nuanced bodies of work that require sustained engagement. Anxiety about the dominance of streaming still shapes many conversations, but some see it as merely the latest stage in a long line of industry metamorphoses. When radio arrived, critics worried it would reduce record sales. When digital downloads emerged, critics lamented the demise of album culture. Yet each wave of change brought fresh ways for artists to flourish. The challenge lies in ensuring that distribution methods are fair and that new gatekeepers do not replicate the same power imbalances of old. In analyzing current trends, it becomes evident that the industry has learned, at least in part, how to navigate these upheavals. Tensions remain, but each shift draws public attention to issues like artist compensation, intellectual property, and the role of fan communities in shaping success. These debates demonstrate that the music business is both an economic engine and a cultural conversation. By staying aware of trends, participants can harness them for creative expression and business vitality. Another significant pattern is the rise of localized versions of global genres. Whether it's a Japanese twist on electronic dance music or an African reinterpretation of pop, cross-pollination creates new substyles that resonate in local markets while drawing interest from audiences abroad. Technology has reduced barriers, making it simpler for an artist in one country to collaborate with peers thousands of miles away. This borderless environment fosters experiments that might have been unthinkable in earlier decades. These localized offshoots frequently develop vibrant fan bases, produce distinctive visual aesthetics, and ultimately feed back into the mainstream. Rather than being relegated to a narrow corner, these styles can ascend as mainstream phenomena. Observers who track how these sounds emerge and expand discover that unpredictability is a hallmark. The next big craze might arrive from a region that was previously overlooked. While it is easy to see these broad outlines, one must also dig into the finer details. Trends never exist in isolation. Instead, they converge and shape one another, creating new currents that define their moment. Shifts in the economics of touring, evolving brand partnerships, the rising significance of fan-driven marketing, and the interplay between social media virality and streaming platforms form a tapestry of constant flux. With each wave of change, a new door opens for those who have the foresight to spot an opportunity. These developments form a living conversation in which each stakeholder, artist, label, manager, influencer, or streaming service, contributes. The resulting mosaic speaks to how dynamic the music business can be, continually testing the agility of everyone involved. The ever-expanding influence of social media remains a defining characteristic of today's music industry. Musicians now wield online platforms not only to share personal updates but to launch new music, host virtual shows, and directly chat with fans. In many cases, social networks have grown into the first place audiences encounter a fresh single or discover an emerging performer. This direct line of communication cuts through traditional promotional filters. While large labels still command substantial marketing power, independent artists can build considerable followings through savvy social strategies. By translating an online presence into real-world engagement, acts can generate unprecedented word-of-mouth momentum, sometimes bypassing conventional gatekeepers entirely. Some attribute the rise of short-form videos to the intensification of social media's role. Platforms that emphasize bite-sized content have dramatically changed how people consume entertainment. A snippet of a track might spark a viral dance challenge, prompting millions to replicate or riff on a theme. As these clips multiply, they often introduce the original song to diverse demographics who might never have heard it otherwise. This phenomenon underscores the shift in focus from albums and even from entire songs to catchy hooks that thrive in quick, visually driven contexts. Although critics claim this fosters superficial engagement, the organic excitement it generates cannot be denied. Artists can seize on this momentum to deepen connections with new audiences by posting behind-the-scenes glimpses, comedic skits, or interactive challenges that reinforce their brand while amplifying their music. Integrated e-commerce in social media also influences how quickly artists can monetize new attention. Once fans latch onto a viral track, a well-placed link can guide them to online stores selling digital downloads, vinyl records, or exclusive merchandise. Some platforms enable in-app purchases, letting fans instantly act on the desire to support a musician. The shift from discovery to financial transaction thus becomes more streamlined, capturing spur-of-the-moment enthusiasms. However, this convenience imposes heavy competition. Each day, thousands of clips and marketing pushes clamor for user attention. To stand out, artists often refine their visuals, invest in content that fosters engagement, and occasionally partner with influencers whose endorsement can catapult a track's visibility. This approach demands a level of marketing awareness that previous generations of musicians could largely avoid. The downside of a social media-centered ecosystem includes potential burnout, as artists feel pressure to produce constant updates. The line between personal authenticity and performance can blur, making it harder to switch off from the promotional grind. Audiences crave transparency and novelty, but many creators struggle to keep pace. Nonetheless, the success stories keep emerging. Rising talents from small towns build international fan bases, purely through imaginative online content and spirited fan interactions. Established stars enjoy a second wave of relevance by adopting comedic or creative strategies that reintroduce them to younger audiences. Social platforms also serve as testing grounds, allowing artists to gauge listener responses to new songs before committing resources to official releases. Collectively, this merges spontaneity with strategic planning, as modern artists blend personal connection and brand building. It is worth noting that social media's role extends beyond just promotion or music sharing. It can also drive activism, offering artists a chance to highlight social issues or mobilize charitable efforts. When fans see that their favorite performer supports meaningful causes, they may double down on loyalty, forging an even more active community. The commerce angle remains essential, but it coexists with opportunities for artists to share personal philosophies and connect over shared values. Some watchers of the industry claim that musicians no longer just produce music, they also manage or collaborate on entire digital narratives about who they are and what they stand for. The immediate feedback loop inherent in social networks fosters a sense of real-time adaptation. An artist might pivot thematically or creatively if they notice certain posts resonate more strongly. This shift from a one-way broadcast model to interactive dialogues typifies how central social media has become to the musical sphere. Data and analytics have emerged as formidable forces shaping music industry trends. Where once success might be judged by anecdotal evidence or the slow accumulation of chart positions, modern stakeholders rely on real-time statistics to guide decisions. Streaming platforms collect granular information about listener demographics, skip rates, playlist engagement, and more, distilling these findings into actionable insights. Musicians can detect which regions or age groups respond favorably to certain tracks, tailoring tours, promotional campaigns, or even new releases to fit these patterns. Labels likewise funnel resources where they see evidence of sustainable growth. In this data-rich context, hunches and intuition now coexist with spreadsheets and charts. Some artists appreciate how analytics reduce guesswork. Instead of pouring funds into random marketing, they can identify high-potential markets or times of day to drop new music. If data reveals that an unexpectedly large chunk of an audience hails from a particular country, the musician might translate lyrics into that region's language, schedule localized social media updates, or plan a tour there. The same principle applies to shaping set lists for concerts. Aggregated data about fan-favorite tracks can inform which songs to highlight on tour. By scanning streaming metrics, a band might discover a deep cut that inexplicably surges in popularity, prompting them to give that piece more attention during live shows. This synergy between analytics and artistic planning exemplifies how new information can spark creative possibilities. Yet, an over-reliance on data poses its own pitfalls. Critics argue that a purely data-driven approach may discourage artistic risks. Musicians who chase the highest streaming numbers could end up repeating formulas that the stats say perform well, potentially stagnating over time. Algorithmic recommendations can also favor certain genres or production styles, subtly nudging creators toward homogeneity. Meanwhile, fans with niche tastes might see fewer recommended songs, reinforcing the mainstream's grip. Observers worry that this logic-driven system might hamper the industry's spirit of experimentation. Still, many artists find ways to balance data insights with personal vision, using analytics as a guide but not an absolute master. If used intelligently, data can bolster creativity by ensuring that bold experiments reach the right audience, rather than dissolving into the background of countless daily uploads. Data's influence extends beyond just streaming. Social media analytics track comments, likes, shares, and follower growth, helping artists calibrate their content. Touring professionals also parse ticket sales, analyzing which advertising methods yield the best results. Even brand partnerships rely on metrics like engagement rate or correlation with key consumer groups. This numeric lens has become omnipresent. While it can introduce pressure to keep growing numbers, it also offers a measure of transparency. Gone are the days when success was shaped solely by behind-the-scenes deals or radio exec preferences. Today's market invites a more democratic lens, though the new gatekeepers remain algorithms, which themselves reflect the aims of tech companies. Adapting to data-driven trends requires that artists and their teams build analytical fluency. They must interpret the stats carefully, distinguishing meaningful patterns from fleeting spikes. A track that experiences a viral moment might fade just as quickly, so strategic follow-up matters. If the data points to new territory, artists can plan promotions or even record language-specific versions of their hits. The pursuit of success transforms into a cycle of releasing music, analyzing responses, and adjusting direction. The result is an industry that moves at breakneck speed, propelled by the ceaseless flow of real-time audience data. Harnessing these insights efficiently can catapult an artist from local darling to global phenomenon, provided they stay true to their core artistry in the process. Another undeniable trend is the resurgence of unique physical formats. Even in an era of streaming, vinyl sales continue to climb, revealing a nostalgia and tactile craving among certain listener demographics. Collectors seek the warmth of analog sound, appreciate the elaborate cover art, and relish the ritual of lowering the needle onto a record. This phenomenon stems partly from an emotional response against the intangible nature of digital music. It also aligns with how fans display their devotion. Owning a physical artifact imparts a sense of permanence that ephemeral streams cannot replicate. Specialty vinyl pressings, color variations, and limited editions further heighten the charm. Beyond vinyl, other unconventional formats sometimes surface. Cassette tapes, for instance, remain popular in certain underground music scenes. Their low cost and retro aesthetic appeal to younger fans who see them as quirky relics, as well as older listeners nostalgic for the taped era. These tapes are often sold at live shows or through direct artist web stores, reinforcing a sense of personal connection. Another variation includes special box sets containing exclusive artwork, bonus tracks, or immersive experiences that go beyond the audio alone. Such items function both as high-value collector's pieces and as innovative ways to package an album's creative concept. These physical revivals come with logistical challenges. Pressing plants and supply chains sometimes struggle to meet demand, leading to backorders or delays. For smaller artists, funding a physical release requires an upfront financial outlay, balanced by the hope of recouping costs through fan support. Labels that once scaled back manufacturing might have to re-establish relationships with production facilities. Nonetheless, the popularity of physical media indicates that not all listeners want intangible consumption. The explosion in direct-to-consumer e-commerce helps, letting artists advertise limited-run merch drops on social media and handle shipping with specialized services. This synergy between old-school formats and modern digital marketing underscores how cyclical the industry can be, with new generations embracing the tangibility that older ones took for granted. The fusion between digital and physical has also spurred hybrid products. Some artists embed download codes inside vinyl packaging, bridging streaming convenience with the collector's delight. Others launch vinyl clubs or subscription services where fans receive monthly shipments of records or cassettes, each tied to a particular theme or curated selection. These combined strategies show that physical media need not compete directly with streaming. Instead, they can serve distinct consumer desires, offering an immersive experience alongside the instant gratification of online playback. The renaissance of physical formats underscores the emotional side of music consumption, reminding us that intangible convenience does not wholly replace the allure of a tangible keepsake. The broader lesson is that the music landscape comprises multiple consumption styles. While digital services deliver breadth and immediacy, physical artifacts supply depth and personal connection. Observers note that an artist's best approach might involve straddling both realms, releasing music to streaming platforms for wide distribution, while also catering to dedicated fans through special edition vinyl or cassettes. This dual model thrives in an era of fragmentation, where not all listeners align with one monolithic habit. By recognizing the timeless appeal of the tangible and pairing it with the unstoppable momentum of digital, creators can shape experiences that resonate across generational lines, ensuring maximum engagement and loyalty. One of the most influential trends involves how music intersects with broader cultural discourses. Artists no longer stand as purely entertainment figures but often act as activists, entrepreneurs, or community leaders. Increasingly, fans expect musicians to address social, political, or environmental issues, either in their lyrics or through philanthropic initiatives. This expectation reflects a shift in how society views popular culture. With an expanded platform comes increased responsibility. Social media amplifies every statement or cause the artist endorses. Even brand alignments might be scrutinized for ethical or moral alignment. As a result, the line between public persona and activism becomes thinner, placing artists in positions of cultural advocacy or controversy. This phenomenon presents a dual challenge. On the one hand, it grants musicians the capacity to direct attention to causes they believe in, uniting fans around charitable fundraisers, awareness campaigns, or grassroots movements. Some have successfully led philanthropic drives, leveraging tours or merchandise campaigns to collect funds for disaster relief, educational programs, or social justice. On the other hand, the melding of music and activism can spark debate over authenticity. Skeptics may question whether an artist's stance is genuine or an attempt to build brand loyalty. The threat of cancel culture also looms if fans feel an artist's actions do not align with their declared values. In an era where controversies can erupt swiftly online, maintaining authenticity demands careful, consistent follow-through. The ramifications of this trend appear in how labels approach artist branding. Management teams often incorporate philanthropic or humanitarian narratives into promotional materials, showcasing an artist's charitable dimension. Some signings might hinge partly on the musician's potential to serve as a public figure who resonates with youth culture around key topics. Meanwhile, corporate sponsors weigh the potential reputational boosts or risks. An artist seen as ethically driven can become a brand's ideal ambassador, yet any scandal can reflect poorly on both parties. The synergy between activism and commerce thus grows more complex. Many artists navigate it gracefully, partnering with organizations that reflect mutual interests. Others find themselves embroiled in controversies if they pick the wrong allies or mishandle sensitive topics. This cultural shift intersects with the fan base's heightened engagement. People no longer simply consume music, they examine the context behind it, sharing praise or criticism across digital networks. A single tweet can spark days of conversation if it references a hot-button issue. As these dialogues swirl, the musician's role can expand from an entertainer to a spokesperson or lightning rod. This transformation underscores how fluid the music industry's boundaries have become. The social dimension shapes an artist's trajectory as much as musical craft. Observing these interactions reveals that success depends not just on great songs but on an ability to navigate public discourse with clarity and sincerity. Whether beneficial or risky, the merging of music and cultural commentary remains one of the defining trends, reflecting both societal evolution and fans' desire for deeper connections with their favorite creators. Collaborations and genre blending have reached new heights, another cornerstone of current industry trends. Once distinct categories, pop, rock, hip-hop, electronic, now swirl together in hybrid forms that defy easy classification. Artists from different cultural backgrounds fuse styles, instruments, and languages, producing tracks that captivate global audiences. These experiments can blow open market potential. A collaborative single might simultaneously chart in different regions by tapping overlapping fan communities. Listeners, tired of predictable formulas, often embrace these imaginative pairings. The success of cross-genre hits, seen in numerous award shows or streaming charts, illustrates that boundary pushing can yield dramatic returns. Technological ease supports these unions. Remote recording sessions let a producer in London exchange stems with a vocalist in Lagos, bridging thousands of miles. Rapid file transfers and cloud-based software mean that artists can co-create songs without meeting face-to-face. Virtual jam sessions abound, and cross-pollination flourishes. The synergy also emerges on stage, where festival lineups combine acts from varying styles. Fans who came for a particular headliner might discover a lesser-known performer whose unexpected twist on a familiar genre resonates. These live experiences create real-time moments of revelation, sparking positive word-of-mouth that ripples through social media. Genre mashups have migrated into mainstream pop, influencing how major labels scout talent and plan releases. The concept of featuring cameo verses, borrowed hooks, or exotic rhythms is commonplace, ensuring each track feels distinct. Some purists lament the erosion of genre purity, calling out formulaic attempts to maximize streams by catering to multiple demographics. Yet others view this as a natural progression, letting artists express themselves beyond the confines of conventional boundaries. A single song might combine an up-tempo dance beat with Spanish rap verses, African percussion, and an electronic breakdown, a testament to global connectivity. The track's success depends on how fluidly these elements unify, proving that thoughtful experimentation can overcome initial skepticism. The commercial impetus behind collaborations is clear: each participant brings their audience, potentially expanding reach. Even a lesser-known musician might gain mainstream visibility by teaming with a prominent star. Meanwhile, established names can keep their catalogs fresh by teaming up with rising talents who represent emerging subcultures. This two-way exchange fosters mutual benefit, but it also raises negotiation questions around royalty splits, creative control, and ownership of the resulting work. Well-negotiated agreements and transparent communication ensure that both sides share the spoils fairly. When handled poorly, collaborations can fall apart amid disputes about credit or revenue. Overall, the blending of sounds, languages, and influences stands out as a signature hallmark of the modern music era, offering a kaleidoscopic variety that keeps fans guessing. This combinatory spirit extends outside the realm of songs themselves. Music videos, album art, and performance aesthetics likewise reflect mixed influences. An act might pair a classical orchestra with futuristic stage design, or incorporate traditional dance elements alongside modern lighting. Similarly, marketing strategies can unify references from diverse cultural sources, appealing to a broad swath of listeners. Labels that once enforced rigid genre lines now adapt, promoting cross-genre launches that position an artist in multiple categories. The success of these ventures suggests that listeners have grown more open-minded, seeking novelty and authenticity from each new release. Genre fluidity, once considered niche, has become an industry standard, ensuring that each year's biggest hits reflect a broad array of interwoven influences. Live experiences continue to evolve, reflecting a trend toward immersive, multisensory performances. Concerts no longer revolve solely around the music. Instead, they integrate striking visuals, interactive segments, and thematic storytelling, building a cohesive narrative that fans share beyond the event itself. Projection mapping, holographic technology, and carefully orchestrated stage designs transform venues into immersive installations. Audiences expect more than a standard stage and lighting rig, they crave the sense of entering a different world. This pivot marries music with theater, graphic art, and even gastronomy in certain specialized events. Large-scale festivals exemplify how everything from curated food stalls to pop-up art exhibits can support the overarching brand, turning live music into an all-encompassing cultural moment. Smaller venues also adopt immersive ideas, albeit on a more intimate scale. Some hosts encourage artists to incorporate fan participation, whether by letting them select part of the setlist in real time or building interactive installations that fans can explore during instrumental segments. While these approaches can require extra funding or logistical planning, they resonate strongly with attendees. People relish experiences that cannot be replicated by a stream or a TV performance. This desire for uniqueness and exclusivity drives up ticket prices for premium shows, providing revenue that can offset an artist's other financial limitations. A well-conceived concert can become a showcase for innovative branding, leaving fans with vivid memories that spur future support. Technological augmentation is also on the rise. Augmented reality, AR, apps let concertgoers view digital overlays on stage or around the venue, while virtual reality, VR, events allow fans worldwide to watch from home in an immersive 360-degree setting. Though still in relatively early phases, these technologies point to a future where the line between physical presence and remote attendance blurs. Ticket holders might receive VR add-ons that let them re-watch the show from various vantage points afterward, extending the life of the event. Meanwhile, data gleaned from these digital layers, such as how fans navigate the AR environment, can further refine production choices. The result is a feedback loop, where each performance becomes an experiment in audience engagement, informing subsequent tours or album rollouts. A crucial facet of immersive concerts is that they serve as prime social media fodder. Fans post photos and videos capturing the spectacle, often with brand hashtags or geolocation tags. This user-generated content fuels organic marketing, reaching viewers who experience intense fear of missing out. The festival scene typifies this effect. Each major event competes to deliver eye-catching, boundary-pushing installations that attendees will document. In turn, prospective fans see these posts, fostering a sense of wanting to be part of the action. Artists cleverly embed creative branding or sponsor mentions into these experiences, ensuring that any virality benefits the entire team. The result is a cycle where the pursuit of immersive experiences drives new creative leaps, each iteration further shaping the modern concert landscape. While many champion these advancements, some lament that they detract from the essence of live performance, the raw, human connection. Relying on high-tech visuals or VR elements can overshadow the music or distract from spontaneous artist-fan moments. The cost of mounting such grand spectacles can also inflate ticket prices, excluding fans with limited budgets. Thus, immersive concert trends must be balanced with inclusivity and musical integrity. Artists who harness these elements skillfully discover they can highlight the emotional core of their songs, enveloping fans in an experience that merges technology, art, and sound. This synergy underscores the progressive spirit of the industry, where each show is an evolving experiment, reflecting broader cultural appetites for interactivity and spectacle. A final trend deserves emphasis: the industry's deepening reliance on global perspectives. While English-language pop continues to dominate certain charts, the success of music from various corners of the world, K-pop, Latin urbano, Afrobeats, demonstrates that linguistic and cultural barriers have loosened. Audiences worldwide, fueled by streaming services that highlight cross-border playlists, increasingly seek diverse experiences. A track in a language they do not speak can still captivate them, as the rhythm or production style resonates. This appetite for novelty breaks down older assumptions that mainstream hits must follow a single blueprint. Scenes that once felt local or regional now discover global platforms, forging fan bases thousands of miles away. This global connectivity influences how labels scout. They search for talent in emerging markets, anticipating which region might host the next breakout star. Tour itineraries expand beyond well-trodden major cities to include stops in territories where streaming data shows promising listenership. Collaborations reflect the crossing of cultural lines: a US-based pop singer pairs with a Brazilian funk artist, or a UK rapper appears on a Bollywood-inspired hook. Tech-savvy fans from anywhere can push a regional movement into international consciousness by championing it online. This transition signals a rebalancing of the power once concentrated in a few Western epicenters. Now, major success can erupt from anywhere. A clip of a performance in a small African club can garner millions of views, culminating in record offers and festival slots abroad. Regulatory differences also come into play. Countries may have distinct rules about streaming royalties, content restrictions, or performance visas. Navigating these complexities is a hallmark of operating globally. Managers must secure distribution deals with local partners who understand cultural nuances, or else risk missteps that hamper growth. The result is an expanded professional network, as artists connect with booking agents, translators, PR specialists, and event promoters who can guide them through foreign terrains. While globalization opens new horizons, it also introduces new forms of competition. Artists who remain insular might find themselves sidelined by those who embrace cross-cultural collaborations. Crucially, fans relish the variety that globalization fosters. They appreciate being introduced to new instruments, distinctive rhythms, or lyrical philosophies. Social media fosters robust fan subcommunities, where listeners trade recommendations, create translations, and design cross-genre mashups. This sense of boundary-free exploration resonates especially with younger generations raised on the internet. Each time a track from an